Hello, hello. I am back, and today we're doing some more of the Golemancer thing. How's everybody doing? Everywhere in here first. Andy, Maxim, Talia. Hello, hello. How do you do? Let's go ahead and do favor first of the pit, which I have a lot of pit runs to do on this character today because he's pretty fresh still. I think he was did have mostly 46 glyphs, so that's what's out. Chase all that. We're not pretty. We want to be a warlock, and we cannot yet to be a warlock kind of fate. There you go. So, and it's super chill playing Golemancer. I can't complain. Necro still has that going on. They might not be the fastest, but they can be the chillest. I think last season's warriors technically a little bit more chill, like less me having to put inputs and everything still died, but this is kind of close. This is kind of close. I always loved golems back in V2 when I was a kid. So it's nice to see them have a little bit of a comeback here where they're playing alright. But speaking of D2, Warlock is super fun. I was watching other people play it a little bit today. I have not leveled mine nearly as high as, of course, some of those out there. Like granting out D2, a lot of people have so much stuff they've saved up that they can just throw on and build off of. That I do not, because the first time I actually went and played Resurrected, because I played D2 once upon a time, which is last weekend. It's looking pretty awesome, and that means that Warlock over in D4 also, just by association, pretty promising. So I'm super hyped. Super hyped. Let's get rid of these mortars. And I don't know, maybe I'll like it enough I'll even play Immortal. We all know how I feel about Immortal, though. The temptations in Immortal, they're too strong, typically. You never know, maybe. There's a chance. If you really want a PvP over there, you gotta sping. Dangerous. Right here. See how we're doing. Is that 30 stream? F-Bry? Is that how your name is supposed to be said? Okay, now we're over here to Koron's demise. B-R-Y. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Let's grab that. Move over here to these. Break those down. All the golems are coming. It's actually much more spammable than I give it credit for. Spam all the blood explosions, but I'm still team whenever I do a lot of that, I can detect frame rate drop. Blood explosions are too much. Down. Here, Executioner. Explosions go off a little bit after, of course, I ordered them because I have to get to the spot first. I play a little bit differently because it is like this. Sadly, of course, with minions, you do have to rely on some shenanigans to stay alive. We have Cursed Aura helping me quite a bit. But we still do rock the bulwark here off of the Quay or Quaw. I always forget which one it is. It's the Quay, right? It is Quay. Okay, I'm not crazy. It's Quay. Howdy, Zosa. How do you do? Things are there. What's up, Berserk? The V-name is what do you do? You're contagious. Yeah, let's see how we're over here doing. I guess I could probably even go higher. The golems are pretty good at push, so I've heard. I don't know how much sanctification I really have to go through to make that roll proper, but they should have something going for them. How you doing, Pikachu? Howdy, howdy. Graxie's good and dead. Still need more, though. We need more. Freak for extra attack speed. Love that. Good. Oh, I have to go back. I think a little bit. There was some more there I could kill, but I don't think that's enough to clear his base. Now, granted, the backtrack kind of situation in the pit is weird. You backtrack and kill some stuff, all of a sudden they're worth a lot. Like that. Which some people say, that's a bug. I'm pretty sure that is backtrack mechanic that has been there for some time. They never really accurately explained it, and it's kind of janky. But, you know, it's consistent enough that I never really believed it to be a bug. It's really unfortunate when people were using it as their like competitive activity that existed. Now you have the tower, so it's okay. It's okay. You know when season 12 begins? Okay, so we see that, I think it's a login screen or somewhere in the reliquary. It ends early March. So usually when those end is when the next season is going to arrive. So I think it says March 10th. But they haven't officially said that that is actually go time. But usually that aligns. So we're kind of expecting it to sit like that. I think that leaves 7 weeks before the DLC. Not my math, it's the math of others, but that sounds right too. But you could expect them to have at least one more like dive chat announcement like officially. So we're kind of just waiting for that. We know March 5th is when they do a deep dive on Warlock. So I suppose those things might align. Maybe. Maybe. Where they'll tell us what's up. But we shall see. Yeah, I haven't seen it other than the one that's in game, the official date. Chest plates, collection of boots, gauntlets. Let's go boots. This one does wear legendary boots. There's a chance. We did a lot of treasure breaches yesterday, so I have a lot of obols I could also be spending. We wear a unique weapon and a unique pair of pants, and I technically need another good ring. So I should be rolling rings for the opal. See what we can do, because I don't need that star list there. It's just what I had to start this character. It is the badge you see over there on Ephrai and Thalia. If you can scroll up and max them. The little badge there. I don't know if I have mine on yet. Yeah, I don't have mine, so we can't see it unless I go click myself and try and see if I can do it. But that is always quite the adventure right now. I'm not on the screen, I can do it. Those guys are in the chat, and a lot of them have it. Hello, Matt, how you doing? Let's grab this, let's go roll rings. I just sold those. Howdy, little biggie. Let's do the ring thing. Trying to find one to replace my star list there. All of these obols, you would think at least one would be like desirable. That's not terrible. Not my favorite. We can maybe work with it. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Out here doing some Necro things. Let me scrap these for the aspect upgrades. How about that? Got one ring to work with so far. Go ahead and hit these bags first. There you go. Does somebody in the chat have that little badge so we can pull it up again? Right here, otherwise I'm gonna have to go and open another window and try to put it on myself. I think it does have the drop down when you first come to the channel. Also says it. Life on kill, life on hit, crit strike damage, attack speed ranks. Alright, I don't mind those. Intelligence, GA, also okay. Crit strike max and life, that's pretty rollable. All those I can sanctify. There you go. We got some people with the badge. The badge you're wearing right there, bandit. There you go. Now, what do we have? I'm gonna go and do more rolls. Yep, I am capped on obols after all. As well, get a collection of these and set them all up, and we'll try and sanctify and see what happens. Our Ring of Sacrilegious Soul, it's pretty decent. Not that I'm running that. It's nice to be that lazy sometimes. Our ring is not great, but it's not the worst either. I'm too lazy to go sell these back, so we're just gonna scrap them for aspects. There you go. I'll go ahead and hit another one. Okay. Embrace. We got cold resistance, maximum life, damage over time, maximum life, life on kill. So we got those done. I still have more to roll, so I will do it. Right here. I found a forge a flail. Nice. I like the look of flails. They're pretty awesome. Intelligence, attack speed, check. Okay, that's another decent ring. Damage roll, I don't care for. Grab all of them for the few that give me aspect upgrades. Very nice. Okay, that's serviceable. We can keep the 2 bags for now. Let's work on these rings. So the ring I'm replacing is Starless. This one has the golem active cooldown already, so this one we're gonna do damage. Full is the golem. We go to here. Do I see that damage? Yes. So these all go till GA. Nice. We got the one that won. That's very convenient. If only they could all cooperate so much. These pants are potion capacities. Those go back to paladins. Although my pair of pants on my paladin already has the grandfather. So the odds are, you know, it's not gonna beat it. Fodder regardless. A little damage. Should we go for this again? Next one. 86. Now 97. How are you doing here? Good evening. How you doing? Golem. Semi. Gonna go under 200 on those restos. This build, not my favorite for the hordes, but I don't have any other necro build set up yet. I have to go into that to sort this little issue. We just gonna have to tough it out of it. 93. I mean, technically, if I really cared about super efficiency and not what character and class I was playing, I could of course switch to any of the paladins and they destroy that. But usually when I say I'm playing a thing, I like to stick with the thing. 82, 101, 97, go again, 97, that's a no-go, 93, we could do better, 102, still going, 81, one it wants to be a resto scroll eater, I see you. The other one was so easy, it's like, oh no, you can't have that every time. You better be ready to suffer a little bit. That golem damage. Of course, it's never the one that eats the most restos that gets the best sanctification. That's the one that just trolls you the whole way. 101. I won't miss sanctification. Hopefully, whenever they do implement it again, it's a lot more forgiving and not as frustrating as it is. Like, I like this system, I just don't like chasing the mythics. Like, it's mythic or bust, and then after that, you're locked in. It's like, okay, it has to be exactly this in the right configuration, otherwise it's a done kind of vibes. We're gonna move these over here since they're already right. Don't hit the wrong one again. Sometimes I do that. That's why we lose even more. Okay, that one was easy. The pink one right here, this is the danger ring. The ring that has hated us the most. We'll remember that when we sanctify it, it comes back and say changed affix. For the worst. Golem damage, 81. So we're gonna reset that. Hello. What are you doing, man?
Hello, darkness.
I already said hello. Yeah, it's definitely our old friend, the horrors of cursed items. 87. We got a 98 over here. 105. 81. 30 polite scrolls gone. Let's do this endeavor. You better get one that's at least decent. I gotta make sure we get the aspects. Everything's already socketed, but for this last one. That's cool. I gotta do the Steam thing. Socket temper enchant aspect masterwork. Cool, that's nice. Let's go ahead and hit the sockets. We just went through the order of it. We'll go here. We're gonna do enchants next. So this one, we got essence on kill that I don't need. So we'll take that for an intelligence roll, I suppose. Cooldown reduction, also pretty cool, but okay, I guess I can go either way. That's a low intelligence. 120 is the cap on these rolls. 121 actually. Poison lucky hits. Cooldown poison resistance. Cooldown life on kill. Intelligence 108. 114. Attack speed. Damage, life for 5 seconds, cooldown fire resistance, life on hit damage. Nothing there. Attack speed, life for 5, essence, intelligence 114, 114, 119. Okay, that's close enough. I need to break the bank on these. Attack speed, crit strike chance, intelligence, life on kill. Okay, so life on kill, we'll take a maximum life roll on this one. This was the danger ring. Oh, there's life right there. I don't know what the actual, top roll is here. 457. Oh, probably had to chase that too much. Probably what we got. 444 will work. Okay, let's get this out. No change. Next one, you are sitting at crit shock damage, attacks that healing receive. So I'll change healing receive for intelligence. Now, this one's gonna be a little dangerous without life on it, but we'll see what happens. Next one up, intelligence maximum life on kill is gonna be the one we switch. This one wouldn't be very bad with attack speed, cooldown reduction, that kind of thing. Cooldown reduction also pretty cool. I think our cooldown reduction is pretty respectable on this Necro and all of its cursed aura. Lucky hit, healing receive, lucky, we got life, physical resistance, cooldown, shadow resistance. And here, lightning life for 5, cooldown resource cost reduction, life, essence, no, essence, well, life on hit. Attack speed. I like attack speed. I think that's fine. 10 is cap. 9.8 will do. So our last ring here. Crit strike chance, maximum lucky hit chance, intelligence. Okay, the lucky hit we can switch. Attack speed, cooldown reduction, something like that. It's pretty low cooldown reduction. You know what it shows up though. 8.8 actually was the high one. Weapons on kill, life for 5. I feel like usually this one, its problem is getting one shot, so our life for 5 kind of approach won't work. So if this ring is running a Great Feast, these run Grasping Veins. All of them. Grasping Veins, 16. Ooh. I don't like that that's not capped. It means that it's missing 10% on the extra damage and 5% on the upper. But we still want this one. On all of these, I could hold these rings and try to get the higher roll, because if these get on top of a nice Sanctification, they're still gonna need to replace later. That being said, though, none of these are really like the most amazing thing. I think I'm alright if I just hit it. Gotta masterwork first, though. Alright, everything else all sorted. Now there's this. Go ahead and hit all these. I have over 500k off the site today. We did quite a few treasure breaches. Hello, Storm. What's up? Life GA. Not GA, but masterwork. I think we take the intelligence because the other ones aren't going to be like huge. I could masterwork this one and sanctify it as well for the hell of it and see what happens. For the funsies. For the lazy ring. Lucky hit chance, not fun. Grim Harvest. Corpse skills. Grim Harvest probably not as useful as the corpse skill one. Lucky hit chance. We'll take that. Next one up. Here you go. Anything new coming up? March 5th for the announcement on the details of Warlock. March 10th, tentatively, is what we believe to be the next season. That's the kill streak season, not the DLC. DLC, April 28th for D4. That's what we got coming up. Intelligence. I'll take the intelligence roll on that one. Like that. Intelligence, we'll take that again. Next one here. How we doing? Good strike chance. Maximum life. Attack speed. Surely got an intelligence roll or something you can hit here. Yeah, this doesn't have intelligence on it. They all do. Crit strike chance. I don't think that masterwork does that much value for me, so we're trying to hit something that's a little bit more valuable. It is dodging the one that I want. There you go. Alright, all those are set. Have space for the pants, maybe, would be nice. Of course I don't. There's due about that. Let's try brute force. I don't think I need that amulet at this point, so we'll do this. And all of these need a sanctification. Look at that resub retro and your 4 months in Fame Nation. Or that you don't have it already. Alright. We did everything we needed to do. All these got the grasping veins. A little sad about that aspect situation, but we're just gonna go for it anyway. Always get more rings later. It didn't work that hard for these. They just popped it with obols. Alright. So you got the sockets, you got the tempers on everybody. We got enchants done. We got aspects. We got masterwork. All right, good. Item quality increased 25 item quality on the lazy ring. Cute, but of course we don't really need to do it. New affix added. This one got some extra shadow damage, which is not huge for me. Look at that. So, of the Fame Nation, and enjoy the badge. New legendary power added. Look, you get 10% chance to generate essence when hitting a vuln enemy. That's nice. This is the ring that it cost us like everything. Go again. Affix replaced. So we got +1 to all skills instead of... Was that the life roll or this is the one that was missing the life roll anyway? I think it's the one that was missing the life roll anyway. Interesting. +1 to all skills. Not bad. New affix life on hit. That one's kind of... Right here. Pop that. Item quality 19. Okay, of these, which one did I like the most? Shadow damage not gonna do a ton for me on the triple GA we have here, so that's kind of sad. So it is a grasping vein. Type trade, let's go. It is a grasping vein, so it could work on other things too. Not the worst. It's just not the best. I think I'll scrap it. This I'll hold on to out of principle because they're cute. Over here. So this one hit the extra essence return. Pretty mid on this build. It's grasping phase, so maybe I'll keep this one's got the +1 all skills. Kinda alright, but it doesn't directly help what the golem does. And then we got the 19 item quality on this one. I feel like this one's the most straight shot, straightforward of the ranks that we just made. So we're gonna put this one on. We're gonna take the diamond out of the star list for now.
That's finished.
I'm surprised I had space for that. I'm gonna put that one in. Then that's a more universally accepted way to run this build. Throw that in, and then I gotta make space for these. Good luck. Alright. I usually do Lunar New Year thing, but this year our family hasn't contacted us for anything. So, for whatever reason, it doesn't seem like they're doing anything this year that I know of. Like, okay. I'm just like, it's abnormal, but here we are. Yes, we usually do celebrate that in my family. That's, of course, the Vietnamese Lunar New Year. Wait, conviction. This is an okay amulet. But it's not the best. And we have quad passes and things floating around already, so that. This one, that would be a triple, but life on hit's not too exciting, so we'll toss that one out too. I can put this back, I can put this back. What's this one? I don't like that one much. Actually, that one's not bad because it has a strength roll, so maybe I should keep it. Our core skills, like gauntlets, gloves, we keep those. The introduction shields, we keep those. We roll them on the later. This is not a bad pair of gloves. I could technically change that one out. This I don't need. It's got thorns on it, that kind of deal. I could run the damage reduction on it, but it's not huge. Roll that one in there for now. Necro builds. I have not sanctified this shroud yet, so we'll go ahead and do that, and then if it's nothing good, it's another space. If it's something good, we'll worry about that when we come to it. Okay, socket the shroud. I think we picked this up the other day while we were doing mythic pictures. And then we want all stats on this roll. It's a GA resource gen. Okay, we all need more stash space, absolutely. There is a Warlock in D2 Resurrected you can play now. There's a Warlock coming, I believe it is in June, for Diablo Immortal. And of course, we get our Diablo 4 Warlock with the DLC in April. Unless they stealth drop another class on us before then, but it's supposed to be with the DLC in April. Okay, all stats, resource gen. All stats. Okay, so that one's set. Let's go hit it. Right here. Hello, legendary power. Become an injury while crowd control grants you unstoppable. That's not that exciting. I'll go ahead and scrap it for the spark. There you go. How many wristlet sparks do we have right now on the account for the season? 442 wristlet sparks. Yeesh. Okay, so 2 more opal bags. If I want to do that right now, I feel like we don't need to. We got a fresh hell tide up there. World boss in 10 minutes. Definitely hit the world boss. Let's go ahead and kill Andoriel once. So I even have mats for Andoriel right now. I do. How more spent sparks than my gold could keep up with. I wanted to hit blacksmith boxes, and then I might have the runes sitting around to craft here and there, but I gotta keep that gold so we can do undercities and roll amulets and enchants and all these things. So I have way too many. This works. Okay. Deal with Andoriel, see how my golems are doing on that front. Easy curse these days. I just stand next to things, so that's pretty nice. And that it takes 3 of those jumps, but it looks a bit to kill her, but it does alright. Take face, that's favor. Box here. Look at it tells me. It requires 3 pinpotion dolls. And all this season, however long it's been, first time I actually noticed that that is even there. She does give me those claws when I kill her, so it might be worthwhile to keep doing it until it caps out, so we're gonna do some mass. We can get more of these right here. In one day, I filled up 15 for this character. It's not too bad. See that gifted sub. Appreciate that. And enjoy the badge. Let's do this, and I'm gonna keep killing her while I have the mats for it. We also pulled our Stygian stones for the other characters. There's some of the Stygian stones, one stack, I should say. For the other characters, I think I have 200 at least more. On the paladins! I'm gonna play this season a little bit. Alright. There we go. I'm gonna open this up again. Let me in. Let me in. She just said it's readable for someone trained for it, but for York. Hey, at least they admit, you know, it's a bit much for you guys who don't know what you're doing with it. That's generally better than I would expect for those sort of things. Usually just like, they'll double down and say like, oh yeah, it is what it is, you'll figure it out. Like, no. No? Alright, inventory. How are these doing? Currently sitting at, where? Okay, 9. I was like, where the heck? Okay, what are we doing? Inventory. I think I'm gonna stick with killing her for a little bit while we're waiting for the world boss. So we can do the Amsterdam thing. Boom. Inventory here. Hello, hello. How you doing, Karth? Yeah, not everybody is so nice. I've met a full line of those kind of teachers. Any of these kind of give me upgrade? No, because they're unique, of course. So we sell these. I'll hold on to the bags. I guess nothing else was nice yet. You get all for the hype train. I'll pop this open. What a lovely name. Ourselves with the butt muncher. Typical Blizzard names, I swear. You see it more in WoW and Diablo, if you're any like MMORPG or even action RPGs that I can come across. I don't check PoE names that often though. They're not like really in your face like they are in this game. I didn't either hit my buffs again. Just armor. There's an Ohm rune for more starlaces. Doesn't help this build much, but nice to have options. Okay, so all these are trash. Go to the sell pile. I've actually made a few billion gold the last few days because Fawn stopped taking billion from me every day. It's nice. It's actually going up, but I haven't doing a lot of the pit. The pit is actually a good payout this season. I hope in the future maybe they decide to keep it that way. That'd be good for something. And then we're here. Go take the corrupted claw. My favorite professors once upon a time were the type who would write their books about social interactions in online games. And sadly, he never taught a class on that while I was there, but that was his thing. And I didn't know until like after I had taken some of his courses. Like, wait, what? Why are you teaching me that? Like, that's totally my thing, but, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't remember what that guy taught me. It's something much more generic. He just randomly dropped that bomb. I was like, oh yeah. You know, social interaction in RPGs. That's my actual thing. Like, here we are. That works. So now I think that's the sort of thing probably way more mainstream at university than back when I and all that. Yeah, I felt like we were like highly shunned once upon a time, and now it's just like everybody's doing it. Okay. The year of the muncher. I had no idea, Blue. I had no idea. The more you know. Okay, we'll inventory this, and I think 5 minutes till, less than 5 minutes till we're boss, so we'll head over there. We'll do that too. Right. So, we'll sell unless something's nice here. I don't think there's anything I really liked. Nope. All that is mostly for these over here. So we're at 21, so that won't drop anymore. And after that, I need Duriel. We'll worry about him after World Boss, though. We're going to the Bear Tribe Refuge. I wish I had the magenta color palette to make these wings work properly. It's like, it's close enough, but I know it's not right. I know, and that's what matters. So I might change it. It is nice. It'd be nicer on an actual warlock. But then they need to give us barding that matches it. I'm very demanding. Like, we need this, we need this, we need this. And it's all because you gave us these wings, Wizard. It is what it is. I like the Abyss Warlock in D2 right now. It's that nice AoE and then like the pull. I love a big CC explosions. Those are the best. A lot of people like the Apocalypse, so like the big pentagram that has fire. It looks pretty lethal. It's pretty cool, but it doesn't have that CC component, so I don't like it as much. Exactly. Do the Abyss with you. Go around and shout that. Hopefully we get our own fair share of that energy on our D4 Warlock. It doesn't look all that amazing, I think, just the skill itself. But what it does is kind of alright. Hopefully D4 just flashier. D4 is flashier, naturally, so this is what we hope. I never played that game. I own that game. And then I think my brother was talking about the second one, whatever sequel that they have, like the newest one. He didn't like it much, but the old one's a classic. This person doesn't even have all of their journey finished. The Well-Wisher, 171. They're a baby. Yeah. Yeah, I think that game they've given away free time. So many times for free, I should say. So many times for free. Yet I never played it. I had so many friends over the years who were obsessed with Vampire the Masquerade, though. And they would name their entire clans off of different types of the vampires. I've been in, but I've been in role-playing communities that almost everybody's like role-playing vampires. Usually, I would be team other undead, other stuff, and like freeform roleplay. I tend to like more classic undead. This is all Necromancer. It makes sense. There's a Necro main back in the day and played D2, of course. So, speaking of it, like I like also slime characters. Well, the pulverize is over here displaying that in bright colors as we wait for the world boss. You know, that kind of deal. I usually like more exotic kind of characters than the vampire or the masquerade types, but a lot of those are super fun to play around. I do like it, the masquerade, even if I'm not necessarily one of them. Yeah, Necromancer's love, Necromancer's life. Even if I am not one who says I am a Necromancer main these days, I still love them. I still love them. Golems here, my people. Our little Kerbeck, also my people, but I guess he's a demon that is masquerading as an undead right now. While he's hanging out with the Golem. It's just like them. The Warlocks and the Necromancers could definitely hang out. You know who shouldn't be hanging out with us right now? Mr. Poopsock over there to the left. I don't even know why one would decide, hey, I'm gonna name my paladin that, but here we are. Yeah. Hello, Mac. How you doing? I don't remember them that well. I like Malacavians, the crazy ones. Those were usually the ones that were really popular. They had... I remember that one because I have a friend in some other verse somewhere who she is Malacavian or whatever they call them for life. I probably say it wrong, but always. Always just loves to roleplay completely off the wall crazy. Like, I swear she railed a die when she roleplays like what kind of crazy shenanigan I'm gonna be up to today off of some huge table. And then whatever it is, she'll commit the whole way. It's pretty funny. That, like, she has the voices in her head, and usually my characters have their own kind of fair share of that. So, it's a fun time. Yeah, okay, this. What else? There's some intruders. I don't remember them that well. Kind of Portland, but yeah. The mouths are all over the place in roleplay communities. I love the mouths. Like, they're all Mad Hatters. Basically, the concept. I like the one with the Italian name. Like, the, like, flesh-bending, kind of shape-shifty ones. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce their name, so I'll butcher it even worse than the other ones. But usually, if I had to choose like a vampire type to roleplay, it's that one. Usually I don't take the Vampire the Masquerade like exact rules, but they have that vibe. They tend to have that vibe. That's probably my favorite of those. Go this way, yeah. There you go, Gary. Put it in the chat, I think that spelled right. I like the kind of like otherworldly looking ones. They are not the nicest. Ruby Reserve, got Wisdom, Gem Reserve, Gold Reserve, Quick Bell. Gonna do the turn-in, and then we can maybe do some favors. Skull Reserve. Yeah, the evil shapeshifty for us crafters. Skull Reserve. Actually, whenever I hung out with the vampire types that are really into it, I never really hung out with a lot of theirs. There'd be like some that are like really into it, but usually they would choose to just be like running around as just like some normal hot chick instead of like fully embracing. Oh boy, that isn't like the actual vampire masquerade. Here. I always thought those were coolest. Hidden Armory, Forgotten Wisdom, Taylor Reserve. Forgotten Wisdom, Gem Reserve, and Gold Reserve. Sort that out. There you go. Like their hearts. Take those two. I don't need those things. See what else we got here. Gem Reserve. This character is now 2 days old, and already all of my inventory for the sigil looks like this. It's so awful. It's so awful. There's no winning. And then the PTR for next season, I was thinking, oh yeah, it's gonna be better. And it was not. They were dropping sigils everywhere else instead of the bosses they were coming from, like Helltide and whatnot. And I hope that was just like ramped up for the test to get a little bit more bearable. Come live. That being said, though, I could replenish my stock of sigils even in like the little bit amount of like the boss layers. It was like it was nice when we were doing the actual sigils, but when you weren't doing the sigils, it was too much. Yeah, Warlock is helping you to use mouse and keyboard. Yes, the chain skill on the Warlock in D2R is so cool looking. It's way cooler than Altkin's chains look. So that makes me kind of worried. It's like, we get these kind of like chain effects. Are we gonna just have like the lame look that Altkin has? Or do we get the cool like multicolor ones like in D2R? Like, all I can do is like, I don't know, a one-handed weapon. But I do. Let's see. This one, Azadan Spoils, one-handed weapons. Okay, so we'll go ahead and open this and this. Then, Malignant Hearts, swords, and shenanigans. I am gonna clean these up next, see how we're doing. What do we have? Some of these are gonna be upgrades if they are nothing else. I don't need that legendary focus, or do I? It's not terrible. It's just not great. I mean, sanctify. So the question is, how far down the sanctification rabbit hole do we want to go for Necro? And since I'm here, I may as well do it. I may as well. So all these get scrapped. Double check the Yami. Yeah, nothing. And then there's this. So our focus currently runs spell Gluttony. And it looks like we could upgrade that. Sure. This one's got cool action, volt damage, intelligence. So it's missing a life roll. This one is not missing that life roll. Temper on it, golem damage. We want that again here. 13. Claustrophobic. Is it a little? Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Okay, do. Jump in there after I'm done with this. 5. 104. First you and your sanctification. Not say this temper and rest those scrolls. 93. 103. 94. Used to be that the entire game was basically this zoomed in, I think. And then eventually they gave us a 1 tier farther out a lot better. Like, I forget the days when we were like this all the time. We were. I think. I have to go and track down the old footage of playing this game before the era of being able to zoom out more. 95, 100. The rest of scrolls are not looking too high. No, the cap on this when it's a GA is higher than that range. 105 is actually not top. You want to go for the next one out. 89. There is a GA roll you can get for these. It doesn't exist if it's a non-GA item, but on the Ancestrals it does. Sometimes people forget that they're rolling an amulet, especially, and then it's not gonna hit higher than that 105. Or whatever other roll they're rolling. I hear you, Cog. I hear you. The other day, someone else hit that blurb and it scared Mac because you had already been around and he wasn't experienced. So the first one is safe. It's after that not so safe. 94, 82. And we'll keep going. 91 here. 100, 103, 86. Resto scrolls, we're gonna have to go actually do hordes. Which is fine, I guess. It's just not great for the... Pretty better than it was earlier. Or yesterday. Hit this. I guess earlier still. It's totally the same day. Sense of time really, really wonky right now. 93. 105. He's hitting that, but not the one I actually want. 89. 98. 100. 96. Necro very resto hungry today now. We had some really lucky rings, and then one ring just like decimated this stack, and now this focus is also giving it a pretty good run. 88. 98. 81 here. Yeah, the Timber Holies. 82. 85. 85. 100. Hey, it gives me something to do in a world where it feels like we have everything. I don't mind needing to grind for something. So it's gonna be resto scrolls today, I guess. I still need glyph levels too. 95. Just, of all the days to be like, you're gonna need resto scrolls, it's on my golem? My golem? There it is. We're like 7.5. We did it. We did it. So now I gotta go throw on the Fell Gluttony. We gotta do an enchant. We gotta do a master work. Fell Gluttony for the golems. So we are not capped here. It's still a 10 out of 21. That is tragic, but it is what it is. And then the enchant. Essence on kill. We'll go ahead and take a cooldown reduction here, I think. I'm just gonna go hit it. Yeah, finally. Finally, the chat was like, what is she talking about? That doesn't exist. And then it's like, oh, it does after some stupid amount of scrolls later. Okay, 8.8. It's almost capped. That's good. Let's do the master work now. Magic cards? Okay. All good. How many master cards are we talking about? How many do you have these days? You still kept buying them post the Final Fantasy? Do you have other sets? I haven't bought any since Final Fantasy. I was happy to kind of stop rolling there for now. But I don't have any of the Final Fantasy like physical cards. I only have arenas. And not do the physical thing. These days I don't even know what my physical magic card situation is. But I have all the cards I ever had throughout my whole childhood and onward. We got a healthy amount. Nah, you're finally poking. Yeah, slithers are classic. My brother was always super into slithers, for sure. Really like the black mages in the Final Fantasy set. New affix added, maximum life. Well, now which one do I prefer of the two? It was a little better on the goals, not much. Resource cost reduction of nothing over on the old one. I think I like this one more, and then it'll be a little bit easier for me not to get a one shot on it. So I'm gonna have to scrap this. And we'll go ahead and slide the... We're still looking for a better one of these because we need a better aspect, but we're good. A little better. A little better. I'm gonna get rid of these. Right there. Double check the amulet. Nothing about it I'm really hype about. Guess we'll claim or talk to Habriel here so he'll stop with these nonsense. You do something about this trophy. I love it. Like, can you just do something about it? Like, something, anything? Open up all those with, more cleaning, more cleaning. Resplendent Spark, I obviously don't need, but we'll do it just to get it out of the way. Oh, maybe he'll send me something nice. I doubt it. But he doesn't have Neath Iron in these boxes, doesn't he? Nothing. Resto Scrolls are what we actually need. Guess I can go do that. Go. Must Spark. Oh, he's mostly giving me Heavenly Sigils. Well, there are some Resto Scrolls in this. It's not all for naught. Alright. Okay. And then... yeah, the cosmetics are quite nice. On the Warlock DLC. I'm wearing them right now, in fact. My pet, too, wherever he is underneath all this junk that I have accumulated. Of course, run this. Brave Bloom, so I don't need these. I'm not running a different kind of minion build. No need. This is pretty nice for the mages if I was running them, but I don't think I will. I like the golems enough. I think that affects my blocks for minions this time around. Anything else I run is going to be something without them. Like death, 1000 per second boots. I always really like those. I just don't have the inventory space to be dealing with all that. Are any of these upgrades? Yes, we do have some upgrades here. Are any of the upgrades what I want? No. Too bad. Hardened bones I don't use on this. It's pretty nice and cozy. For other builds, that's per second. Chest armor. Nah. Another upgrade though. Get rid of that one. And then was there anything else I wanted here? Nope. Alright, gotta make one space for the gosh darn boots in case I want to make another set for somebody. I think I can drop this for now. I had a better Crown Illusion that goes to one of my rogue builds. One problem. I may have accidentally scrapped it. So I might not have any Lucian at all currently, but the rogue is doing fine about it. It's okay. It's just, it kind of stings a little that, yeah, I think I did do that. So we're gonna go do compasses and see how this goes. It is favor too. How much longer? Yeah, plenty of time. Plenty of time. We'll do the theory. I get resto scrolls in here. Yeah, the repeating awards. The rewards are where the Neath Iron typically comes from. Habriel. Which is fine. If I really need Neath Iron, my paladins all have probably hundreds of boxes or something close. Fine. I've been really lazy about opening up those rewards at the tail of the season. Massive chance to Ether Feed or Massive Soul. Let's go Ether Feed. I do prefer those over the Spires. Even though the Spires are good these days, it's just not nearly as exciting. I say that, and I think that I am on the golems, though. Maybe that's not a bad one for them. I wish that the iron golems felt better for this kind of build, but the blood golems are just so sturdy, I don't think so. I haven't tried. If they have a little pull on them, could be kind of cute. It's just, I don't know, survivability across the lineup without the blood. For this, it might not be the worst. I guarantee the butcher just found the mount armor is sweet. No, but next season, yes. So I don't know if that butcher, of course, will drop that for you, but technically, we will be sick of the butcher by this time next season, for sure, because he's gonna appear from all those bloody sigils. I don't think he drops that reward though. Is gonna be the problem. Stars 2.5, but it's hard for me to sell you because, of course, I already have it. Maybe that follow. Welcome in. Let's get the Soul Spires after all. Yeah. Soul Spires spawn less often, but they are going to give me more ether when they do. Guarantee some soul spires off of another roll, perhaps. Explosives. See that through. Eat the masses. I suppose, just on the principle, we'll do a lot of nightmare dungeons next season. You'll see the other kind of butchers that aren't super from the guarantee. Some of those, at some point, hopefully, they'll drop the thing for you if you don't get it this season. It is a future theme season coming up. And there is a capstone dungeon that has lots of butchers that spawn on you, but I also think those don't drop things. So that won't work either. And everyone's doing what they do. Grasping veins here and there. It's cute. Not really necessary, but it's cute. I didn't actually have the extra damage with it. Maybe that sub of the same nation and enjoy the damage. Ether events spawn faster, Ether Fiends +2. That's not here, but Ether Fiends +2. Need my little golem buddies. I still need a slightly better mace. I have a 55 out of 60% damage on those golems. I would like if at the high end of the Grave Bloom, instead of a higher fractional amount of damage, I actually had more damage with the little ones. That'd be pretty epic. We kind of have two nice things now, can't we? But they're struggling. Of course, they're doing ×3 damage when they all hit together. That's what they're doing. It ends up being more. Just the principle of it. Hey, Silver. We go again with this. That looking. Desecrator, I got you. On right. Another touch of that. What if I do here? Work out. Okay, Tormentor, eat the fiend, get out of here. Just out here looking for resto scrolls. I feel like for Necro is gonna go and panhandle out there in Kyovashad for restos. Event spawn faster, Masters reform on death, Hellborn +1. These are all together maybe not the most Soulspire worthy currently, but with a little help, the masses can have some. Shadow. Earlier today, the homepage of YouTube was acting out. Everything else was alright on the further in the website. It was very strange. Like, the whole internet was freaking out. And I realized, like, clicking around to links and whatnot. Like, wait, it's not all down. It's just this part. I just assumed it was all down. Maybe when I got around to it, it was like half an hour plus after they first started reporting it on Reddit. It was a little bit more fixed, I don't know, but not nearly as bad as they made it seem. Hello, Zoe! Is it a little late for you to be sneaking in here? All the blood, we love it. Just for blood builds. Blood Lance and Blood Surge. Awesome. We're gonna go with that. I was gonna say it another way, like, just go with that. On the north side. Maybe Soul Spires will spawn less if they start spawning more. Well, I guess they have a 2.5%, or yeah, 2.5 times multiplier. It's not the worst if they do spawn more. Then spawn faster, we start 2 Ether Masters, Ether Fiends retire a chance and replace the elites. Alright. There you go. Once upon a time, I was gonna have a blood heart emoji in here. But we ended up with the hearts on the bat and the cat, so I guess that's fine. That's enough hearts. Like the classic black spinny heart that you often have in Discord servers. So this is done. One of these. Here, Fossy. So here we are. Well, welcome in. Good to see you in our vampire schedule here. It does seem to have to your way a lot where it goes that way. Interesting. Maybe everything we know about what they're saying in the Hordes is a lie, which would seem on point since it is hell. It is hell. That would make sense. Why would we believe anything happening here? It's like, because it can't be as many lies as Belial. There has to be bad. I don't think that rule works. Doesn't it work? Okie dokie. Still hanging in here. Ether Fiends +2. Masses Hellborn on dev. 2 Ether Masses. I guess I'll take the Fiends here. Unnecessarily make a Necro. Hey, it's never about what's necessary. It's about whatever the hell you want to do. If you want to make a Necro, you do you. Behold my chaos. A little bit. A little bit. Yes, the blood surge off your actual Necro might not be on style these days, but the blood surge equivalent for the Golem's definitely in style. So one way or another, we still get the thing. We still get the thing. It's just, it's always on like a second delay from when I tell them, which is strange, but it is what it is. I gotta get there first. The jump still delayed. Poison, poison, poison. So either gonna get ether. You there. There's types. Explosives. It is Soul Spire. Got it. Fine. That'll be fine. Alright. Yes, this is a Golemancer build. So all that blood is coming off of them. Not me. Not me this time. This time. The golems jump in and enemies don't come out. Very nice. Marauders. The blood explosion on these technically coming from the aspect, isn't it? And so they consume course and reduces cooldown. They've got which one with it? It's a sacrifice. I think we had another one on. Was it on the gloves I put it? Reanimation. Everybody's due. They increased. Okay. That's fine. Got a great feast on this one. All good. All the boom off of these guys. Mortar. I just wish the iron golems were better. yeah. Because of the unique, you get 3 of these that pop all together. I wish I could split them across the screen to explode in different directions. I don't think I need all 3 for this activity to kill everything. That's just have a chance to Soul Spire. Okay, so we're finally getting that after that investment earlier on. More goats for you. Curse aura on the boots means I barely have to decrepify to get the cooldown on the golems. I kind of just stand around and spam through. Right now, that's my jump with the golems. Send them off to the side. I love feeling like I'm playing an RTS while I'm not. That's why I love Granado Espada so much. Steam. I think maybe they still run a few servers, so we can get through Steam for that game. Play 3 characters at once that you can send them to do different things across the screen. And then a lot of the characters in that game were also summoners. So they would have like little dolls attacking everything on the screen. They would have other sorts of pets, minions and things. It was wild. It was wild. It was an MMORPG. Ridiculous amount of hours in that, and even when I wasn't actively playing it, you could set up teams that were self-sufficient enough that would play even when you were away. It was like really early era of like legit botting. But then people would take it the next level and have it like auto loot. Eventually they solved that with people doing it so much that, you know what, you can just feed your pets and your pets will loot. You just gotta make sure inventory gets cleaned every now and then. That's awesome. Here. Yes, yes. I think I know the one, Zoe. I think I know the one. I am not completely caught up with it though, but I know what happens in all the manga anyway, so I know. I know all the things. I know all the things. I even follow the Modulo sequel about aliens. That's right. JJK. all the shonen action, and what do we need next? We need aliens. They literally went with aliens in the far future of that series. Here we are. Ether Mask, got it. Yeah, your budget Gojo. I wish she was in the series more. Have I played the Warlock class? Yes, I played the D2R one, and I played the Diablo 4 one. We are not allowed to tell you the deets on the D4 one, and they're gonna tell us the deep dive information about the Diablo 4 Warlock March 5th. We are locked in for that. With Soul Spires grant +3, I'm gonna head into this since I got the multiplier. Alright. Through here. Mortars. Now, Ether Fiend, we can play with that. For Ether Master gain Ether over to the right. There you go. Budget Gojo. Bless. Let's take this one. Bloodlords are nice. What's he up here? Sure. One's that way. That one's cool. We'll take that. And these Shocklands Fire Enchants. Warden. 976. We're actually going into Bartang. Hooray. I don't easily do it on this build without doing tints. Unleash the beast. That's what they should have done. I'm gonna hit this. Not allowed. Not allowed. Up we go. That's true. Like, how? I don't know. I'm just diving. All good. Oh. There's so many characters in JJK. I wish I had more time. They're my second favorite, especially. I didn't deserve that. Just like, oh, you have a win con. You gotta go. You gotta go. Really? Like, really? Sorry. Sorry, Sleeping Beauty. Take a nap. But then my favorite stuff doesn't happen to if she doesn't do that. I'm just, oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started, Zoe. Just... Okay, we're good, we're good. Now here, got some resource, got some life. Any of these got any upgrades? I doubt it. I'm gonna take it back, but it's a defensive one. Lame. So my scrolls now sit at, after opening the Hadriel boxes and doing what we did, 135, which is not good enough. So I go again. Here we go. Hopefully they fix kill streaks for next season so the hordes will be high value. I can hope. I can hope. Thank you, thank you. These wings are from D2R. It's the Warlock wings. And the pet is also too. I just wish that the magenta kind of color that it was had a palette, so I didn't have to like try and make red work here. Either things replace elite, either things plus two, let's go ahead and do the elite to replace. The Maki moments. Yeah. Yeah, some people, this is their favorite part of JJK. I don't know. I don't know. Literally, both of my favorite characters are sidelined in this part of JJK. This is why I'm slow to catch up with. It's just like, oh. Oh. Why you gotta do this to me? Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Here's, although I don't like it, it's just, I have favorites. I play favorites. Surprise, I do. The Ether Mass. Be over here. Poison Lightning. Got it. They ruined May for me. Also, down here. Fire. We're gonna hang out on the south Soul Spire. Will work for us. Don't get caught in the explosions too much. Also a chance to reform on death. Hellborn plus 1. Masses Hellborn on death. Well, we'll do the Universal Masters. We're gonna dodge the Hellborn. I'm still not over what they took from us on the Hellborn front. They were the most fun to kill because they appear like on the map, and then when you got like a really high stack, then you got a lot of Hellborn, it would be all over the place, and it just felt more exciting because, let's be honest, most people play the hordes they play by the map, not what's actually happening on the screen, which I'm literally doing right now. The Hellborns look cooler in that state. Now they took that and working with a smaller amount. I'll make that follow. Welcome in. Okay, Plague Bearers. Got it. So I wonder if we're gonna get a wholesale INC Rocky moment. I hope that they do expand on that. Like, there's not many actual couples in that anime. They care very much not about that with a few exceptions. So could definitely use a little fleshing out. That one is for real. The rest of everything we have to fill in the dots, make our own head cannons, and be good with that. That's just another ether phenol death. Go ahead and take this. Oh my god. The most popular, I think, in that entire series is dismissed by a huge chunk of the fan base. Like, that doesn't happen. That's not real. That's not how it is. Like, hey, you look at their marketing. Come on. These things exist. Alright. Well, I don't know, I'm explaining how that whole Rika thing works. Spoiler or not. Here, left, but I mean, if there is a warlock in the JJK anime, it's actually probably Yuta more than anybody else. Very actually close. Pretty cool like that. And then he's got other powers that are probably more what carry him, but you know, it's pretty cool. Who doesn't want what looks like a demon following you around? It's pretty satisfying. Yeah, so I don't want to spoiler all these things for you and anybody else here. Fiends plus 2. I'm gonna take that. Alright. Let's draw out ether, but I'm such a nerd. I know too much. Like, I can't fully talk about the warlock. I can't fully talk about JJK because the spoilers there too. Here I am doing hordes. Zip the lips. The yapper that can yap. So here, basically. Oh, so everything's gonna be like you here on out. Awesome. This is good. So yeah, we are going. This is actually the only character I think I made all season that is not named after a JJK character. Right, although I guess in spirit, in a way, he could be. Flower will eliminate. So left. The masses, I got you. And then our soul spire. Order frozen east. Soul spire right here. They keep spawning, damn it. How do we look now? So, Hellfire rings upon you, Hellborn plus 1, we starts 2 ether masses. So, I don't like any of these. I guess we'll just take 2 ether masses at the beginning, and masses kind of pop off later. Mass moment. So the Divine Golems just totally missed the jump. They're like, I ordered them, and they're like, where are you at? Right next to us, not where we wanted to be. Enchanting. It's cold for you. Damn nights. Out here. One there for us. Another here. One eye typing so words are hard. Oh, that's alright. We accept people falling asleep to my yapping. That's kind of usually the norm. Until I went and kind of normally scheduled for a little bit and wasn't doing most people's sleeping hours. But now that I'm back here for the time being, see how it goes. Normal. Oftentimes manage to somehow be the last person people hear before they go to sleep, and the first person they hear when they wake up and realize they fell asleep in the stream. It's fine, it's fine. These things are normal. People would always be like apologizing, like early on, that things were like that. And I'm like, oh no, I know. You know, we embrace it here, it's fine. No problem. You all drift off to sleep as much as you like. I will still be here yapping. It's like dozens of you are done. Some things are eternal. You rise to your middle high school gym class with pacer test ready from side to side. It's a bit like that, isn't it? Now, I did everything in my power to dodge gym class type stuff, so I never had to do the high school gym class thing, but I do know what you mean. I chose to be a band nerd specifically, so I didn't have to be in gym class. Which you would think would be more of a hassle in a way, and it probably was, but I did it anyway. I got to miss way more school that way. That was really what I was into. Here, yes, a lot of people do say that. And then they ask, why don't you just put the ASMR tag on here? And then you get a lot of people who are not the same kind of D4 enjoyers, and we don't necessarily like that, so probably it basically is. Mass have a chance to do soul smash. I'm definitely gonna hit that. I did say I hope the masses pop off later on in the run. And there we go. You should have joined, man. Maybe it worked out for you. It's possible. Except Dre. Forget about Dre. East with these. Go ahead and hit this. And north we're gonna eat the mass. Good. So if I gotta go do more pit runs for my glibs. Alright. Yeah, I think my anytime's about exactly when Zoe wakes up now. Okay. You got bullied out of band. Yeah, band kids can be like that. More than you would think if you were never a band kid. Also, a lot more troublemakers than you would think, too. Multiple instances where whoever the dude was that was getting into the most fights across the whole school would also somehow be in band. There were quite a few cases of that, at least in my high school. It was very strange. More arrests per capita in my high school band classes than probably any other part of school. It was quite odd. For mass, there you go. Well, the good news is every beginning of the season, especially when the DLC comes out, that will be pretty 100% accurate. I will be here pretty much all day, every day. Right. You didn't tell me you're a drummer, and you're a tuner. Most of you are here, and the ones who tie us because you didn't know the handshake drumline should know. I mean, they would be like this. There were a lot of instances of that kind of thing, and I wanted to be in the percussion line too. You know, that's way cooler than a lot of the other alternatives. I ended up being a clarinet player, for those who don't know. First chair, queen bee bullshit. Yeah, but I wanted to be a percussionist, but they realized it was too much trouble to have a girl in the drum line. The only girl in the drum line that we ever had would actually be somebody who moved in during high school later from one of the more rough schools. Because, oh yeah, well, already in it, do it, but they pretty much all had like a quiet agreement as the band directors that they'd never let a girl in the drum line because it's a lot of trouble. So I get it, but yeah, I definitely did not want to be a clarinetist, but my schools, they looked at it as like, who has the parents who are the most involved and has the personality that doesn't give a damn enough, like at a glance, that they can like hold line, or who do we not care about enough that we're just gonna throw into the biggest group, and then you become a clarinet player, depending on those two things, like both extremes. Like people, they don't know what to do with you, they make you a clarinet player because they want a ton of them. And then the people who they know is going to have connections, like your parents that are that involved, that would become the chaperones to handle the biggest group. But they rig it really hard, where I'm from. So I ended up being the clarinet player in the first chair for most of my era. Their mass there for you. They wear their tool certs for reasons. Yeah. I do think people can be very rude. You get all sorts. You get the sorts that they're in it for the clout, and then they're in it for the let's get in school. They're in it for let me lord over you kind of vibes, and then you're also in it for I'm gonna dodge gym class. Like in my case, I was like all those things. I think I would say like, all of it. So I did pretty damn well at that, but I was never in it for the music. So by the time I got to university, I was like, oh hell no, I'm not gonna do this anymore. There's no way I'm gonna deal with that, because by then I would go to university and I would be dealing with the actual like music kids from other schools that I knew from other functions throughout the years, and there was no way I was gonna deal with them every day. No way, because we already hated each other and I wasn't in it for the right reasons. So I knew. So I went all the way through high school, used it to get into university, and that was it. I was done. You play mostly marimba middle school band? See, that's why I wanted to be in the percussion line, because I love xylophone marimba. That's what I wanted to play, but unfortunately, that was kind of school in a lot of them. If you're in the drum line percussion, you also have to do like the marching stuff. Not just get to enjoy doing things like marimba and stuff, they made you do everything, and a lot of that was not gonna work out for me. Yes, marimbas are amazing. I'm gonna collect all these. So the dual stick method. Yeah, I never got to get to that part. Maybe do like a lot of like arbitrary tests. Like, do you have rhythm? The reality is like I did enough that I could have done it, but I know that band director rigged it, so there's no way I was gonna pass it. Because a lot of the other people they asked about all that stuff, they never asked them to do all that he asked me to do. And like I remember it, and it's like, why are you testing me? Because he wanted me to fail something so he could say no. But now looking back at it, I know why. Percussion, I was not made to deal with that socially. I'm sure. Go ahead and open that up. What a different life it would have been if I had gotten to be a percussionist instead. But the clarinet was alright. It was just, I definitely wasn't in it for clarinet. That's just the truth. And it took 12 years of piano lessons, and I was a far better clarinet player. Let's put it that way. By so much, because there was no social aspect of piano playing the way that I learned it that would have ever driven me to be good. If there was no competition involved in a social aspect to it, I did not care. I'm usually probably still more or less that way. Like, there's no social aspect. Like, I played this game so much because of all of you. I would not probably stick with this game in particular as much as I do if I didn't have all of you like that. Maximum life, no. The clarinet, I could excel, because I had reason to. It was motivated. But piano had none of that. Never did. Anything upgradable? Not really. Alright, so we're gonna do the pit now for a bit before I go worry about those scrolls, because I'm not gonna have anything right at the moment that I need those scrolls for. Yeah, I think if I had gotten into violin, I had like the right environment to be a violin player that had those competitive aspects. Like you had paired violin and then the kind of social structure I had when I was a clarinet player, I would have actually stuck with violin. Because I actually loved the small amount of time I got to play it, but to where I wasn't there were not great violin type features and like clubs and organizations to really be in. So I only got to play the violin in like a group setting for 2 years, but I actually really still appreciate and love violin enough. But if I didn't have things like this, you know, maybe I would still try. But since we have this, you know, there's no time for that. There's only time for D4. Here. This, yeah, the marching was not. Oh, I hated it. Oh, I hated it so much. But the social structure and all of the lording over people, marching band had much more of it than like the concert stuff. And the concert stuff, it would be mostly psychological. But in marching band, at a certain level, you become like the officers and do other things. You get to tell people no. Like, you're not in uniform. We're gonna dock you right now. It's like, oh, you don't march unless you take off that fingernail polish. Things like this. So you get to be a bitch, and they will tell you that, yeah, do it. Like, that's your job. And I would also get to be the person that I would take attendance every day. And if they were, say, that's the literal example, talking to their boyfriend in the front of the school, and they weren't in practice by time, they are marked absent. And if you're the first class in a day where a student is marked absent, you're marked absent, they're gonna call your parents. Her parent was a teacher. You know, expects her to be all on the up and up, and she was not. And they would call her house, and that chick hated me because I wasn't gonna cover for her. Like, hey, you know, this is my job. This is my job. So I was like that. I wasn't gonna let people get away with it. Like, you're not there. You're sitting front and center in the corner. You're the first chair flute player. There's no hiding it. You weren't here. You weren't here, honey. It is what it is. It's what it is. And it's not like she would do that just that class. She was in my other classes too, and she would be like that every time. So just like, you know. And that she wanted to try to come after me for it once upon a time. It's like, oh no. Oh no. And then eventually her own mother is like, I know she's like this. Thank you for being honest. Like, yeah, that's what I thought. Cowbell reigns supreme. See, you can play cowbell as a percussionist. How fun is that? You can play the triangle. You can show up maybe once a song, and that's your whole role. You get out of school as much as anybody else, and all you do is like the utility stuff. Like that gift and sub. Enjoy is the badge. Here. You can play guitar. You didn't want to play that. I wanted to be one of the dirt rockers. Like, I was even in the class where I could learn to play guitar in that class. But the band director used the fact that I had so much time in that class to do like all the other like paperwork type thing. This doing whatever he was supposed to be doing that stuff. I'm pretty sure he was supposed to be doing most of that stuff, and he's like, "Oh no, Faye, you're here, so you're gonna go ahead and do this if you could. We're gonna work on the next class, so your composition class." Instead of like, you know, I want this class so I can learn to play guitar like all those dudes back there who are playing guitar. And he didn't care. He didn't care. It's like, you don't need that. You already got clarinet. You already got all this other stuff to do. We need to do this. Like, And then the reason is like, you're not even allowed to take this class. You're taking too many credits. You're just here during this class, so you can do whatever, and whatever you're gonna do is basically what the band director wanted me to do. It's like, okay, fine. Whatever you say, band director. Good times. But yeah, I was never into music for the music. This is the reality. People sometimes often hate saying like, a lot of you, you are into music for the music and you love it, and I get it, but I was never like that. Not once did I ever sit there and say, I love music, I love band, I love being here with these people because of the music. Nope. It was not like that for me at all. Not even a little bit. Basically, yes. The band director basically would task the top officers in the band with what I'm pretty sure were his duties. But he was a cool guy, so we you know, it's fine. Fine. He was teaching us quote-unquote responsibility by shirking his. It's alright. He was one of those teachers, like all my favorite teachers, they were more our friends than they ever really taught us anything. They would come in on Mondays after whatever NFL teams played, and they would spend most of the first part of band practice, if not the whole thing, talking about sports with those of us who were into it, instead of practicing. That was normal. Including with the kid that got arrested the most, come to think of it. So it's no wonder the band director didn't have that influence, but it was fun. It was fun. And then we would go all sorts of trips for like a week plus at a time. Most of you would go and do it for one performance for like small part of the day. The rest of the time we're just like doing touristy things, going shopping, just hanging out. And that was why I love band. Like every year, multiple times a year, we would just not be in school. Yeah. Here we are. Right. And actually, I still get that same vibe when I do stuff for like, well, BlizzCon later in the year. It'll be like that for me. And then let's go hang out with all the people who are into the thing that I'm into and not be doing what I'm supposed to be doing. The thing is now, what I'm supposed to be doing is this, so I'm a winner no matter what. I'm happy with that. But sometimes I do end up in this situation where I hang out with those people and it's the same feeling where they really love certain aspects of doing this that I don't do. Like you guys know, I do not grind, like I don't put up news videos and that kind of deal and like do a lot of the keyword clickbait type stuff, and then they'll be talking about that, and then there's another case that was like, am I one of these? Am I one of these people? I guess, kind of, and you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. So I always really appreciate when Blizzard lets me do the things like play Warlock, even when they know I'm not going to grind nearly as much of a lot of those kind of things that the other does. You know, the eat, breathe, and sleep, that part, well, I just rather play. You'd already been playing guitar for close to 8 years, so you're 16, man. Yeah. I just wanted to play flute. You got told that he was gay. I'd rather teach it. Oh. So now, there was a lot of that in my kind of school, or my school, where we did not have a lot of flute players that were dudes or anybody like that. And then we went to other functions and this kind of deal. And then the best ones, the ones I'm pretty sure went on to play like places like the University Juilliard, the flute players. They were guys. And we always were like, were we robbing people of what they really wanted, being like super like gatekeeping? Like they wouldn't let me be a percussionist, so when I wanted that. I was already a piano player, which, you know, marimba and xylophone, you know, they are like similar structurally in how the notes are positioned. But they didn't let me do it, so, you know, this is a thing. This was a thing. I hope it's not nearly as much of a thing. People get shut out of getting to play the instruments and like pursuing what they want, because people are like, nah, it's not for you, even if they don't even know what's for you. It's a damn shame. Hello, Steed. How you doing? Grab the shield. We'll go ahead and hit corporeal. Yep, exactly. That's why I wanted to be a part of the percussion line, so I could do that, because I figured, like, you know, if I had that, maybe I would actually like piano, and like, they would connect, and it would all make sense. But I was looking for, you know, it should make sense. It should make sense. Like, why would I want to play clarinet? It makes no sense to me. But that wasn't meant to be. It's like, no, you're gonna be a clarinet player. Okay. It is what it is. It is what it is. And as a kid, there was no way I could articulate that to the band director. This is why. Like, I couldn't even articulate anybody. It's like, that's why. I think I tried as a kid. I can remember it. It's like, I want to do that. Like, I told my dad, and I don't think he understood either why I want to do it. But looking back, you know, I wanted to play xylophone because it was the same in a way as piano, and they were putting me through that. And I didn't like piano, but I knew things that would correlate into that. But, you know, when they look at kids, they don't see it. They don't see it. It is what it is. It is what it is. Suppressor, that one is done. Your times are just different. Where you grew up, it was just really stupid. What? Yeah. From the south, right? We got a lot of that. Entertained playing the flute for a little bit, but they pushed me hard to be a clarinet player. And that's not. As a kid, I didn't know why. Looking at it now, like, I see why. I see why. You wanted the kid who had their parents hanging out was clearly gonna be super involved. Ended up being the chaperone for the biggest section, so it'd be less work. And you knew eventually when we went off to high school and the pipeline, because the band directors worked pretty closely together, that would carry on all the way for the entire organization. It was like, it's pretty smart. It was pretty smart. I'm gonna play flute in band. I know we're in Battlefield. Yeah, exactly. And nowadays I don't think they would care. Very locked in. Like, this kind needs to be here. This kind needs to be there. Not many questions. And then literally for me, they rigged it. So I was a clarinet player. Because I think if I couldn't do percussion, like button next to the line, I think I'd have the personality of maybe be a sax player. Or something like that. Like the cooler ones. Like, no. Clarinet. I don't know. I know the people I got along with were never the clarinet players. With maybe 2 exceptions. But they were like the back line. They were never great clarinet players. But they were kind of like misfit types that got pulled into it because they, okay, where are we going to put you? Okay, that's where we're going to put you. That's where we put everybody there. Everybody, like, most of the ones that were around me, like, super music nerds. And I couldn't with that. You could play reed instruments. I always thought that clarinet gave me a headache. Wind instruments in general. But looking back on it, it was because my diet, I was eating things I wasn't supposed to that probably gave me a headache. So everything gave me a headache. And I blame clarinet for that. I still, at the same time, like, I wasn't crazy about it altogether. Yeah, sax was awesome. Most of my best friends in prime school were sax players. They were always the coolest. And then, like, from other schools, a lot of the time, I always thought the coolest people were the sax players. They just really wanted to hang out with. Saxophone, yeah. 50. Mortars, got it. One word. Electrified obelisk. And the left. I think the only other kid we ever invited to play Dungeons and Dragons was that cool to go and actually invited a family to go hang out and play some D&D was a sax player. Like, that's how cool I think sax players are. Like, they could be both geeky, nerdy, and awesome all at the same time. Like, they're generally, we're gonna generalize anybody. I like the sax players. Cool with that, sure. And then, like, the guitar, like, bass players, but we didn't have that many of those, so we got to hang out with just not typical band kids. The jazz band, though, would have those, but, you know, as a clarinet player, they're like, we don't need you that often in the style of jazz we play. We need somebody who will play saxophone almost every other song and then occasionally show up as a clarinet player. That means that a clarinet player who is much farther down in the chair in the chair hierarchy got to be the clarinet player for jazz, and that always also rubbed me the wrong way. They're like, I am your best. I can actually play this, but you're gonna let them play. Like, oh, because she is gonna play saxophone almost every other song, unless we need a clarinet player. I liked her well enough, but at the same time, I always looked at our jazz band and comparing to other jazz bands, and like, oh, they let their first chair clarinet players show up for their jazz stuff, so they have way stronger solos when they have a clarinet in the jazz piece. Imagine, I always resisted it. I still to this day. It's like, you could have let me. And then my brother was a trumpet player, so he actually got to play in the jazz band. So there were years where we kind of already be there anyway, doing jazz band things, at least like a few years. And like, I'm already here. You could have just let me do it. You could have just let me have it. I had all the extra time. Like, I would literally sit there during jazz band practice. It's like, you could have just let me have it, but no. They're like, technically, you're not in jazz band. You're not allowed. Oh, thanks. Right here with these. I would have probably been just tenor, not alto sax, but both. Like the whole sax line. The whole sax line usually are awesome. I'm gonna put you on this dial over here looking at the drum. See, now usually in our lines, you would play all that. You would play all that, and then like high school, there's a little bit more differentiation when you got the like solo type stuff. And then like the top of line percussion players, they would basically have solos in every single percussion style, and they would get like all the top marks in all of it. Very overachieving types. You wonder how many prodigies ended up on wrong. Yeah, that probably happened a lot. It's like having to play the wrong class in this game. Can you imagine if I had to play nothing but Barbarian all the time? How cursed that would be. It's not that I don't like Barbarian, but everybody knows they come through and like, she doesn't like this one as much as the other ones. And then like Warlock comes out and they're like, no, Warlock is for this type of people. You only get to play this because you look like that kind of person. That's banned. That was banned. You like everything about music classes ever, please? But yeah, you're basically like me, Carrie. Like, I'm not telling you about my accolades, how high my ranks were, and all this kind of deal, although I had that. I don't care about that. I didn't care about that. Because the other stories are way cooler. Weird. Yeah, it's exactly like that. Being told you have to play the class that you don't want, you don't excel at, you don't enjoy for years. And then like maybe you might get to dabble in that one that you like behind the scenes when the other kids are letting you play their instruments, but oh no, if you want to actually main that, fuck no, not allowed. That's exactly what happened to me throughout my music experience. As a kid where I was like, I couldn't really tell, and just like putting you on like a bunch of different ones, like you try them out. Like, no, you don't even get to try them out, honey. You're gonna do this one. You have no choice. Like, what? I don't like this one. What about this one? Too bad. No Warlock for you. Yeah, gatekeepers can catch you outside. Explosive. See, like I say, I love all the classes too, but you could only absolutely play just the one every season. No, we can't change according to season. No. Full specialist. How many years? Basically the next decade. You only get one. Don't even look at the other ones. You can't expect to play it unless you played it basically if you're a streamer off stream. Off stream is the best you get. Only that one class is all you get. Yeah, see? Druid. You would quit if Druid only. Yes. So I wouldn't say it was as bad as me being on Barb the whole time. But I would say it'd be closer to putting me on, I guess, Sorcerer the whole time, which I think is a personality. For Clarinet is also Sorcerer. Which, you know, he's not the worst. But the whole time I'd be staring over there like, but Paladin, but Warlock, but Necro. What about those? Why can't I have you these? Like, no, you cannot. Yeah, no Rogue? Where's the Rogue? So if percussion was the equivalent, who would have been the percussionist? That would be, it would be Rogue. That would be Rogue. Alright. Yeah, that was pretty hard to do. I suppose there probably are people out there in our greater community of the content creators who they might be that. They might be in that situation if they write for it. I don't know. They probably would have never admitted. Here. That's another reason why I don't do any of that. Because I wouldn't want to get locked in. Because everybody knows, like, fam changes mains almost every time they release a new class, more or less. And even if she said she's gonna do all paladin, clearly I'm not paladin right now. What is us learn to play pieces written about other people? They make us rewrite the books we read. Now, I did take music theory, composition courses, and learned to actually write music too, though. So a lot of the time, it's like reading so many books makes you a better writer. You played a lot of pieces, analyzing those makes you a better composer. If you wanted to get into that, that's kind of the reasoning. That it makes sense. But that's like high invest. I was never a great music writer. I have a better chance, of course, doing lyrics, but like the background stuff nowadays, I wouldn't remember. I wouldn't remember how to do any of that. Not in it for bad. That's when I was most exposed, I think, of not loving music the way that my peers did. When we got to like music theory, and they would be like really, really awesome at it, and I would just be passable. It wasn't bad, but I couldn't be great like some can work. Oh, we drew there because looks you honestly like the system kind of yeah. I've actually had some conversations with people very recently about we're kind of all that age where we're not necessarily crazy about the way Druid looks, especially because like D2 Druid exists, Immortal Druid exists, and then even ours, you don't care about the body type at all. You are shapeshifted so often. So it's no matter what they release and how cool it could be, it's never going to actually look. So the principal's all as a band director, how's your sex life? So knowing my band director, absolutely, that would have been horrendous because a lot of reasons, all sorts of dramatics. Beats soon. You're gonna have to score a touchdown and you're trying to write music that you're happy with, yeah. So Pebble. Yeah, perma locked into one class. It was almost my experience. I guess I was perma locked into one class I had zero chance of ever enjoying. But I guess like, I was locked into Barbarian, but at least I got to main Sorcerer for a while, which is not bad. Technically, I would think, by timing, when I was chosen as Diablo partner, I was playing Sorcerer. So there's a good chance they noticed me specifically. Because, surprise, I was a really good clarinetist. That would be the equivalent. Even if I was not really a sorcerer main. So this happens to me a lot. Unfortunately, we are not so locked in D4 and other games. We can kind of do what we want here. It's just that's a very parallel situation, for sure. You're perma-locked into Necromancer, but that's the one you love, right? Necromancer for life and all. Here. Yeah, that's the key, right? We're all built different. You could be like super into music in one way, but maybe, you know, not the others. I don't think I was super into it in like any way. To be fair. I just wasn't built that way. I think I'm more of a kinetic person, I guess that's what they'll call it, than they gave me credit for. Not to say like all the clarinet type music isn't in some way like that. It doesn't feel the same. It wouldn't have felt the same as playing things like the marimba and that kind of deal. The process of hitting that stuff. Like right now I'm like hitting so many keys and I spam so hard. If I had one of those keyboard monitors that shows you what keys I'm pressing, you would realize I hit so many excessive keys that do nothing. Whenever I'm here. How do power lock it into a class though? What are we taking? Paladin, Warlock don't exist. Okay, Paladin and Warlock don't exist, so then I'm Rogue. Then I would be a Rogue. If I can't do the two new ones, I would be a Rogue still. Okay, which is the one that they like into. It's like, oh, it's like keyboards and all this rotations and these kind of deals. Like, the one that keeps me busy the most, that feels really fast, and then I like it for style, is like all-arounder. Like, if I can't be a Paladin or a Warlock. And I like that you add that I can't have either of those, it's like, because you know I would choose one or the other. You know I would. So I would still be Rogue. The pit, which, to be fair now, looking at it, the Rogue actually wouldn't be percussion. I think it actually would be Barbarian if it was my personality, but no, that's fine. This is the first time you played a new class, which was the Paladin. Paladin is awesome. I do feel that right now, Paladin, pretty much any build I really love in any other class, Paladin has an equivalent to that plays very similarly, but better. Across the board. I don't think I have any exceptions, unless we're talking, of course, Minion Necromancer, because there aren't any type builds on the Pally. Pretty much everything else. I could make the Paladin do it, and I like it better. Of course, our rogue. There we go. Yeah. Until like, well, like 2 weeks now, whatever it was, until they introduced me to the Warlock, I would of course take Paladin. Like, hands down, no doubt, absolutely no contest. And now, well, I guess it's Warlock. We haven't obviously had a lot of time with Warlock, but everybody knows when I get obsessed with things, I get really obsessed with things, and people pretty much know there are only two things for me. Like this game and JJK. So the one that aligns the most with both things, like, you know, xylophone and piano, is Warlock. I'm pretty sure I can say that. That's okay. I don't think that's giving anything away. Like, it's Warlock. It's Warlock. Oh yes. Oh yes, Zoe. We love the Warlock. And you know, I can say stuff enough because the D2 Warlock exists. We can all play that if we want to. Fine. It's fine. Nothing huge given away. Jujutsu Kaisen. Is that what it's saying? Anyway, you say it. I'm so bad at pronouncing words that aren't English. I'm terrible. Even things that are English, I'm terrible at that. It's an anime. Yeah, it's spelled out there. It's always got it. Anime, because I guess I'm a weeb. We actually sometimes recruit people off the street in D4 for having JJK names. And one of them said, it's like, oh, you're a weeb like me. So that's why she joined. We love Maki. She's awesome. She doesn't even hang out here in the chat ever, but we have to choose somebody from the roster that isn't one of you guys that's out here. Maki is my favorite. Surprise. Yeah. It's just like... It's like, I never called myself that until that moment. And it's like, you know what? You might be right. Yeah. Jujutsu Kaisen. Can't pronounce saying that just means you learn through reading, and maybe that's yeah, exactly. Exactly. I am one of those kind of people who would definitely learn through reading. Definitely learn through reading. So the YouTube era of learning things, like just watch a video. I hate that. I hate that. I like written instructions. That's how I've always done it. That's how I still like to do it. And it's like a dying thing, so it's a little rough out here. Like, people are always like, oh, you want to learn about this and that? Let's go watch the video on it. And it's like, I don't work that way. I don't do that. It's like, well, this doesn't work for me. I was like, either I'm going to do it intuitively, trial and error, or I'm going to have to read some stuff. That's why also when people come like, what build should I use if I don't have my own build listed, and why I don't like direct them to my own like skill trees that don't have all the writing, I say like new players max roll, because they write everything out, spell it out really, really well, pretty much universally any of their major builds that you will find, and that's from their actual writers. But then if you're a little bit more sweaty, you already understand everything, you can kind of skip a lot of that, even if sometimes it's still available in the analytics afterwards. Because I learned through having that reading. I need that reading. Yeah, auditory doesn't work. And then I remember as a kid, I took the test like, are you an audio or a visual learner? I got the most horrific results. Getting both. Equally. And then I look around at how a few other people would get that result, and then it would always be, I'd be surrounded by the worst students in the class when I would take those kind of tests. And I was thinking about it, I was like, oh no. Oh no, no, no. And the only reason I got away with that, I think, is because my parents were super involved. So thank you to them, because I am pretty cursed. It's like, I need like I need the whole picture, the whole set, everything. Otherwise, I'm pretty slow. I'm pretty slow. So generally, when I try to figure things out, my best case scenario is just do it live, trial and error. If it sucks, I'll figure it out. But then when I figure it out pretty well. Like, I'm into it. I'm great. I'm locked in. But expecting me to just like watch somebody's video and listen to them explain something is not gonna work for me. It just doesn't. Which is kind of ironic also because I yap so much. Like, people say they learn things from that. It's like they see what I'm doing a little bit. For the most part, yeah. I came up as both. Right. Yeah, pronunciations are not set in stone. Usually, it's like if the person understands what you're saying, that's more than good enough. It doesn't have to be perfect. And I also had problems with people getting like really uptight about, oh, it needs to be said this way and that way. It's like, if you knew what I meant, you're just being pedantic. Stop it. Stop it. Let's go out of the citizens audiovisual kinesthetic classes across the country. They didn't do that for me. They gave us the test, but I don't think the teacher in particular actually adjusted for any of that. And looking back on it, I'm pretty sure it was the same teacher that would mark me a letter grade off of any quiz or test when I doodled something on the paper. So that was totally useless. That was totally useless because she did not care what was happening there. All she cared about her way or the highway. It's salmon and not salmon for the love of everything that is just in this world. I'm definitely a team salmon when it comes to that. I guess we agree. And sometimes if people get really too uptight, what I'll do is like I'll interchangeably do it right to their standards and then wrong and double down and all this sort of thing. So it's like it's just best sometimes just let it go. Just let it go. Otherwise we choose the troll route. We choose violence. We will go with the bad one. You sound salmonella one and your ex on it was for a bad salmon. Oh no. I mean it could have been. It could have been, but I don't that's how it works. Who knows? Extra and eggs. The more you know. Salmon. I'm not surprised. Deep South can do be like that all the time. Cold water, boiled chocolate. Well, I guess this is why this is an X. Like, good for you. Good for you. Dodge that bullet. Imagine dealing with that your whole life. It doesn't. Oh, we're educational now. We're educational. We love that. Moving on away from that. Fire starter. Get out of here. For sure. Okay. The Sailon. Speed is the kind of person she will choose violence. She will definitely choose violence. Okay, here. Good, good. Support, Rattlejaw. Spoilers. Oh, goodness. Plague Bearers, I got you. Poison, this is okay. We'll go on down a little bit. Go to some shadow. Again, and we're down this way. Uh-huh. But yeah, the hands-on learner, I guess would be kinesthetic. I didn't know what kinetic earlier. Lightning here. But that was not, when we took those tests, even an option. Which is maybe why we were all struggle busting and acknowledge we existed. Karen's here. Okay, again. Show off. Yeah, she's the queen of that Google. What a badass, that Steed. Total show off. I guess now is it even Google or is it AI? When you type it into Google, this is going to give you, it spits out its AI response. Are we even Googling it anymore? Do we even look at the links? Or we just take the AI response for granted? Let it cook. The AI cook. Yeah, electrifies the Stormbender. The AI is definitely cooking us. Like every day they release a new model and it gets closer and closer to why do we need actors? Why do we need even voice actors? Why do we need anybody? They have the horror because they don't need us, do they? Even the consumers like, nope. Factories out there that are working with no lights on because all the machines don't need that. Just like they don't need you. To the lair. We love doing like chill paints that I don't have to think about at all. We can yap on and on about completely nonsense stuff. Alright, Belial, my little Lord of Lies action. Good for you. Yep, the Chinese dark factories, they're out there. Working away, all the rest of us need like lights and things. So archaic we are. The people go always though instead of Zoe with all the emphasis on the E's. Like, is it not? Oh no, we're messing up that name, messing with that name too. I'm messing up. I can't get anything. Okay, alright. I got a fry correcting that earlier today. I'm like, wait, we're missing more? That's another reason why I know a lot of speakers like always are just saying everybody's names, but a lot of the time it's like I want to say everybody's names, but a lot of them if I know I cannot read that, which often I can't and get it right, I just don't. So if you realize that I never say your name, not even like a word from it, it might be because I don't know what to say. And it's okay to try and instruct me, and then I might say it. Then I might say it more often. Like, but also expecting me to remember is tough. It's tough, but I try. China has a factory the size of San Francisco just for their BYD electric cars. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. There's some golems at. There they are. It's a pebble. One of you give me that ain't about. I always thought that was like a high five, which it maybe is for most people that use it, but it's named Gimme That. And so I'm always like, what do we even use? Which one is it? You want to spell it with X. A lot of people will substitute an A in their name with a V. And it always takes me ages to realize when it's happening. But X's and V's usually pretty interchangeable, so that's okay. Okay, then here. Can't you change it? Change it all. America things. Some countries, I understand that you can't, but I'm pretty sure here, depending on maybe things, I don't know. If I wanted it badly enough, maybe you could. Hey, a fish bucket! Like fish? You're talking about salmon? Where'd you go? Oh, we got all of these people lined up. I don't even know. I missed them. Anywhere. How many do I have in space? 5. Cool. How do I feel about V for you? The odds are I won't catch it until it's too late. But that way even more confusing. I just got kind of used to some people doing the V for the A, but I don't know. Have I ever seen a V for you? Do I maybe just not even see it and notice it? I guess it depends on the word. Yes. They see like, well, I want to be the last one in. I want to be the last one in. So every time that happens, I'm like, okay, well, we're gonna let all these people in. And then we're gonna, of course, clear some of the inactives, and then we're gonna accept and see what happens. You're always gonna be that last one. Churches, yeah. So strategically, I do that with every roster, right? If there are still some inactives around, but I don't need the spot. There's one spot. I will often just only kick the one necessarily at that one last spot. Because psychologically, then you get more abs, and then you'll accept them, but then they show up, and it's like, okay, I'll kick somebody else, and they'll do it again. This one, because we end up with so many, often, today I kicked 10 that were inactive and not in Discord. But yeah, usually that is a strategy when you get like the cattle call and like the open door. No, you just leave one. So at some point, they're like, well, even if they're not home, at some point they have those, so I want to be part of that. They have a higher chance of course, happening. Right, then here. I know a lot of kids who do the V instead of the U for cold, and then they'll change the C for K, like, oh, we're so metal. And like, are you though? I don't know. Or shakers. Yeah, exactly. They are in Discord. It's kind of like, yeah, well, they're lost. They can always app again. They find us on the list and they want to get back in, but they're not in the Discord. They don't get that same priority the other ones do. I'll leave the ones that we know who hang out in chat are both in the Discord down here for months, and then they decide to come back whenever they want to come back. That's cool. But we're like gone. No Discord is what it is. Let's go. Oh, you changed the K to a C for your name, did you? Yeah, here. Are you so metal too, though? A K to a C. I don't know if I see that one as often. Mace. I'm not gonna use that. I guess unless I was running a blood build, and then maybe I'd be able to two-hander in that case. I'm going to 75 on this. That happens a lot. That happens a lot. We're talking about other names and things. Once and I hit somebody's name who's a regular in here, like, alright, here you go. But I say so much stuff, everyone kind of knows, like, oh, she says some shit, It's okay, it's never personal, never anything that she means bad. You're just gonna fill the air, because she often always says. Alright. Go ahead and hit it. Yeah, V for you happens in black metal music. That's what they say. Oh, I'm so metal. I'm so metal. Got Cage Master. Been a lot of time that people do that. I don't think of them as all that metal. It's like, oh, you really? You say so. Here's. Get that Nangari out of there. Where are my golems at? There they are. It's like, why has nothing died? Oh, because my golems decided they're on strike. Hit this. Hit this. There's a third one over here. All three could possibly go wrong. I've been sturdy enough today. I haven't died a lot. I do have extra health now. We finally hit that over 10k threshold after changing some gear. I like it. True metal. As soon as I say that, what happens? We die. That's what I get. Pushing the boundaries and calling it out, I jinx myself. It's fine. It's softcore things. We're okay with this. Lunatic out of here and then we're gonna do these three again. Hit all the barriers. No, okay. Try hard metal name. Is it try hard and metal? Is it really Zoe? Let's see. I'm not gonna say it here, but okay. That so try hard and metal. She is very, very metal. I can assure you. The most metal of names you have ever seen. I'm not gonna give it away because secrets, but super metal. The most metal person with that name. True metal, just like Gary said. True. And cold and shit. Goodness. Oh goodness. Here, black card. Let's go eliminate that. Night Enchanted. Spark burns. I got you. Cool. Shadow things. Not explosive. Everything looks very shadow. It's we're getting blown up. No. True. Fire Enchanted. Here's the Masochist. Now let's go over and to the right. Nothing here. She admits it. She admits it. Most basic ass white girl there. You all aren't missing anything. Pretty funny though. Let's go hit Korons now. I would think that's a letter substitution. I've seen it in every ways. Every ways. Channeling for you. The super cool sax players I knew actually had that name. It's a Vine name. This is a leg there, so clear that out. Teleports, Terrifying Thunder Dancer. Go through here. All that. How we doing? Southeast, what you doing here? Nothing. Zoe's still awake. You really can't sleep. This is the latest I think I've ever seen Zoe. At this rate, you're just gonna be like, why sleep? Then here we are. Cassidy. That's your top pick for a white girl name? I mean, maybe. Pretty white. Maybe. See, now I say that and it's like somebody's going, that's my name. That's my name. How could you? Here. I think Zoe is in bed. That's the magic. Who said she's not? This is a similar concept. Jennifer. You like Jennifer? I'm trying to think of Jennifer. I think of two things. Megan Fox character, Jennifer's body, and of course, Jennifer Aniston. And then we go straight to Friends. Eliminator. Jennifer forever associated with Rachel, even if it didn't need to be that way. And I realize now that I say that, I had two friends in my life that looked very similar. Their names were Jennifer and Rachel. Okay, this is fine. It just happens like that. This is how it is. All right. Back in there. Kyle. Or is it Kale? I don't know. Standing there. Apparently one of the overly generated names when AI names a character. So I have heard. Not that I would know. What's on a short list? The subreddit the other day. The other ones were not common at all. They like to generate names that look like Superman, but not. Oddly enough, I see it a lot in Diablo. For some reason. Yep, yeah, exactly. Your alarm is going off in 5 hours. If you much more longer staying awake, like, what's the point? All the ways to abandoned orcas are into D&D chess club and map players. Yeah. We had a lot of people playing Magic of the Gathering and or Pokemon cards in the back of the band hall throughout my high school experience. That's just how it is. Of course, it did help that one of the kids' families owned the card shop around, so everybody who was hanging out with that kid and doing that had like insider access, so pretty legit. This, yeah, the Gathering. As a kid, I had a lot of cards, and we would make it like a family thing. A lot of our cousins had decks we would play. For the most part, nowadays, we just kind of collect. Never really got like super into playing it outside of just playing family games. Too much touching grass for me, ever, I suppose, is one of the reasons. Reaper's here. Hasn't taught you how to play. Yeah. Alright. The first edition of Dark Blastoise for when you were a kid. Nice. That card shop still, I don't actually know these days. Check back there in ages. Poison might be. Well, these days I should look it up. You still play Magic, have been playing for 20 years. Solid. Try playing Magic Arena. You don't know that you have ever had a bell to ask that hard and fast anything ever. Okay, so yes. Magic Arena, pretty much everybody who gets into it, they make decks that are like burn decks that you're gonna win in a few turns so they can grind how long it takes to do dailies. Pretty much the first thing you do, you want to get into Magic, especially Arena, and you're not just like playing like casual games with friends. You make sure you look at whatever the meta burn deck is and you make that. You put everything you can into grinding and are buying that, and then you can grind everything else. If you don't do that, when you want to get into, especially Arena, you are sunk. You are doomed. You are screwed. Because anything that's slow will not work. Will not work because everyone's out there grinding dailies with those decks. It's a very meta game. Very meta, and that's why also it can sometimes not be fun. If you want to play like creatively and like try to put a lot of things together and like play pretty much anybody in the major like standard entire game styles, you're not gonna have a good time. Because everybody's gonna be playing the most sweat meta things. Every now and then you'll get like the anti-meta that will slow it down and like it can wane, but it doesn't matter if you're farming dailies. You will take a loss that's fast over a grinded out like slow loss that wasted your time from getting your dailies and your grinding going. How it is. Okay, here. Shaman. Another lunatic setup. I don't want to get caught by this. I got body blocked so hard. I guess I'll eat that. That really has killed me so far. It's like multiple explosions from multiple elites at once today. So we're tankier than we were. We're pretty much where we need to be like functional. There we go. Fallen Shaman. Where's my golem jumping? Just coming in and seeing that. No, Robbie, no. It's okay. No, not that. Did all those magic hordes or whatever to make all the... Oh, I see. It's Ori! Morning. Here we are. Alive lair. Yeah, yeah. Like, you play for collecting and then, like, just enjoy that part. You can't do the dailies. You actually play. Gotta make their meta burn. Then, under half. Cuteness alert! Ori has arrived. So we'll do the ring thing, and we'll do... Yes, this is 75. That eliminator denies me like that. And we'll check these amulets. I think this Necro is okay to use the non-GA, but it does affect the cooldown a little bit on the overall build. Loki, again. Let me in. I'm pretty sure he can go higher, but of course higher. Risk is one shot somewhere. Agreed, agreed. What? We weren't talking. Don't get me started again, Ori. No. We just passed and had segments. I can only have so many. Before everyone's like, not again. Like, not dying again. We died again. Sip happens. All of that. Sip happens. Does she ever sip the coffee, though? I guess maybe to drag it out. Perhaps. With that, let's see how we're doing with those fire enchants. These. Is that my time? Like, most of the time, the cute setting is fine. And then when it's not, it's definitely not. We gotta have everything. The best of all worlds. To the left. Over here. Get those fire enchant suppressors. You guys save sometimes. Sometimes. Wow, this stuff is being like extra painful. That's what I get for saying like we're doing all now. This one's got way too many things that go boom after death. Alright. Yes, someone definitely did say coffee, Mr. Mark. Other coffee enjoyers converging. What do we have? Shadow chant. Got it. I think we are fine here. And another. Boloses. Are we good? Maybe we are. There you go. Grassing things are nice. I'm gonna get that curse on so I don't get splattered everywhere. I want someone to look at me the way I look at coffee. Well, I don't look at coffee at all, so I don't want people to look at me, I guess. Contrary to popular belief, I suppose, considering, you know, I'm here so much. To the left, we got a little channeling. Got this. Enchanting. Actually true. There was no lie. Got it. Maybe. Mortar, fire starter. I got you. Under half, please. Die. Please die. See, at least I'm very polite about it. Go. Some skeleton capitans. Now what else is there for me? Spiders gone. Here. We'll take that skeleton out in a little bit. Come golems. The cat's name? The cats in here, they're Gojo cats because they're based off of Gojo, the teenage version of Gojo with those glasses on the right. Mortars. So he's often associated with that kind of cat. Right here. Yeah, that's how the cats got here, Mac. That's how they got here. They're Gojo cats off of that character. You didn't think there was a connection this whole time. You thought, oh, she likes my cat now. She likes my cats. It's fine. Alright. An Ellen. I am definitely not an Ellen. But I am getting wrecked. I didn't even turn up the difficulty. I was like, all of a sudden, it's like, nah, you die this time. Put you back in your place, little Necro. My health is okay. My buffs are up. I don't know. Right here with these. I mean, technically, it's just Gojo. He doesn't have an individual name. We'll go with these. But if I had one of those cats, IRL, I would name it Toru, because his name is Satoru. You would shorten it, so you get Toru. That could be the cat's name, which is still Gojo. To these zombies. Right here. go. Mortar and fire enchants. And we'll go over here to the next. How we end up with my rogues are named Famaru. Which I might name my warlock that. I'm not sure yet. Yeah, there's both of them in that one. Enchant mortar. For this, and then like Gojo's technically his family name. So the cat could also be Gojo. It's a different Gojo, or the same Gojo. It doesn't matter. It still works. Got it. Your writing teacher last term was L, short for Eleanor. But did she just shorten it as L, or is it EL? Which one? Four of Lies. Got it. Chest armor here. And we get this. Maybe? Maybe. Alright, there's an amulet. And then we'll go ahead and do 75 for Eliminator. Why is it being so stubborn? And then Essence. Next one up. The 75. And then we consider going higher. Turbo Granny. You have not hit that one yet. Bad grade really taking an L. To the pits. I went to the University of Florida, so they don't give Fs when you fail. They make it an E. Because anything that is part of UF's initials can't be bad. And it took me forever to realize. Like, why don't we get. Oh! The U failure is not great as a representation of your school. Yeah, they would. They would. I got to UF and it's like, I've never seen this anywhere. What the hell? Why is it an E, not an F? Oh. Let's see. There we go. And we're going down here. So this demand a recount? I mean, I don't know. Not a recount. Right. I only failed one thing throughout all university, like my first accounting exam, and I was just like, I'll drop this class, but not for me. But I realized I would have done fine if it was taught a different way. Like, that was just one of those lecture halls. You didn't even have like a full-on, like, proper textbook. You just yapped and yapped and yapped. It was practically a foreign language. Hint, I also suck at foreign languages. Surprise, but you didn't know. And it was just like a recipe for absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. So that was the only class I ever dropped. Here we are. Prowlers, I don't need that, and we'll go over the square. And like, I don't know if anyone but actual accountants ever do the things that they were teaching in the first place. I was like, no, not like that. Not like that really like sweaty, let's do the whole ledger and all this. Like, no, never saw that again. Not in that form. It's like Excel spreadsheet? Sure, I can manage that. I have all the formulas and these kind of things, like keep records like that. Do whatever. They were asking me in accounting class. Oh no. Then a lot of people say like, it's a weed out class. So, like, you know, it is what it is. Like, oh, what? Why would they do this? It's like, what they do. Stood for countries. You can get behind that logic. I'm never gonna see it. I want to say sometimes in Spanish, maybe once in Latin. Surprise! I was not good at the languages. It's like consistently like this. I don't even think I ever got into like season math. These at worst. We're probably like your full semester grade. I don't know languages. Despite being an English major, obviously I wasn't an English major for the instruction of it. Spanish and Latin that give me nightmares. I talk about that fairly often. Like the only nightmares I ever wake up and remember. They have to do with Latin and Spanish. And it's not like Latin, like demonic stuff. Like, oh no, that's awesome. It's like, no, like the actual courses. The Latin and Spanish. See now, I'm half Asian, Gary. Your mom's Asian. The C is absolute failure. You're going to be absolutely reprimanded and treated like you are a second-class citizen until you fix that shit. Around when I was a kid. No way. No way you're gonna get a C and be okay with this. No. Here we are again. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Could not be doing any of that, getting C's. Mortars. I also feel like a lot of courses, C was not actually average. The average would usually be higher than that because the teachers would rig their outcomes so it would look better on any of the like school-wide and like district-wide type assessments. Because if your school went too low, it would be tied to funding a lot of systems, and magically the system becomes rigged. It's a mess. Go ahead and hit Essence right here. There we go. Yeah, straight AB, yeah. A team, I guess AB sounds about right for me too. Let's go amulets. Okay. Anytime I got to like upperclassmen stuff, I was only taking all the stuff that mattered to me, and of course, like in grad school, all A's, no question, no question. I remember one assignment I got a B in grad school, and it was like atrocious, but it was because it had some other assignment occurred during our final project or our thesis. So I was writing that script. I didn't care about like, doing like a resume type thing so seriously. Just threw that together. It took the B. Didn't matter. Of course, the whole course was going to be an A, and the whole thesis was great. So no problem. That was the only time it was the only time I remember exactly what it was or who taught that class, and fine. All right, cuteness aggression. We love cuteness aggression. Stand out here. These, yeah. Even it would be it was pretty bad when I was in high school. Okay. Generally, the Spanish scores would come back like that. It was like, there's only so much I could do. There's only so much I could do. Okay, that follow, welcome in. Pulses. The booster skin types. Here we are. Cool. I beat it. You're off. I literally anything. Yeah. Interesting enough, it seems like a lot of action RPG types are kind of that category. See, we're nerds, let's be honest. Even if I never would have put myself in that category, I was never as nerdy as the people next to me. Nerd enough. Guys are different. Let's go hit this one to the southeast. Blast wave. Always there's times when they kind of just let me do whatever I want to do, a lot of creative stuff, and like those were great. It's like go follow this formulaic thing and take this multiple choice test, and then all of a sudden like this sucks. We're good. Like, let me like free write essay BS my way through existence. Oh hell yeah, sign me up. They tell me you can get the scantrons out and fill in the bubbles and play all the mind games with the test options. It was like I was doomed. Here. Mudslinging. Let's grab this one. Yeah, well, I give it up on your ass by that time. Fair enough. Be here. Okay then. 1 through 5 or 4 through 10. I see. Very different. What's this doing? I remember like graduating from all that. Like, you should be a teacher. It's like, do you have any idea how bad of a teacher I would be? But I guess I would have been saying like, you can all be my friends, so let's just see how it goes. Probably terribly for all of us involved, but I wouldn't care enough to be a good teacher. Unfortunately, this is the facts. Fortunately, I never took that route. Big respect to people who do, but I don't have any patience for people's BS, including my own. How the hell am I gonna do? How the hell would I deal with that? And then there would be kids, if I taught like the high school level, and probably even in college, that would try to bully me. And that's just, no, it all just seems like a recipe for disaster. Here. I feel like the Jewish guild or like graves they want that would be pretty similar to like the Asian guilds. Oh no. Here we go. Fire chance. Over here. Demon collar. Fire chant. Let's go wild it. Yeah, the old school Scantrons. The horror, the horror. Dun, dun. Good enough. Lord of Eyes. The boss part getting smoother. We're still taking those one-shots. I still need more health. We need more. Not fortified enough? No, we're fortified, so I got all that. Just still short something. Unfortunately, what we're short is the fact that we are minion types, and no love for those. No love. Overhead projector hell? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And then knowing that I would be shamed if I admit that I needed glasses at one point, like during middle school. So I would be copying those off of one of my friends who had contacts and all that. I could see the overhead projector when I ended up not being in like the front where I could see stuff. So I went many years before admitting. Or actually getting, I think I got maybe like caught when they did an eye exam for like everybody. Because they realized like some kids were not getting that for whatever reason. And so the school would help to make sure it happened so they could get what they needed to see. And of course, I so much terror having to admit I needed glasses, which genetically, like my dad, of course, always needed glasses, so it made sense. Like obviously, you know, it would happen. But our mom managed to shame me for that. Bless her heart. I don't know why, but it was a thing. So I felt really bad about wanting to or having to ask for help for anything forever. Like it's still ingrained in me. Like don't you dare ask. Don't you dare ask for anything. It will go badly. It will go badly. That's why I spent many years in middle school. I couldn't see it in the board. I know that overhead projector hell, and then it had like another tier of hell because of that. This way. Doing math on that laminated sheet that was being projected the whole class to see how stupid or smart you were. Yes. Yes. And then I would get up there and it would be, well, now at least I can see it. So maybe I can do it. So sometimes it would be a relief for me. It's like, okay, I can do it in front of the class. I can see it. I can see this shit now. It's okay. It's okay. It like asked me to answer while somebody else was up there. I'm like, I would have to admit, like, I can't see it. And then like my best friend next to me, like, okay, here it is on my paper. And that went on way too long. Way too long. And now that Zoe mentioned it, I was like, unlock a bad memory. It's like, oh no. Yes, yes. Poor small bear. I was terrified of having to ever say like, oh no, I need help, and like, including needing glasses. That was needing help. Like, oh no, that's shame. That's shame. You can't do that. Shameful. Almost shameful. Because biologically I could not see. And then my prescription has hardly changed throughout my entire life. So that was genetic. It's like that didn't do anything, and then I know it's just that way. Just that way. Like it hasn't even really gotten worse or better or anything. Generally. And sometimes if I read less, it technically it's better. Technically. By the numbers. That's all I was gonna say. Here. Then once I finally got that, she's like, we're colored contacts for life. I love that. Okay, days are brutal for many reasons. Yeah. Here we go. And then I'm from the south. So of course to almost anybody looking like, oh. They couldn't even, sometimes they couldn't tell I was Hispanic or Asian, but they figured out like I would tell them like I'm half Asian. It wouldn't make things better. It wouldn't make things better. Like, oh no. Like, oh, there's only 2 Asian kids in the class, so they must be a couple. It must make them a couple. I was like, I hated that kid. I hated that kid. There was no fucking way that was gonna happen. And we were also both like half Asians, so they would assume like Asian is Asian. And it irked us so much because we were practically white kids. We were so banana, both of us. Right, shatter, stuff like that. Would be awesome for us. Exhausted here. Done. A lot of like friends groups. Because I was from the south and I still like that. I could never fit in with those because I looked too different. It was real. It was real. But that part never really hurt me that much. It was really, really little. I was like, why do you like this? It's so dumb. Yes. Currently leveling glyphs. Here. Yeah, a lot of us here were definitely growing up in the 90s. It was very typical of Diablo players, for sure, if not even older. Alright. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. Belial's there. Relive this shit now. Oh. Here, yeah, most people definitely think I am way younger than I am in the ancient vampire deal, and that's one thing you can't thank the Asian side for sure, for sure. It's like we only have two settings. It's Baby Doll and Yoda. I'm actually looking forward to whenever I turn the corner and get Yoda, because then I feel like I will get a different kind of respect that maybe I've been trying to get my whole life. So I don't mind the ancient vampire thing. Eventually, we turn into the ancient and have all that going for us. It'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm all for it. Good old vampire things. Can't complain. Alright. Give me another. I was the kid that even my own family thought I was mute. Howdy, howdy, Carino! Doing well, doing well. See here. Water lightning enchanted. Spark touch, I'll clear it. Pop that. Wow, with the nice portal stepping in. I like that portal. I like that portal a lot. I feel like I do there. I explode for that. I was kind of like, do we need a special portal? What would my portal look like? I know what I would make it look like. We're gonna have to get up through some AI shenanigans to get myself a special portal. When he left, will roll through so many portals eventually. D4 will just have a portal that matches my specifications, whatever my specifications happen to be. Keep rolling. I mean, we got that eyeball one right now. It's pretty good. Pretty good. She's fairy tale-esque, maybe. Very nice. Let's see how that west does. Stop it. For you. Go again to the right. You get. Now what's here? See that in the to the right. Let's get rid of that fire enchant. Or hit this eyeball. The part of me that will miss these. I'm realizing you get the normal roll of the bosses about how to dodge these. Normally, those were fine. Those were fine. A lot less trouble than Belial and his disappearing axe. Kill him fast enough. Missed here, obviously. It's okay. There we go. You credit your anti-aging to not be an agent, but into a special little something that will remain nameless. Nice. Alright. Are we good here? Northwest. Go with that. Lethal. First for us. Do it again. Good for this. You gotta explode that. I can't because they have a shield somewhere that is holding it together. Okay, now it's attached to this one. There we go. Now I get the thing. That shielded is so obnoxious. Executioner also coming for me. The thing is pretty painful. This character probably doesn't tank it well. It may have caught me more times than I realized because he's pretty fast about it. Copy gone. She'll be right back. Fair enough. How we do? One of these days I'm gonna cave. It's like, yeah, I'll drink that coffee with everybody else under the sun that seems to be around here. And above chat, it's all the coffee enjoy. Certainly not, Gary. Certainly not. We would never. Let's go like this. Let's to the left now. Audio clearly to go. This girl said to go for coffee. Oh, serious. Had coffee. That's right. Yeah, the Ori flipped. We have the Ori meow. Because we need the coffee audio. That's fine. There, east. Rattle jaws are good. Look at those explosions. I love it. All the red and green looks like it's still Christmas though. Sad. Oh, so sad. Need those eyeballs? I'm good. Head on up. Look at Beth. Sadness. Who needs those extra glyphs anyway? All that. went to university in the later years. Like, you gotta, if you can get away with it, they'll sue you. May as well let it go. You may as well just let it happen. Higher to make these a little bit more guaranteed. We'll see what happens. It's a bit of a workout for this, though. Yep, exactly. It's like, they can't tell the difference, just go with it. My mother was always like that. They ask your age, don't tell them. Don't tell them. They don't, if they can't tell, they don't deserve to know. So 89, and then she always, of course, said that because she didn't want anybody to know her age, too. So fair enough. Fair enough. So this one is great. Yeah, I'll run with it. Run with it. Is that what they know can't hurt them kind of arms? Something like that? Skin. Cool. Got the shamans. Oh hell, not doing a lot of that. My secret is that I'm such a vamp, but not a lot of sun. Not a lot of sun. Better for the skin. I'm really lazy about moisturizing now. When I do, like my skin feels like you're probably gonna tell. Feeling like a lizard. I even try. Like, oh, effort. Here. Jumping explosions. Maybe I'm a lizard person. Maybe that's my secret. That's fine too. Take up the alien route if the vampire one's getting old and tired. The whole principle, it never dies. We'll take that, and this third one. Like last time I took 3 of these at a time, I died, but we'll see how it goes. It all depends on what the affixes are. I get caught by any of them. Prepify, where are my golems at? Alright, pop these to those. No, see, I'm not Latina. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. they think that I am, but I'm not. I'm half Asian. Half Asian, but it's still pretty, more tan in it. Here. That is. Simply Tony's here, moisturizing. Yeah. I used to do a lot more of that, but now like, you're lucky about using 2 of the nightly moisturizer, much less the daily. Not that I go way through the day. Yeah, it's always overly complicated. Do nearly any of the things I used to do. It's like always like, hey, let's do the multiple steps of makeup type stuff, and like I don't bother any of that one here. Just a touch grassy the other week, I finally realized that the foundation that I've been using for years and years and years was discontinued like a while ago, and I was like, wait, what? I gotta go to figure out a different brand. Like crazy. What's this thing? I realize it's gonna sit there for ages and then I can use it again anyway. Like, oh, that's fine. I used to use like primers and things. Like that's way too much effort these days. Look at that follow. Welcome in. Any of that when I'm here. It's for the better for everybody. Southeast, we're moving. Oracles, mortars, stay like that. I have huge respect for cosplayers. Like I don't know how anybody puts in that much work. That's so much work. I mean, nowadays people are using like AI to like fake it. Like that's gross. That's gross. Knowing how much work it is to do all that makeup and all that costume, you know, what's their deal? And people gonna try to just like pass AI as the real deal. Like, oh fuck no. And then people always want to be like, you do this? I'm like, oh hell no. Like, how much effort do you think it's gonna take? I don't even do like the bare minimum anymore. Like, you are lucky I even look at what my hair ended up like any day. I'm not like that. Not anymore. Oh, that hurt. House labs, foundation, vampire looking gals. Oh yeah, how are you? I always look at it, it's like first how little I use it. Like this feels really expensive for it to just sit there and not be used. I don't do any of that. Soft lances here. That's all good. We'll go out here. Right. So I have died quite a lot of times this time. Yeah, that's my current problem. I went with an Estee Lauder foundation, you know, we tried and true rolling. Old gold, and it doesn't personally not that many. You think they would have all the shades you'd ever wanted, I don't know. I feel like they have nearly as much as the other brands I use. Alright, that's the job. Down we go. Over here, we'll stay out of the way. Hey, welcome in, Raiders! I'm currently, of course, playing some Golemancer today. Drug dealer raid. The mothership has landed. Speaking of aliens, we were just talking about some alien shenanigans. We have landed. How you doing, Drugula and crew? With D4. I'm assuming you were doing the D4 thing. Yeah, right? The coverage was way thicker on the Estee Lauder brand that I bought than the Dior I used to run, I used to use, but I don't have that Dior that I use anymore. Southeast, we'll go here. 3 million from 299, grabs an advance, of course, for the 300. Soon. Nickelodeon slime. Also, we like gelatinous cubes and slime and things like this. So, it's fine. But yeah, yes, you're right. The Estee Lauder foundation I have is way thicker than the Dream Skin Dior that they discontinued. Now we're talking makeup. You never know. You never know where the conversations are gonna go in here. But we've been all over the place today. Late in the season, it is what it is. Now doing some glyphs for these Necro, kind of like brain off. Even if I am taking some one-shots, much more one-shots on the Necro than the Paladin. But we all know that minion type builds are rough these days. Need a good eyeliner? Well, it seems like Zoe is your girl on these topics, not me. These days, I don't know. Shads. It's done. We good for this? Maybe. I don't know. Go this way. The executioner type things are a little too extra for me. Urban Decay liquid eyeliner is really good, or dry liner is good too. I can't remember the last time I used a dry liner. Like a liquid stuff. Granted, I can't remember for sure the last time I used any of my eyeliner at all, but you know, what I did, it was liquid. Alright, you would hate to get in slime. They were going on a music part, right, where they drip water. Oh yeah, I've been all sorts of water rides. There's so much of that going on, but you know, I'm pretty used to it. Now, what I don't like is water, like full-on water parks. So, like, I am not going to hang out in people's soup, as they call it. That is not for me. That is not for me. This is an 89. I realize I would do it a little higher than but it's a little more work right now. We're getting through. Right here. Yes, we can be very random, especially late in the season. We're not, like, super locked in. I've had 300 for months, if not weeks at this point. So, you know, we're all over the place. It's cool. I'll talk about anything. I'm after about all of it. It's like, I actually am always thankful when the chat kind of like wanders off into all sorts of random stuff. We just like rant and rave instead of just what direction I'm going. I got like plenty of hours here, of course. So we get back into that before you know it. It's when in doubt right now, we're gonna blame Zoe. We're like way off topic, all over the place. It's Zoe. It's not me. It's not me, I swear. It's totally me. Alright, people soup. Yeah, I heard from Blue most recently. He's the expert on the people soup these days. So, yeah, you know, I'm not a part of the soup. That's rule number one. We don't join the people in the soup. Not for me. Then, do I like perfume? No, I don't do any of that. So now, we always joke, they said, my mother has the nose of a dog. So any perfume, any cologne, anything like that, even not that stuff, like they smell it all, she would always detect and she always hated it and she would always call you out on it. And basically, you did not want to deal with that. So I never really got into perfume. And then other people would give her perfume not knowing that about her, or she would hand it to me, but then she would basically expect me don't ever use it around me because I don't want to deal with that shit. It was like, okay, alright. So, never was a big perfume enjoyer. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the perfumes that people have tried to give me also made me not feel great either, so I probably inherited some of that from her anyway. So I'm not a perfume enjoyer. Typically, like, colognes and things like that, you roll the dice. Putting any of that on around me, like, I might hate it more often than not. Yes, exactly. I love the atmosphere of theme parks. I love anywhere where there's a lot of people that are minding their own damn business. So I tend to not like clubs. I tend to not like like house party type stuff where people will not mind their own damn business. But theme parks, on the other hand, everybody's kind of like doing their own thing. You're going to ride and seeing the attractions. You just kind of like people watch and be left the fuck alone. I love that. So I love theme parks. Theme parks are some of my favorite places anywhere. I also really like airports because everybody's in a hurry to go from point A to point B. And you can kind of just do whatever it is you want to do and be left alone. And I like that. Oh my god. So I love being among people, but it has to be like special conditions. I don't like it when people feel like they got the green light to bother me. Like, no, shoo, all of you. Go ahead and get rid of this. That's cool. I'll hold on to the amulet for now. We'll go back again after repair. After repair, because braving the 89 right now is a little dangerous for this Necro. Okay. Blue Day Chanel. Yeah, that's probably pretty alright. Probably smelled it before. You would rather choke on perfume than gag on fog. Yeah. Yeah, but see, I don't touch a lot of grass. I don't deal with a lot of people all that often, so I don't really have to make that decision, fortunately. But see, now a lot of those like perfumes that aren't right though, it's not like I'm gonna choke on it. It's like I'm gonna be super dizzy. I'm gonna faint. So it's not like I have a lot of options. It's just like, just don't do it around me. Don't roll the dice unless we already know it's an okay one. Because I think I went like a Juicy Couture or something someone gave me once before like Christmas, and that one knocked me the fuck out. Like, never used it again, even if it was nice. It was nice. But then like some of the more expensive ones that I've had, like they're pretty okay, but I hardly ever use them. I don't need to for anything. Like, I'm mostly right here doing this, so like, what do I need perfume for? Let's be real. The amount of hours I have clocked playing these games throughout my entire life, I just for. I don't need that. I have gamer sweat all the way. Like, even right now, you know it. I live in Florida. It is what it is. This is how it is. No amount of perfume is going to solve that problem entirely. It kicked you out. You were gone. How evil you were gone that long. You've been gone so long. Alright. Here. Back it up. Here we are. This is fine. There's yeah, rolling the dice on let's go try and wear this cologne, that sort of deal. Like, a lot of times my brother will spray stuff and I will be streaming. I will smell it up here and I will feel ill. Fortunately, he has not done a lot of that more recently. But for a while, when he moved in here, he was doing that, and it's like I would feel every time. It's like, it's just it'd be nice. Like, it's okay, I'll tough it out. But I would be streaming, I would smell that shit, and I would start getting like loopy. Like, I'm not doing those smells. I'm not going in at all. Careful now, Necro. Teleport, Blink Swift. That one is all A-okay. Maybe. Peeling pains. Less is more. Your grandpa wore cologne and it was part of his character. You got the same cologne and it was awful. Yeah, right? Like, different people, like, different mixtures of all that. Like, some people it works and some people it's awful. You gotta know what works for you. Like, a lot of people don't. They just assume, like, okay, that was expensive. People say that one's nice. I'll just go with it. And it's like, maybe not for you, buddy. Be sure. And then, like, you don't even know what whoever you're trying to impress is up to and likes. Rolling dice. Good luck. Over here. Teleport prisons. Fine for that, maybe. Mr. Skin. That works. Over here on the left side, we got that Zooey. I want to hit that explosive. Plague bearers. What are we doing? I'm trying to kill these and not get killed myself, so I'm just gonna keep moving. Let the golems kind of jump in and see how it goes. Are my golems okay down there? I think so. I was like, I don't even think I have like a count on my golems. I don't think they're in much danger of dying. You know, if he really did, would I be able to tell? No, they're always at fault though. They're fine. They're... Come on. Yes. think I'll join the pit after this one. I could probably use the help. This Necro is not the upper echelon of damage at the moment, for sure. Okay, here we go. Poison Enchanting. Doing werewolf type. Hang out a little bit. Okay, so we got that done. We're alright. We're still alive. And kicking. We're down here. Southeast route. Definitely not having as easy a time as that advance the other day. That one just immediately like, I'll just do 100 plus. Take that. What do you expect? We're 100 plus hours of Paladin this season. I got it easy. Poison, mortar, more ways than one. I've been wearing all the sanctification gear that my other one has. I still don't know what the top of that advance was. I didn't bother with like the grandfather pants and things like that. Not at all. Go down here. I'll take this one. And the southwest. I don't know have any like smells associated with family members like that much. Fortunately. That's about actually is the strongest for memories. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think I have a lot of all that. Maybe it differs person to person, but I don't have it. Here. Interesting. You said that before I even said what I said, and it didn't line up quite well. Here. Ah, yeah, see? Yeah, people do have that. And back of that, just a touch. That's nice. Granted, I feel like I'm not even breathing through my nose all that often because I've been talking too much. Maybe that's my problem. That's my problem. Like, do I smell anything right now? I was thinking that, like, of course not, because they're not even getting time to breathe. What do you mean? Fire and chat. Got it done. Okay, here. I'm trying to. I don't know if I have that super strong. Is my Santa smell broken? Is something wrong with me? Maybe? Explosive. Yeah, maybe it wasn't like, not strong, no. Crushers. That'll work. Right here. Ding. Waller shockwaves. Although my brother does say, he's like, sometimes you gotta be careful. You might be a psychopath. And like, is that part of the problem? Is it? I don't know. I don't know. I do think he's serious when he says these things. Waller shockwaves. Get a little suppressor done. Right here and here. Now I'm a little concerned. Like, why? I recall any of these like strong synth things. It makes all the sense to be like that, but don't have mortars. That little explosive. Pull that away. That is. Poison's good. I'm almost through that portal. Alright, there you go. I'm going through. Always like super indifferent to hand soaps and things like this. I just use whatever one. I don't think about it much. Lord of Lies. Actually, probably not the same stuff. Maybe I prefer. I might. Water. It's got substance of smell. My sense of taste is fine, I think. Then I'm like, you're too, you like all the weird chemical trash. So maybe there's a connection here. I don't know what it is, but there maybe is. I was so close to killing you, Belial. So close. That's what I get for contemplating. Like, is my sense of smell shot? What's going on? I do recall a lot of the time, like, I'll be cooking something, my brother will comment like how good it smells. Just, I don't think about it at all. Not in the least. Back it up. More poison. Oh, you're hit by the big one back there. My explosion on their blood fronts are okay there. Go on, golems. Landed properly. They do have to work, right? Work. There you go. Well, they do need to be corpses to interact with. I didn't have a lot of those all the time. That's 80% on this one. Maybe we'll go down here and do a golem damage. And then we were gonna pick up Ori for the next ones. No, hiccups. Wonderful. We're gonna blame contemplating the sense of smell fair. Goodness. Alright, there's Ori. I'm not bugged today. Good news. Let's see what we got. Odd Adjudicator. I like that. I like that name. Okay, sell this. This one is also a dump. Let's go again. We'll hit 89. Should be more than fine for Ori, I'm sure. And good enough for what we're doing here with this one. Technically, I guess a 99 would be my better guarantee for all those glyphs, but I think it would be a little bit of a struggle for this one right now. Rely completely on Ori's Paladin. Oh yeah, I hammered in. Brutal. Person is on standby, will return. And right here. Terrors, suppressors, let's get rid of that one. Suppressors are good, and we'll see these. Nothing there I need right now. I'll just flying through. Alright, how do we look here? On to the northeast. Got a little bit of that. Right into shock lances. Can we do it? Yes, we can. Captain, Tide. That's a lot of explosions, and that's a lot of me dying to that explosion. That's what I get, thinking like, oh, this is awesome, my golems, I can spam this so much, it's gonna be, oh, not so great. Not so great. Pull them into that prison. Be nice. Get too close to that. I don't know why he decides he wants to be there. That is not a safe place to be. Okay, that hurts. That hurts. I'm gonna move over here. Check out how that's doing. She already went through here though. I think we're fine. Oh, my golems die. I only saw one over there. Already cutting through. Let me see if I got anything on this right. To the east. Now, they don't mess my paladins up like at all. Because they're running the big damage reduction shield. So when they get up higher. The Necros now, because of how their defenses are made though, yes. Especially the minion types. But we do not have the health, we do not have the damage reduction that we can apply. The things that are also often always dead. So we are screwed. As Necros. When we come to ground explosions. Paladins out here just walking through all the health stack, all the armor stack, all the resistance stack they could possibly want, and they can get their auras on top. We don't have that. We don't have that when we're on Necro. Yeah, Necro is very squishy. And into the next. We do not generally do carries here, and right now I am practically being carried by Ori as it is, so I am not your best candidate to get that done. But there might be someone in chat who is always open to do that. There's a chance. Typically. That's something I do. And then the best place to get levels these days is someone taking you into lair bosses. It would be really solid. Those kind of levels. Here. Fire enchant. Fire mortar done for. Pull it in. Lobbers. I don't know what you're calling that. No, thank you. Don't mind if I do. Fire enchant. If you like to die from there you go. Golems are gonna handle that. It's kind of chilling here, not getting exploded on. They got it. Alright, was there anything left this way? I don't think so. Move on up. Ori's up here. Lots of corpses already generated. We just need some of this to come and play with me. There's the reprisal. It obviously has a barrier that it generates. I'm pretty sure there's another aspect to reprisal it actually. Like its name suggests. You can throw that damage back at me. Go. Frozen. That died well, like that. Let's go pick that portal up here. The Koron's demise. So let's do the lethal thing. Been on it. Ori's cleared this out. Not a long straightaway. It keeps going and going and going. Okay, we finally get to turn a quarter. Actually, like, what is that? Left, I'll take right. Bring these all in. If I can get a corpse out here, that'd be great. There you go. Those. Direction, friends. Work out. Find marauder types. Look good. We take this. Now we're up here. We have all the things to deal with. Let's see. Are good to go. Nice. Let's go up top. Do the Belial deal. Now with a hammer, we're in much better shape for this one, I'm sure. He's swinging out. He missed her completely. Okay. Let's go ahead and hit Essence, because I can. 85. Bring Dead Razor up, seeing the ones that are the lowest. Have a higher chance of getting maybe +1. At that angle, the red and the magenta don't look nearly as mismatched. But I'm out here, you can tell. The Necro coloration here, not the same as the Warlock wings. Hopefully they give us more palettes and they have a good sense to give us one that is very Warlock themed. I suppose the green, like foresty kind of color is pretty Spiritborn themed from the last DLC, but still not the green combination I wanted. Black and neon green dream still lives, but I don't hold my breath. If you get black at all, I'll be pleasantly surprised. Very overdue. And then white, it appears on Royal Mariner. Sometimes, it's just not the same. Can you play computer games? I mean, maybe? Do I ever just eat onion rings in the middle of the night? I cannot eat onion rings with like the breading because I can't eat meat products. But hello, Fey Monsters, how you doing? More onion rings for you, perhaps. I would love to be able to eat like standard onion rings from like a fast food place. I could totally go for that right now. Look at love onions. New onion ring. Yeah, now so many of us do. Yeah. Haven't seen him in ages. He's still on the Discord server and Foundation, but you know. Do the Dead by Daylight thing nearly as much. But that is a throwback monster. That is such a throwback. I answered it, I think, so innocently and truly. It's like, wait, I've heard this before. He's also the guy who, when somebody died in Dead by Daylight, he wouldn't say that they died. He would say whatever their character is no more. So we would get like Steve Harrington is no more. It sounded so much more tragic that way. Loved it. It was funny. Okay. What happened was Spawn, of course, a regular in these parts these days, was kind of burning out on Dead by Daylight. So one day he kind of rage quit a little bit and kind of threw a game, and then Lee didn't take that well, and I don't think Lee ever showed up after that. It was not that big a deal, but it was also kind of like the turning point where I knew that a lot of us were getting burned out with Dead by Daylight, and then we came, of course, to play this, and then we never turned back. We never went back once this game launched. How many classes in D4? Is it only 4? Right now we have, what was it, 5 or 6? We got Sorcerer, Barbarian, Rogue, Druid, Paladin. Oh, I forgot Paladin. Now we got 7. Yeah, I forgot Paladin's here now, so 7. Then once upon a time, we only had a handful in like the older Diablo games. But actually increased those in Diablo 2 as well. So the 8th class is Warlock, coming in April. Let's go ahead and do Corporeal. Yeah, core base 5. And they added Spiritborn, they added Paladin, and Warlock is coming with the same DLC that you can technically get Paladin from. Yep, no problem. All the rainy windscreen. You are no more. All good. Glad you're back. Think about anytime I think like monsters, I think of fey monsters, and like sometimes like, well, should I name my character Monster? And I'm like, that would remind everybody of fey monsters. Monsters, and like all the time, my mind goes back to we miss fey monsters, and there he is. Here, you're doing all right. Yeah, sometimes life does that though. I get it. And hey, that gifted sub. Enjoy the badge. Things are good. No. Let's see. Oracle types. Pull those in, or you push back there. I was thinking like names for my warlock. And my warlock is going to be. I feel like Honor 1 should stay with the paladin. Like it makes sense there. Favorite is my rogue. I could move that one. But I was like also monster works too. And I'm like, but we know we're a monster. That's a name your season called Necro. Jenny from Scobos. Jenny from Scobos. Scobos, huh? Well, if it is a block to be from, I think of all the ones we've been introduced to, the four, definitely Scobos is where it's at. That place actually looks livable. Like, finally, a livable city. You know, I keep saying, like, a place where all of us can agree, even back, the best real estate is in Scobos. AI has finally entered your bloodstream. Is now in the Haze DNA. How? What happened? What happened? Okay, I feel like there's a story here. We gotta know. Explosives can't be pulled. This is the time where the grasping veins actually get value. There you go. Well, a good overpower hit. That's a lot of explosions going off. I don't know if we're gonna make it if I don't move. This one next, grasping veins. Oh, these corpses are getting consumed by the golems too fast. Oh, I almost made it alive and then that happened. So how is AI in the... How are they? Real... DNA? Thank you. My current desktop background, the Coco artist, is nice enough to at least tell me what model it was made off of. Like this, rings, chest armors. I like this style knife. I used to do the AI. We were just call it sloppy because I don't always think of it as slop kind of thing. But I'll like if I do that too much, will I burn out my RAM? I don't want to do this. We don't want to have that fate. I could do it on PC too. And then if I lose that one, we can stream on this one. I've heard a lot of people have nightmare stories of trying to stream on the same rig that they play. D4 odds, so I don't want to do that. I just don't touch it. Like let other people do it for me. Fine. Okay. There. Fire enchants. Got this. Null explosion, please. You cannot handle it, is there? Necro has sadly learned time and time again. For 10k health, we need more. I still need more. I gotta go chase all of the maximum life GAs. To the point that maybe I need to chase them more than I need like double hits and things like this just so I don't die. I feel way better if I'm not dying. Okay, sure, how we do? We're here. That way. Got it, good. Left. This side's got. Touch the explosives. Not ready for summer PC cook in the room. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's two PCs in here that I feel it. I feel it all the time. And it doesn't even have to be summer where I am. Florida is like all year round. This room is hot. I got way too bright lights in here that I really don't need, but I'm just kind of used to it. And then like the chroma keys, they just work better. I have them on. I don't really want to go through the trouble to figure out how I can fix it without it. So I know the cooking life is being cooked, I guess I should say. It's just at some point I've gotten so used to it. And I still wear like the hoodie. Right now I'm wearing socks. And all that year round. This is how it is. Here. Good. Did we ride? Yeah. So right now it is 63 degrees Fahrenheit. What my PC is telling me. And you know, for most of you that's nothing. That's nothing. For me that's almost cool. kinda. This is I expected to get. I'm sweating. Belial. There we go. Oh, let me grab a helm. Even if it's just a helm. Here we got this going. Let's go Golem now to yield the 84. Hooray. The amulet. Oh, I have the GA ones for the better cooldown reduction anyway. Still haven't got the story on how AI is in the haze DNA. I don't know. I'm gonna forget the box before I go in there.
It is done.
At least we got a fast movement speed, even if we don't have mobility. Yeah, that's wild. No, we would not do this. The yay map. Let's do this and not get hit by that terror. If I can help it. Get all the things, lightning enchant, here you go. West side again. Shock lance is good. I'll see to this. Alright. East. Wait for this one. Frozen. Artillery. Lightning. The explosives a little bit here. Dark Call at sea. And the southeast side. That's alright. Explosives. Work. Okay then. We need to go down here. Got it. Achieve max coziness, Castlevania, Intuition, Hot and Chocolate. I'm always impressed with how popular Castlevania is on Twitch, especially like during Halloween. It just seems like a traditional thing that everyone in the retro gaming, they're like, okay, we do this. We do this every Halloween. This is how it is. And everyone looks forward to it. I have actually never played those games fully. I think at one point I rented Symphony of the Night, and that was it. So I was never really good at those kind of games anyway, so it is what it is. It was like, I love the vibe, I love the Netflix series, but the actual games, I don't know much. I don't know much. Other than when I got into the Netflix series and like kind of read like all the wikis on everything. A little bit too much, and that was it. Ah, you never played the... Yeah, I really like the Netflix series. I really do. Good morning, how you doing? Gonna roll this way. Here we go. Series so good. I hope they continue it from some part. Mortars. I kind of have like an age-old question with some of those characters. Like, did they or didn't they? Like, please give me a time skip and answer it. And I hope the answer, because it's Netflix, did. I'm like that, I guess. Executioner. There. Mortars, this is okay. Stop it. Here. Got it. Maybe don't get exploded. That'd be amazing. Some of those explosions are my golem. I'll deal with that. Devilish morning, no, but I mean, if we're always slaying demons, perhaps. A vile imp here with me after all. Oh, shiny protection. I should have turned it back around that group that I was fighting a moment ago. Oh, wait, they're going back there, are they? Well, I suppose I'll fight that. Woo, Lindy. Alright, let's go. That's them. Woo, Lindy. I love it when account names don't seem like they're just like AI generated. It's awesome. Ended up with a few people who had like, the same account names over the course of this season, since so many people have like churned through the roster. I realized like, wait, they're just assigning these names to people. It's very confusing. And then like a lot of the time they'll have those account names and they'll go to the Discord and then they will tell me like their in-game name, and I cannot search their in-game name unless they're online on that character. So it doesn't do me good. Like I ask for the account name, but then sometimes they look at me like I've grown two heads. They're like, yeah, your account name, and then they're like, oh yeah, this is what it is, but that's not what I need to be called by. Like, okay, but I need it for record keeping. Record keeping is so complicated, overly complicated. I guess Battle.net or whatever console they register with is doing that. Yeah, yeah. Like continuously having to like pry the information out of them because I realize now that a lot of them have no attachment to their account names. It's just gonna happen. So one thing that I can see like when they're offline, right? I think I can find one. I'm gonna assume Ori's got that boss covered while I'm here. Like Funky Frog. I'm pretty sure that is his actual name. But then you get like Swanky Pants and like Swanky, all these kind of things, and like I can't a lot of the time be sure if they're actually like that. I've kicked a lot of them, I realize. Because like they are attached to like Frosty Dog. Like, there's a good chance Frosty Dog and Frosty Shrew, both of these were randomly generated by something. Gray Squid. Like those are not at all what they want to be called by. That makes it so confusing. How does respec in Diablo 4 work? Very easily. Like, it depends on what you're trying to respec, but pretty much all across the board. Like, right now, we wanted to change my Paragon board. I just right-click, spin a little gold, it's gone. I put it in. Skill tree, right here. I right-click, move to whatever I want, in a little gold, and it's gone. And then push this here, and then you can even respec mode and, like, do the whole thing. And then you can also even just, while I'm in this screen right here, wherever I'm standing, other than when I'm actively in certain instances, like when the pit's active, I can refund all, it'll clear the whole thing, we just spend up to our points, and just like that. It is very easy to respec in D4. And also, we have something called the Armory when we go to town. We can go ahead and pop that. So every character has 5 armory spots where they can save their build and remembers what gear goes into that build as well. So you have practically 5 builds per character if you want to. Right over here. Go ahead and accept this. Yeah, see right now I just have this one. I need to overwrite it, like update it. I could have all these. And it would save the Paragon, it would save the skill tree, and it would save what gear goes in there. Yeah, it's very easy. It's very easy to respec. Yeah, PoE 2, it's quite the opposite. It's rough. Now, PoE 2 easier to respec than in PoE 1. They helped a little bit, but they do not have like multiple builds per character. They make you suffer through that campaign to make a new character if you want to say like multiple builds. Which, I get it, that's the old school way of doing things, but 2026, it's nice not to have to deal with that, especially as someone who really loves playing a lot of different builds but doesn't like doing a lot of busy work. PoE 2 asks a lot of busy work of you to really get and playing other characters. I actually had somebody come through recently who really loves PoE 2 for one thing, the campaign part. And they said to me, you know, I don't mind if you never go back. And this is one who, like, technically loves PoE 2 maybe more than, like, has loved it more than a lot of us have. I really like it. There are a few people who are like, we wouldn't be heartbroken if we never go back just because they don't want to do the campaign anymore. And they don't like some of the other systems, and like overall Diablo 4 is getting like better and better. We'll see what happens, but at some point I intend on going to play it and doing the ascendancy for like the Beast Companions. I really love the Beast Companion system. But yeah, having to do the campaign, not having like the armory type system, you can do a lot of different builds. A lot of us really love playing a lot of variety, and like that's what keeps us engaged. It's tough to sit there and realize you're spending so much of your gameplay every single league just doing the campaign. You need to get like really fast at it. It's still busy work. They keep adding more to it before you get into like the good part of the game that we actually enjoy, so it gets frustrating. Like 2 is really like Act 1, 3, 4. Yeah, I just like 3 more, I think, than 2. But you're not the only person that we've seen come through who does not like Act 2 and for sure. Alright. You spend gold to respec, I think, the skills, but I think the Paragon to put it in, you don't. here. 10:52 a.m. for you. It's almost 2 a.m. for me. That was for me, of course, important. So that follow. Welcome, welcome. 200 Ix rings. Like this league, we did not play an EP2 on stream. We intended to, and then what happened is they gave us Paladin. We all know who, if that have been around, how much I ended up loving Paladin. And then the Sanctification took a lot of time. So we not that crazy about the Druid that they released over there like we thought we would be. Anyway, interesting enough. Was it Aurelian? Like a Doodori. Like Diablo, no AKT on USW on story and pasta. Like I don't know completely what you just said. Right here. Lava hours. Planter spent a lot with the dragon. Yeah, I actually was building the wyvern, and I really liked the bat skin that they had for it like that. But I realized like my favorite part of it. And then like the in-game build that was really popping off at the time, it seemed like it was really functional. Was not at all like the cooler looking version of what I would have done with that. It was a little bit of a bummer. So I didn't like the overall like, gameplay of why that wyvern ended up being a high. Do like the cute things that weren't gonna be like really popping off. But eventually the reality even like the lesser looking style didn't get things done. Happens with these games. Hopefully D4 the skill tree changes another just in the game. It doesn't happen too much where you still get opportunities to play a lot of variety, but it depends on what the difficulty ends up looking like. We know and we saw at least like a Torment 5 in those screenshots and different levels. Whoops. I know testing in the PTR with the bloody sigil was a little rough going into Torment 5. For non-medicals. But good follow, welcome in. So we'll see how it goes. See how it goes. Hannah Montana is getting a rebooted bar to Miley is leading. What the hell? How much they're paying her for that? That's crazy. But I guess these days her voice is her kind of shot, so music is not as easy as it used to be. Different experience. So, if you're doing another Hannah Montana, why? Like, I'm invested now. And it's like, what kind of style show is it going to be? Is it going to still have, like, that kind of vibe? It'd be a little weird with that kind of vibe. Or they're gonna be, like, more like, it's basically Miley as Miley doing a Hannah Montana show. Because I think I'd actually enjoy that more. Here. Disney so it can't be. I don't know. Now, Disney bought out a lot of stuff recently, and now they absorbed Hulu, and they got the Netflix rights from those Marvel shows that used to be on Netflix. So they're doing like a season of Daredevil again, right? Which is not traditionally Disney. We got a lot of things on Disney now that you wouldn't think are Disney. So I don't know. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they get a little wild. They won't be too wild, but more wild than you would probably think it would be, knowing what Hannah Montana was. I would be disappointed if it wasn't. I see it, and I mean, they'll probably pay her a fortune, or paid her a fortune. So maybe they would convince her to do something like unexpected, but I have a hard time thinking Miley these days would just be like, oh yeah, we're gonna do a Disney. We're gonna do a Disney series and not shake up something. Here. It is. Like, a lot of those companies like it's a big slop. It is. We shall see, I suppose. And see, without Fame Monsters, I don't think I would even know that was happening. And I say that like I don't live on Reddit. It was like, so I probably would have found it out. At some point. At some point. I didn't know yet. Here we go to the east. One's all good. Got it. On right now. These things. Clar. Protect. Whatever that name is. I'll activate this other elite. Oh, we'll take a chance on it. Kill two together. The Polar 6. Be cool there. I think we are. Okay, we already took portal, so we're gonna take a little bit of a walk ourselves. Got a little bit more of that corner, but for now, it's alright. Go hit that portal. Another channeling. Right side's already just a little bit of trash. I mean, I think there's some trash. It'll work more than it should be, because maybe it counts as the backtrack type stuff. Perhaps. All the way down southwest has something in our little corner. Yes, it does. Is this enough to get us through? Less than that. We'll hang out here for a bit, and we are good to go. Killing Belial, that is. Nice. Alright, gloves, chest armor. Oh, is my inventory that full? I guess it is. I'm gonna toss some junk over here to the side. Any of these for this character? Gloves, chest armor. Let's grab Mac here. We'll do the golem thing. 87. Sorry. Oh, you're extra random today. Is that part of the season though? I get it. I get it. Okay. Yeah, go try the 99. Razor plate. Hero's embrace. We got 2 paladins now. Why not? That's actually my skeleton mage mastery. Not bad pants there. That's per second. Intelligence focus is not huge of a thing. Were these rocking some upgrades? Yeah, we'll take the upgrades then. Hungry blood, grasping veins. Alright, grasping veins. That's one thing I am using. We're gonna have to adjust build just in case. Okay. Alright. Yep. Already on the move again. Let me see. How's my gold? 13 billion. I made like $1 billion today doing these pits so far. Nice. Give it that divine gift boost. This is a 99. I'm sure it could do it, but it's probably gonna be like, if it was by myself, it's very slow, very careful right now. It is not by myself at the moment, so we're in pretty good shape. Okay, then out for that explosion. It's good for us. And let's go ahead and take that Coron's Demise. Executioner Day. Do this. There's Mac. Hurt a little bit. Careful on it. Done. Left for you. Here's the Markle deal. Not need that right this second. Right side. Careful. There we go. Pop this thing. That reset your 2 months in Fame Nation. Too bad you don't already have it. Careful. Okay, flower. I did not want to get caught by that explosion. Got it. Good. I live. All those arbiters. I actually kind of like that this class doesn't have one of those forms. Apparently, stream classes are out here always running around not looking like themselves between the ancients and what is it called? Everyone is called. Same deal on there. Arbiter, stream classes. Almost don't get to see their fit depending on build. Still not as bad, I suppose, as Druid. Poor Druid. Should at least have alternate form skins by now, but no such luck. I think it's a little weird. That is one thing that PoE2 has that I do really like, of course. And to run around as a bat wyvern is pretty awesome. Let's go. Oh, I got follow. Welcome in. Fire chance. Do with this. Yes, we can. The lightning, maybe. Morning. Move over here just a touch. Try not to get hit by all of that. A lot going on. You have the cute little vampiric curse off of one of these sanctifications. I got extra stuff going on in this that's already obnoxious about it. Alright. You like the mercenary? Yeah, that your weapon setup I heard is pretty interesting. I have not played it that way. Okay. I want to play Beastmaster, whatever they decide to name it. Not out yet, so still waiting. I don't really like their companions, since I say it every time we talk about PoE 2. It's like, basically when I play PoE 2, it's the only thing I want to play. All I really care about is I want to go and mess with the companions. All we want is PoE Mon, nothing else. I like it so much, like, I have a hard time imagining them releasing much of anything else, even like their Templar or whatever it comes. Like, I don't want that. Which is, I like to play the Orabot type deal in PoE 1. I really just want to capture the wildest, rares over there. The wildest rare creatures and run around with them. Yeah, last people did play the explosive grenades around us last time we did play. Give that gifted sub. Pretty kind. Go hit the next one. You like the PoE 2 is a top-down shooter type vibe. Yeah, it does have that vibe. Was right. That is what this one is definitely missing. Names all good. We got that over here. Gonna have a corpse out here for the grasping. Like golems out here consuming more than I can catch with the grasp. There you go. It's gonna hurt. Better move it. There we go. A little bit. I champion decided to be obnoxious. Fine. Everything lines up on Necro. Feels okay. It is a bit of a monster on having to get all the right things rotated into where we want them to be. Grenades. Good here. Iron chair. Oh, something caught me. Was it the execute? I don't even think it was. It was me standing in the like corrupt orbs that hurt there. Gotta sneak up on you. They don't look like much. All of a sudden you realize they aren't much. They aren't much. I'm even more sneaky than the shock lamps. The shock lamps are like really bright. And these are like practically not even there. Into the portal again. I would like to go there, but it doesn't want me to click. Alright. Okay, there we go. And now, go ahead and hit this as we do. Got the gold, the pants, and we are good to go again. And whoops, that's not all I want with the 99 now. This setup, there you go. And to the pit we go. No problem. You need a banana or something. Fair enough. Bananas. This is how we buy fruit here. What happens is we don't eat it fast enough and most of it ends up rotting. And so it's like, this time we buy fruit, like, we just have one. As long as buy one. We buy one, okay. No, a single banana, no dice. Right here. Pants are good. Nice. What else is there for me? Eyeball things. Right here. Another one. Don't stand in that. That hurt. I didn't get one shot though. That's the good news. Still alive. Mortars. Good. What's good now here? Just a bit. Portal we go. Black screen. Hooray. Fine. Ouch. Northwest. Go this side while he's going over there. Little ads here. We can handle those well enough. Pull everybody in. The golem, see what they do. They didn't show up that much that time. That's not exciting. The eyeball, I know it's already there. Danger, danger. I do not like being stuck in that corner as well when we take coming in. Back up. Shell's glance going off. Oh dear. Nice playing tailors. Got it. Didn't die. Hooray! Go out this way. And our boss is... What's while? Good deal. Let's go collect our ranks now. Failing on 90% chances. Love that. I love that. Healing. This is how it is, though. Always how it is. Another one. How's that doing? Hemorrhage, life on kill. Nah. I'm looking very much forward to the skill tree changes. There's a lot of the passives that are in there that I always feel like they're super required. It just feels nasty, and getting more customization options in there instead will feel more akin to what I like in other games that have those kind of like skill trees. It pops off for every single class. And Roderick Cube will give us more well-rounded crafting. It should be very hopeful for what we have going on with the overall gameplay loop. Filtering the items, that'll be nice. And then of course we're getting Warlock, which I am super hyped to get to play. Super hyped. I need it. I need it. Here we go. Aspects are still going to be a thing, but they're going to be different. They're not going to be as locked in with the utility type things, the aspects that you would never choose. You're no longer be able to choose which is a switcher. So the more fun stuff you'll actually hopefully be able to play with. Stats are coming back through Talisman, so they're implementing it in a way that's not going to break the gear system that we already have. It's going to be a layer on top of. It should feel pretty damn good. Here's hoping. Here with the roll. Good to go. There's the actor out here getting poisoned. Alright, take an amulet, take a ring, get over here, and then we got more illuminator to throw into. Can't wait to explore that new area or what they showed. It looks so good. It looks like we're actually gonna have some areas that are going to be bright that aren't just desert. It'll be great. Livable, I call it a livable city. In Scopo City, they keep showing it. It's a nice place to be like your home point, finally. And instead of having living care gardens because it has the pit and the other places don't. Like, this is not exactly my idea of a great time. It's just like basically you're locked into the place you start Diablo 2 forever. More or less. That's what it looks like. Not the best. Not the best. So we're getting big upgrades on that. Until maybe one day when they decide to throw us like hideouts that we can decide for ourselves and have everything if we ever get something of that nature. At all. It might be as good a city as we ever get. Here we are. Ouch, that hurt. And now we're trying not to get hit by all that AoE. Oh, did that work? See what else is over here. Right side lightning chance. You got an eyeball. Plague a bearer. Torch monotypes. Here's my golem. Where'd they go? Golems. There are 3. A lot of explosion ahead. I got caught in the wake, of course. Give me another left turn. Things over here to play with. And some more breaks out here meeting at my house, huh? Well, Florida would probably be quite an interesting place to be in that kind of situation. Like, good luck getting through all that. Like beyond the deep south, and deeper in the south and the deep south. Sounds like danger. I don't know. I don't know. Literally, so we jokingly say we need to make villain house, and just everybody, the streamers and whatever, there. And little did my Guild Wars 2 crew know that it practically happened. Long after a lot of those guys had retired from gaming. Which is what it is. Practically, this is villain house. This is what I live here for. That's why I moved. That's why this house exists. Practically for me at this point. This is what it is. Here. Oh. It's scarier over there than here. I think kind of actually probably like something similar kind of scary, not gonna lie. Probably know what it's like around here more than you know from just experience. So there you are. Harmony. Super rural types. I figured that they have a lot more in common with all Florida types and not Eliminator. I'm short one tier. Yeah, well, you see a lot of news about Florida Man because our records are open about all of that. So anything that happens in Florida or the Florida Man does a thing, it'll appear on the internet. Everybody knows. Everybody gets to know. In a lot of places, they probably have plenty of crazy things. It's just they don't have those open records that we do. So we could just be famous for it. Vault will. Okay, we salvage this. We repaired that, and we go again. Let me in. Yeah, generally, they whatever the last place you were in is where the beginning of the next storyline is. Makes sense. Take it right where we left off. They've got some like ports and whatnot where we can jump on a boat. I can see of course I can see of scope as there will be boats involved at least for the traveling into it kind of deal. Alright. Here to the west. We just want scary Florida Man. I know, all of them. Like the Florida Man. Imagine if it was just one dude getting away with all those shenanigans. I mean, quite the character. I suppose we'll see whatever that character is in spades whenever, if ever, Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. Based in Florida. Off of Florida. I think even my city is represented. So I expect lots of strip clubs in that city. I expect there to be some accurate shenanigans. And I'm gonna play it just looking for those things. If they're not there, I'm gonna have issues with Rockstar, right? They've hyped up this game so much that it's going to be based around places I know all too well. So they better get it right. Oh, waiting. We get people in our Florida subreddit all the time, like asking all sorts of questions about what it's like. And I realize a good portion of them, I don't think they're looking to move here. I don't think they're doing anything but one thing. They are researching for their upcoming Grand Theft Auto 6 roleplay. They are trying to learn about like the local rappers and things like this that nobody really needs to know about unless they got some gears turning that are all about that GTA life. There's no other reason you want to give a shit if it's not from here. Our cereal is gone. Rest in peace to her cereal. Okay. One. Lies down. Oh, that's not a banana. That's cereal. Good though, I guess. And I want that one. Oh, alright. Now let's go work on the golems here. As we do. I don't think they've announced the next dev chat for like the new season unless I missed it. The 5th is the deep dive that you're doing on Warlock. So we got that. Maybe there's another dev chat somewhere in there, but I haven't actually seen the date. Let me see if I fish around real quick. Maybe I just like missed it today, but no, I haven't seen. Have not seen it. Got Lynn in here. hit there with a tag while I'm chilling. We pop into the Discord so we can also give them the member tag in game. We haven't already. Diablo 4 villain, Diablo. I love it when their names match the account. We were talking about that earlier. It's like a lot of people, they have account names and they don't actually call themselves that, and then I'm trying to track them down and like figure out who they are on the roster. There's no way I can tell unless they're online because they have like human character names. But I got it right. Right here. These to these salvies. Shock lances. Don't mind if I do. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. What are we doing here for you? Okay, again. Here, look at all this coal enchanted. Here's the survivors. Coal enchants. Not if I do. Right, obelisk. Good enough. Good enough. That's a lot. That's a lot. Here we are. Yeah, pretty wild. And right, activate another elite. Right, see, this is even like my favorite of colors and things available at this point. Whoops, like the paladin. I guess the paladin flash can be like pretty blinding. Pretty blinding. There's so many different builds and so many combinations, kind of like something for everybody, and then even a single class, you get a lot of variety there too. And it should be better the DLC season where they opened up a lot of the elements, so instead of just like fire hydras, you can have ice hydras. Instead of just like fire incinerate or something else like incinerate, things like this. The options are getting opened up by a lot. It's pretty awesome. Hands here. At this point, I'm choosing what my main class is just on colorations alone. It's like, I went on this and this and this. Which class has it? Okay, that's my boy. That's my boy. Let's go ambulance. Oh, okay. How about those seabirds, though? Oh, well. I think our top seabird enjoyer is sleeping, finally. She went to sleep. We'll talk about the seabirds that we have out Zoe here. I mean, it's BlizzCon. Like, every single one of their games, obviously, with BlizzCon returning after being gone for so long, have to have huge announcements. Guaranteed. If not, you know, multiple announcements. They gotta. They gotta. Here, on the right, see how this does. Another one of that. Love it. Over there. East, we'll hit this one again. Here, don't you have a cell phone? So, maybe there could be a StarCraft cell phone bubble game. I already talked about it. I was like, if they were to throw another bubble game at us, if there would be one, like, maybe I would play, and to discuss the reality, I would, and I wouldn't be against it. Like, I know how much two of us died. Killed us talking about StarCraft. You know, as much as people meme on that moment when they announced it, well, a lot of people enjoy it. It was just, we wanted 4 at the time. We didn't want that. Okay, let's go ahead and announce a remake for one of the OG games. If they do that for Pokemon, I hope they actually put in the hard work, because the last one was so bad. Everyone looked at it and was like, even I didn't buy it. Even I didn't play it. I very much intended to. Very much intended to. Just like I couldn't get myself to do it. So if they do, like, they gotta do a better job. I don't like them kind of phoning it. It's because it's Nintendo, it's Pokemon, they can. It's always disappointing. And of course, the people, because it's Pokemon, they'll buy in. It's just, I'm at the point where, with that particular case, I won't. I have a Switch 2 and everything. I'd love to have a game I actually would play on that regularly. Pokemon, if it was good, would do it. But just right now, it's a bit of a rough time for Pokemon. And then you got like Power World out there, which was awesome. So the bar is higher than Nintendo is raising up to. It's very strange. Yeah, it's crazy pay to win with mobile games as it usually is. That's why I
Stay
don't
a
play
while
it.
and listen.
I know myself, and it would not go well. It would not go well because I don't really want to buy all the things. I need to go repair and do that. You want to scrap these? I'll double check and make sure there's nothing I want to keep. Like your resistance type stuff. These aren't anything too much. Cool, so we did that already. We'll burn these. We're looking for better rings, but we have no proper rings on now. It could be better, but it's okay. Right, here we go. Oh, which one is your favorite? Which one is it? A lot of them have been cycled out, but there are definitely some that are old school. Stay a while and listen. Very, very timely now, because that is from Diablo 2. And Diablo 2 actually just got a proper new class. They have the Warlock. They have the Warlock before we do over here, in fact. Pretty legit. Let's go. Let's hear don't play Diablo Immortal because the parts of the game that we would enjoy the most are very pay to win, and we would pay. I should have known. The likes of victory fanfare. Can't go wrong with that one. Okay, or you think she should take a break? You died a lot. Well, I'm dying plenty too. I should convert the Gojo you crying to you dying. I know the text to speech stuff can do it, but I'm always a little hesitant to open that Pandora's box because once you open that, there's no going back. There's no going back. Okay, here. Chill for that. It doesn't even work perfectly. You dying? Like, yes, Gojo, we're dying again. And let me grab another two-handed maze. And she should go take a walk. Go walk it off, Ori. It's alright. We got Mac here. And anyway, I don't even need these glyphs in the first place. Anything else outside of this and the tower, he's fine. Oh, you like the bees are coming? Do we still have the bees? I don't know. I don't think we have. Maybe we don't have the bees anymore. For sure. Some things I had to go so others could join us. Now I can just split the two services. We got sound alerts and we got the blurbs, but we can't put them all in the rewards because it's the Twitch limitation for that holds us back. Yes, yes, it is true. People do spend that kind of money and whale that hard on just mobile games. I've seen big whales in RTS games go ridiculous thousands. And then like, they will band together and big whale crews and like own a whole server. But I've also seen some of them maybe forget a bubble here and there to protect themselves and see the whole server turn on them and get all that money they put in practically burned to the ground when they were unknowingly vulnerable in a way. But it's not people do that. It is what it is. It is what it is. And anything you put a leaderboard on and attach you can pay to win this, people will do it. Mobile games make mad money off of that kind of model. Here, the fire chance. These kind of games, like we play, they weren't like AAA like this one where they were selling the game itself. They would put ridiculous prices on cosmetics to make it like super exclusive, and people will pay for that too. Like that 40k boat in Where Wings Meet. Everybody can board it and have a party and try on all of their clothes, and usually the Venn diagram for somebody who has a 40k boat and all the cosmetics in the game, full circle. Full circle. So, you know, that's pretty fun. It's kind of interesting. People do it. Enchanting. Let's put some shotguns out there. Very careful now. Alright, here. Explosives. Yep. Usually the like full release like plain servers would have been like the big spending types, and then they would still maybe spend every week of like huge amounts just to get ahead at the very beginning and like squash everybody into the ground like it's days. Like they just like blink and they realize like what? what power level? Like how many extra zeros over the rest of us? Like, yeah, it is like that. Shot one chanted. Alright. They're talking like RTS games all the time. They always need people who are going to be like the resource grinders and people who are going to fill spots, like people can't take territory, and all these kind of things in the RTS games in particular. So those games have reason for having like just the dolphins or even like the free-to-play players, even among the big whales. Often if you have like 100+ people and you have like alliances that obviously are in like no aggression packs, and they fill all these things up, and then they'll tell you like, you're feed the big guys, send them XYZ so they can do whatever they need to do to control everything. 99. Yeah. No, I gotta know. Okay, it's matching good. Yeah, they do it though. They do it. They do it. Some they would give away like tons of their stuff and their power and everything they gave to everyone else around them. Prop up a whole alliance, a whole clan, a whole whatever it is for the system. Quite interesting. Cool here. Do that. I've had a few people who would do that in MMORPG games with people around them. It's always so strange. And then a lot of the time, those of us who were leading it weren't that big a whale. You'd have other people who would play much less, just kind of like live vicariously. They would be like doing whatever else they do, making that money, clearly. And they would come in and it's like, you guys want this? You want this? And like, they would give us all the things. And then some of us would have like big egos, and then we would figure that, oh yeah, we're gonna ask all for all the things for all the people who are not like that. And then people would do it because we would get like such fast starts off of one guy coming in, like, here, take this. It always felt like nasty anytime we would start a game together with these people, because I knew that guy would show up and it's like, oh yeah, our buddy, our friend. And it's like, isn't he really your buddy or your friend? Or are you just using this poor guy because he's giving free stuff all the time and he's into it? It's strange. It was so strange. Yeah, dude would be there, not even a hold. It was like even a false, basically getting away with false starts. That's what it felt like. And then he was gone until the next game started. Or the next like big reset or something like this. And no other purpose. All he did. It was like a weird guild sugar daddy. He was so corrupt. Let's go hit that portal. Let's see here. There's nothing to be Bitcoin. The one I'm thinking of, he would kind of like set up businesses to, I think it's like he set up businesses for them to have like really good starts, imagine. And then whenever he finished that up and like set it up for them, he would go help out like the next one. He's like a really good like high-end consultant for some sort of business thing. And it's like very effective at it. And I was like, okay, I get it. Like a certain track record, you know, every business they want one of those guys, and he, for whatever business he was in, I can't actually say it, but he was the guy. Into the pit we go. The whole immortal prophet. You got a plan, do you? Is that the plan? It's the plan. Left. Lightning. Challenge hit explosive. Go. A lot of those games, like, those dudes would, like, they would barely play. They could buy their way, and they would have the same kind of power situation those of us who, like, played all the time. It was just, like, fine. And, like, you have a spot because you had the gear for it, and you realize that if the game didn't let them get carried by the gear, it would be a problem. But a lot of the games that those guys, of course, with cheers were always the ones where you had all the agent ones. It's like, I see what we're doing here. It feels kind of wild. Like, you would spend every day with other people who just didn't have the gear that those kind of guys did. So when the wartime came and you had a like limited roster, you would choose the dudes who were barely there, and it felt disgusting. That's what people do to win in those games. That's why I definitely prefer not playing them if I can help it. Because I don't like having to make those choices of both the let's go take everything from everybody else who you know is never going to make the cut, but they have something we want, and then the people who can buy their way through everything and then get the roster spot for the people who are working so hard for it. That's what it took. Coming out there a little bit. This is an old champion. I'll take this over here to the other side. Hundreds are definitely still tough for this little Necro. The glyphs are getting leveled. Fine, we have a paladin. Alright. There we go. Pop that, and I'll do this. I'll get that one hundo. Now we got a Dead Razor, 3 glyphs to go. The ones in this build are all set. And then it needs sanctifications. On the Golemancer? I guess on the Golemancer. I don't have any real big ones yet. I have extra damage, but I have a barrier covered on one thing, I think, right now, and not much else going there. One had it. Yeah, I don't have it anymore. I'm taking it off. Oh, that's right, I might not. It was on the Stylus. Gotta get in. Nice. Do Rascal on Castlevania, Archie's back, like, curry his body to the TV now. But it doesn't like the Rascal. What character is it that has that voice? What is it? No Castlevania cat. Got reactions a little bit. Careful. Good here. Maybe. Got it. Mac. Chance dead. Going boom. Right here. There we are. Ouch. The pain. But a D4, it's pretty easy, straightforward, and accessible to get power and like not be quite in as bad a situation. Compared to like your time to get the 200 and like 250 be like very playable, not bad at all. And then like the power you get from getting 300, not that huge, truly. Like the bigger picture. In this game, we don't have that much of a struggle, and like people do come through and like, expect to get like leveled and like get all the gear and that kind of deal. But the reality is, it doesn't really take that much to reach that point. Now, like this season, perfect example. It's the RNG and then like the forced grind to get what you want. That's like also account bound. That really is the differential. So it's not nearly as bad as I'm just going to throw money at that person because I'll give them that too. It's a little bit of time. It's a little bit of time saved, and people can boost you, but you're not getting like the full experience for sure. Embrace the trash gear. I think it's easy enough. You know, yeah, exactly. You don't even perfect gear in this game. You're set to go and like almost nothing. One hand's trash. They say like, yeah, literally, like, the stuff we throw out regularly. We throw that to someone just starting out, and they are almost as good as they're gonna get just off of basically what's nothing. The power differential in this game is not big at all between starting out and like in game. We'll see what happens in the DLC, but I don't know. To change all that much. They kind of know their niche and their style of game is the best when it's simply easy. People who need to worry about like the most perfect gear, they care about the leaderboard. Alright, and here that's like I have a starless pair of boots I've ever put on my paladin, and then I can rotate all his gear and he have like even closer to a perfect deal, and I don't even really care that much. Just what a number. Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, it's just number bragging rights. It is just number bragging rights. It's like, yeah, I can do this tier of pit, I can do this tier of pit, I'm like whatever on the leaderboard. Like, let's see what they'll care. A lot of people really care the people who are there already. They're like all kind of in the same niche. It's a relatively small niche. It's just nice that it's there. Alright, here. That is coming in some way at some point, but it sounds like it's not coming for the DLC, so we're still waiting for that. And I hope they find like a nice like happy medium where it's still like you can party play. This is an open world game, a lot of it has to do with, you know, being able to do that. But the like mostly self-find, like party find kind of system would be awesome, because then it's not just like, oh, we're gonna sit on the market or take everybody's stuff and keep rolling, and getting those kind of advantages through that. Separate leaderboard if you want to do it that way, awesome. But I hope they have a good happy medium where it works in this game where you practically self-find and everyone feels better for it. Explosives, stay out of this. I kill them? Yes, I can. They kill me. Absolutely. Back there just a little bit. You quit the job, you don't have a back, you got it. So, I mean, it's coming. You can't say that. Now we're all gonna like, well, write it down. Write it down. Here it is, Mac. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're not lying, right? You wouldn't lie to us. Survivor. That you also don't have. Not basements around here either. Come to think of it. Good. Fire for you. Less lightning, hopefully, for me. Golems. Oh. Okay. There's portal. Up we go. Here's a moving. Oh, alright. Did I say that? Well, one fame said that. I don't think this fame did, but maybe monsters did. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. It seems to be the case. If it's signed by fame, it's good enough, right? Good enough. It's true. That's a deal breaker for a lot of people. Oh well. That's fine. It's fine. He died for his chat statement right there. It is what it is. It is what it is. Oh. Dun, dun. Good. Another. Boulders in. Try not to die. That's the real key. Try not to die. I emphasis on try, because you know what happens on Necro. It happens. I don't like this angle on it. I'm gonna like skag. Look, I organized them for you, Mac. Chocolate. Nice. Get out the way. Codex. Alright, here. West. These done. Red wing baddie and the transition screens. You know, and is it Andariel up there right now? She's a lesser evil, so maybe that's the one? I don't know what you mean. Maybe? Sounds like Andy, yeah. Andariel, Maiden of Anguish, one of the lesser evils, one of the famed enemies of this season. Usually just hangs out in her lair, but this time she's also taken over the Undercity. You do allow between the amulets, which I mean I could get a better one of those. Let me check that side. Yes, we did. What else is over here? Play with the trash mobs just a tiny bit. Podlegs. It's done for now. See what else I have. West for us. We'll hit this. Lightning enchanted by obelisk. Not that explosion. I'm gonna stay on the obelisk. Wait, I guess I see something. You put it back to being a lot closer to what it used to be. Like, that is painful looking. I was just like, damn my god, red wings, but not wings. Yeah, that sounds like a Dario. I don't even think, like, as long as you've seen this every time, I don't even think about it. Yeah, that sounded like it. She's got like kind of like a spidery appendage thing. Like those lesser evils are practically, a lot of them are bugs, bug themed. So she's got that going on. 100 for the dead razor. We got 2 more glyphs to finish. Praying mantis. Here. Yeah, she's got wings. That's probably Lilith. I don't know. Lilith's in the Louis releases. And Dariel's over there maybe for the lesser evil part. Is that a praying mantis, Sandy? It makes some sort of sense. Okay. You want to know about the fishing? I know, all of us keep forgetting that the fishing is coming and like trying to ask more about it. I missed it again, did I? Oh, goodness. There, lightning. Yeah, it's actually proper wings. Oh, the world boss, yeah. Okay, here. See how we're doing. Firing shares. That. Okay, please. Let's stay out of the way. For those. Careful. Got this. Bulletin. Sort of, I don't want to be with right now. This is wild. You haven't? Did you say you haven't got the horse skin from her yet? Is there a horse skin? Y'all die and just kill Ad, but don't kill Elite. So, yo, maybe okay, but dying kind of ruins it. We're down southeast. Explosion I don't want to deal with. Yeah. Okay, so I guess that's not gonna work right here. We're gonna take those steps. The character loading screen, so that's not gonna work. Okay, let's see how we're doing on the other front. I think this one's over here. I could have ported it to a Mac, but hit the Tower Serac and we'll go north to see if we can catch one real quick. I kind of forgot that there's a horse skin on it. Or is there a horse skin on Dorial? I guess they have trophies. I want to say they have trophies. And then go ahead and hit this real quick. Seared basic. That keeps giving me the character loading screen so I can catch the one monsters I'm talking about. Just in time. Corrupted. Let's see the load. I'll take, yeah, I was just gonna pop that open. Blue shield person on the left. That would be Mac. Yes, indeed. Essence per second. Those freezer. All right. All right. Maximum life on kill, intelligence, skeleton mage master. We're not playing that right now. Now, critical strike chance, we have movement speed, and we're gonna go ahead and hit some of these. Okay, so gem reserve, hit an armory. We can hold on to that gem reserve, forgot wisdom, material reserve. Too many of these gold reserve, forgot wisdom, obols, gold reserve, protection shrines. I got 20 of these now. Got more of those. That's actually Zelda. Indeed. The more you know. Rangy aid. I gotta check these sigils. File Splendor, Gem Reserve, Ruby Reserve, Artillery Shrines, forgot Wisdom, Amethyst Reserve, Materials. Shrines here, Gold Reserve. Could toss these, I don't really need that. Could toss the compasses too, but I kinda do need Resto Scrolls, so we gotta save them for now. What else we have here? Yeah, Zelda had a green hat! Yeah, that's what I thought too. Make types. Alright, next one's up. This is favorite. We don't need it right now. Got Wisdom, Channeling Shrines, Amethyst Reserve, Gold Reserve, Artillery Shrines, Gems, Hidden Armory. Save all of them, it's alright. Equal shrines there. Alright, here we go. But yeah, she kind of has spider energy, but a spider without webs, although they do exist. I don't know if like from a storyline front it makes all the sense. Got Wisdom, Reserve, Gold Reserve, Gold Reserve. Hard to say. I mean, she has chains. I guess chains could be like her web. In a way. Oh. Everyone's just like, what kind of thing is she? We don't know. The beauty of it is she's a demon. She could be a mix of all the things or none at all. We don't know. We don't know. Alright. Something brimstone, all the first. Oh, yeah, only of the middle bosses drop that one, I think. At least Duriel also drops it anyway. Distance, maximum life. Alright, all of that we can get rid of. And then we're sending more of these. I need to scrap that. I already tossed them. Odds and ends of thing. Yeah, follow. Welcome, welcome. Could do ovals. We're gonna open up their gauntlet sparks. No ancestral. Night 1. No, she's a definite of charade. Charades. Look at that sub of the Fame Nation and enjoy the Diablo match. Are there any Minotaurs? In this game, I don't think we have Minotaurs. We got demons who kind of have a little bit of the vibe, but not like on the nose Minotaurs. Not like, say, your Baldur's Gate swords. The Forgotten Realm staples. We got werewolves here, which don't seem to have a lot of storyline to them. It's kind of around, as I said before. It might have some side quests I don't remember and never did, but other than that, low representation other than they do appear in the pits. We got these snake type people. You think about how those are made too much, and you're like, you don't want to know. The dungeon is devoted to explaining that, kind of. Right here. A little bit of a buzzsaw. Not standing this. It's a little hard to see it, but we know it's bad. It's all bad. Explosions. Slicer. That's such a lot of words. It's a grandfather to help it out. Ouch. The pain. There are big moments of damage when everything is aligned, but it's still not consistent enough. I got healed for me. Have it to die like that. Caught up in that AoE. Go again. Ruin Molotovs. A Dracula Wolfula. Doesn't he have a werewolf form? So he run around as the Wolfula or Wolfula. Thanks for the lurk. Enjoy the coffee. Got in a little bit. Where'd that cursor go? Oh no, I hit my sensitivity. There we go. Something back. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, here is that. We're gonna hang out there for a little bit. As you do. The constitute the name Wolfula in itself. It's dead by daylight. If the people decide, the people decide. It is what it is. There's nothing one can do to stop it. Yeah. He's scrapped a mythic prankster. Oh. Oh no. Fine, it was just gonna give you your trash mythics anyway. Okay. Yeah, I imagine just because they see the wolf that often, he's Wolfula. No dragon to be a drag. Is that part of it? Maybe. Do with these. Bring those up. Careful. Things in the mess. It's first. Bold on that. Drop the prison. I don't want to do the thing. I don't want to do the thing. Now it's low. I actually see it. Maybe more than deal. Golems go. Jump, jump, jump. Okay. Double health is definitely a little tough out here for this one. Technically, I would be dead now. It's just me. It'll be done. It's the not dying part that is the struggle, I think, for this one up here right now. Careful. Lightning for you. Almost there. Hang on, right here is Bubble. Very safe. Very safe. He's like an additional aspect. Protection, like it looks the same as that bubble and everything. Even enchanted. Not that scary these days. I remember going into a PTR when they had like just adjusted it in some direction, and lightning enchanted was just like annihilating the Necro. Like heinous. Hasn't been nearly as bad since. There we go. That one elite was all we needed to get in here. So, I do. Got this to 100, one corporeal left. And then these will be 100. Not at all as easy as leveling the advance was. Rest in peace, that prankster. There we are. Since I play DVD, they have added both of the killers I would always say are my most requested in any something like that. Any killer you want, what do you want? Is that the xenomorph from Aliens? Which they'd be like, we can see it happen. Like Chucky. And they'd be like, I don't know. I mean, like, it can happen. There are ways they could do it, and they did. And they've added so many other wild things since. So you even have 2 Vecnas over there. Because they got the one from Forgotten Realms Dungeons and Dragons. Much of people's disappointment because of course they want the Stranger Things one. And then they actually ended up with the Stranger Things one. And that always blows my mind. Like, so there are both? It's like, yes, there are both. Including the human form of Vecna from Stranger Things, which is actually maybe more scary than dealing with actual Vecna. It's like the usual expected form. Like, that's eerie. That's eerie. So, people doing the Dead by Daylight thing are having a great time. I haven't been back since basically this game came out. Here, no problem, Mac. Whoops, I just walked into that. What happens when we contemplate snacks? Very deadly. But practically done with cliffs anyway. On this front. What do we down here? Not be targeted by enemies, removed by attacking or taking damage. And what do we do? We attack and or take damage. Fiery business I don't want to deal with. Right here. Was not leaving his shield up nearly enough for me to do what I needed to do there. I do not like standing in that spot. That was like a bad time. Not for me. Not for me. More golem spam. That's all we need. He's asking veins to go off so we get better damage. Got my bone prison there for the bone and bonuses. And he goes right out. Oh, rude. Guess this one to complete. Anyway. Try not to die. Get on this side. Ori needs coffee. Coffee for all. Let's read through my bumps. There we are. Oh god, it's good even if it is 1 in the morning. Or 3, as it might be for me. Shield. Gloves, focus. I realized I mentioned when it was like 2 AM earlier, and I look over, it was like an hour passed already? That'll happen. Go. Mac's gonna do the snag thing so we can go and kill bosses and whatnot and try to get better gear. No problem, Mac. Let's go repair. I know time goes fly around here. It's true. It is true. Like for 5, knock some away. That damage reduction is kind of juicy, but unnecessary. Grab this. Now we got some things to sanctify, do we? Could, but I don't really need that right now. Let me do another inventory cleaning. Really need this. I think we're okay. It's not that good of an amulet anyway. These boots. I actually probably should do that now. Death Embrace and Terror. Not necessarily the right one we want for this. What else can I get rid of? I guess I can roll these boots too if I'm rolling boots. I mean, if I'll just roll boots. And everything else gets the scrap. Alright, so we go with... We're gonna put more Cursed Aura on both of these. Cursed Auras. Nah, it's alright. I'm just working on this gear. Cursed Aura. Aura. We'll do the temporary here. We're going mobility. A movement speed roll. It's around 25. It's 5. Doesn't hit the GA. It's not a big deal. Just cap out, I'm pretty sure. And another one this way. That one got the GA pretty easily. Cool. Now we masterwork these. So I also need enchant. Let's do the enchant first. We got movement speed on this one already. Lightning resistance is the toss. The essence per second. Not really something I need in this build, but we are doing it anyway. Intelligence 120 works out. Next one, toss the poison resistance for our intelligence again. 111. We can do better. I'll do better. I mean, it's better, but it's not the best. 109. Life on kill, life for 5. Corpse tendrils, don't need ranks on those. 116. Good enough. Now the masterworks. Let's do this. We want intelligence on it. Oh no. Well, you were just walking, right? What happened? That's per second. Would it be bad if it was any other build? It doesn't need it though. Next one up here. Go ahead and do this. Okay, so we're good now for the Sanctify on these two. See how it goes. What do you want to have on the other one? I don't remember. Okay, we're here. What's going on, monsters? What's going on? Quality increase, 21. Legendary power. While unstoppable before cycle after you gain 27% increase in movement speed. That's not very exciting. This one's currently running extra movement speed, no extra intelligence, which is not bad, I suppose. Maybe this one. Wait, this the whole time? I know the whole time. Like, yes, this is my Necro fairy monster. No, I thought he kept talking about like the other loading screens where they're showing like demons and like the things we were fighting. I didn't realize he meant my character the whole time. Yeah, this is my Necro.
Oh, no, he's hot!
We call him Yandere boyfriend, and there he is. So yeah, that's my character, Fey Monsters. And most of my characters more or less look like this, in fact. Welcome to D4. Glad to have you. That's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, he didn't know. I don't want this out of quality. I do like that kind of evade. This build really doesn't need it. I have GA max life right now, so we'll keep these boots maybe for a different build if I need the essence for something, but this one doesn't need it. So we'll go ahead and store for now. We got those 2 bags of obols I can work through. Thought I had space. I could have sworn I made space. Apparently I didn't make that much. Find something else to get rid of then. It was not for this build is the problem. Scoundrel's leather, so we were saving that for my rogue. I don't know if I need to worry about what my rogue is doing. There's another pair of boots I can roll on, I guess, since I'm here. We'll do that. Go ahead and do this one. Yeah. Yeah, it's my character. It's my character. Okay, Cursed Aura. We'll do the enchant over here. That's him. Physical resistance, air healer received. We'll get rid of the healing received, I guess, and then we'll go intelligence on that roll. That gifted sub. Enjoy the badge. Not that bad, but not what I want. Let's go intelligence. That's a pretty low one here. I was just like, I didn't see any of those characters I thought he was talking about. I was like, now it makes so much more sense. It makes so much more sense. That's my character. Dudes. This intelligence roll is good. We get a temper into more movement speed. Right there. Let's see what we hit. 20.3. Could be good enough, but double checking before we do anything to make sure that movement speed's right. Yeah, it's fine. So we can sanctify the new one, see what it gives me. Alright, here we hit the cursed aura already. Yes, affix up here greater. Not that good. Not good enough. We'll scrap it. Okay, so we're good there. What do I want now? Let's see what's good for favor. Of course, we didn't know the Undercity because Max did one of those earlier. I think the boss is good for it right now. Looking like no. It didn't start earlier. It's been a while. Okay, there you go. That one. I'll look into it. A very scary moth. So those wings on me right now are for getting Diablo to resurrected, the Warlock edition that they got. I forget the exact name of it. So that's a Warlock theme set of wings. Problem with that is, of course, right now, Warlock is not out in D4 yet. We don't get Arth until our DLC in April. So those are Warlock ratings, which is what I want to main and what I want to play. And yeah, that's like a little moth-like. That's like a little moth-like. It's actually not Necro wings. It looks fine on him right now, but I think it looks way cooler on an actual Warlock. Yeah. Warlock and all their fiery, demonic, and abyssal goodness. Nice. Yeah, I played a little bit over the weekend, and I really like it. I did really like it. It's not enough to not play D4. Because, you know, it's an old school game. It aged very well. It's still proper fun. I don't have the same kind of, like, attachment to Resurrected in particular that people who have been playing it off and on since it came out a few years ago do, I think, is what it is. I want the D4 Warlock, which I have played, so I know I want the D4 Warlock. Oh, got her copy. Got that gold. And open it up. Amulets here. Now, party, do I ever get early access to this new stuff? Yes, literally. That's why I already tell you I have played the class that is coming out in April. Because I went to Blizzard's headquarters to do it. But I cannot actually show any of that and talk about it in specific because they don't allow me to have nice things. So we're waiting until they talk about it in the deep dive on the 5th. So I'm just like sitting here like every day I show up and I'm like, I have things to say, but I cannot say them. So that's where we're at. So yes, absolutely, as a Diablo partner, you do get to do that kind of thing. Blizzard is awesome to their partners. They also send me cool things like Diablo socks. I have as a Valentine's Day. Like a sweatshirt and like a cup for the Diablo 2 Resurrected's DLC release. And I have an actual literal butcher's cleaver that they gave me while I was over on the West Coast. And that's always a treat to try and take home. Of course, I need to mail it. Mailed it. And then some people didn't, and I'm sure TSA loved that. Like, why do you have a butcher's cleaver in your luggage? Like, wait, I have a butcher's cleaver? There were instances of some people that didn't even know it was that. They just took the box, tried to take it home, and the TSA informed them, like, oh, no, we're not. Why don't you just do this? Like, whoops. So, we love Blizzard. They have some creative gift ideas. Yeah. I've seen some people I know floating around that they are Dead by Daylight into the fog, pay your tires. That's pretty cool. I never got that while I was doing it. Maybe I got stuck with it long enough. I came back one day, but you know, I'm pretty deep into this, so we're cool. But let's see if we can do this on its passive glory with Golemancer. Nice. Yeah, I played D2 when it first came out, and then like the DLC for it. I did not ever play Resurrected, and so I did play Resurrected for the first time this weekend. And it's like, wow, I don't remember all this. I realized maybe some of the stuff I was seeing, like the cinematics, maybe they didn't exist back then. But it's really cool to see now. It's been so long, I don't remember it. There you go. Right, so I'll hit that. I remember having tons and tons of a stupid amount of skeletons on my D2 necromancers. And loving that as a kid, running around with the iron golems made of cool things. I never was that sweaty at it back then. I remember it was a vibe. Around that time, I think I probably was already playing like things like EverQuest type games and whatnot, so it was definitely more of an MMORPG gamer. Very early. Talking about Instance of First Diablo is an old computer game. Yes, very old computer game, like very old. Or like, was it 1990s? Was when D1 came out, and I played that as a kid too. Here we are. I'm pretty sure it's okay to talk about, but there was a D1 arcade cabinet at Blizzard that was playable. Like, that's so cool. And here we are, moving on through here. Then, what are we doing? Yes, Diablo partners, a lot of us got to play the new class the end of January. Doorkeeper. Pull this on the next front. We'll hit this one. A lot of the things that some of you are coming through and like guessing about it, like are still coming through and guessing about it. It's like I know the answer, but I cannot tell you. I cannot tell you. Like some people have been coming through and like trying to tell me about the class, like they got some like insider knowledge, and it's just like so weird. It's like, okay, it's like now at least I can tell you that I went. Like there were times when I went and I couldn't even like stay that much, and people have been trying to tell me what the class is and all these sort of things, and I'd just be like, okay, good guess. Good guess, buddy. Alright. And then some people come through and they think they have insider knowledge, and they're flexing that they know. They're trying to flex on me, and I knew, and it makes it so awkward. Like, please, when you do this sort of thing, think about who you're talking to, what you're doing. It makes it so strange. And like, I tend to remember these things when people do it too, and it's like, you're always gonna be that guy forever that tried to tell somebody who actually knows for a fact that you knew more. And it's like, please don't do that. Please don't do that. It puts everybody in a weird situation. You get all your CDs away except for a few. It's so sad. Oh no. My dad has some stories like that. He would let people like borrow things and he would give it away, and then he'd look back at it and like realize that person probably didn't care for that nearly as much as he did. He should have just kept them for himself. It was a little sad. Okay. Load out of Paragon and Skill Tree too. Okay, let's take this. We can do this with the Golemancer. We are fast enough. Not that I'm surprised, but it's good to verify. Okay, let's grab the amulet and we'll go again. The Bard Mash, the Plaguey. Got the old gifs of that, don't they? Lock it. It's like, I'd love to, if you would let me. That old dial-up sound. Times. Insert the disc and let it like coffee or something before we start. I remember putting in old DOS prompts to start games. That's how way back machine I can go. That was quite the adventure. Like, just misspell it by one thing and be like, Dad, why isn't it starting? And be like, oh, you got a typo. You got a typo, okay, you gotta fix this. Oh, it's like, is it broken? What happened? Like, typo. Typo. You could spell, which is also, I guess, a thing. Here. Age of Empires, yep, I played that. I played that. The Empire fell the first minute every single time. And it's like, nowadays you look at RTS, you realize, like, wait, the RTS games, you're playing at the high end, you know what you need to do by the second. You're not on pace to do something in that second or like those first few minutes, you already know you're sunk. You're done. Like, you're so formulaic. Once it gets down to like pro StarCraft times, it's crazy. StarCraft lobbies, go, 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 go. Alright. Congrats to them. They've been eating boxes. Congrats to them. Very awesome. Then on the right, let's go ahead and hit this. Got it. Good. Yeah, I had D1 on both PC and PlayStation. We had it both. Pretty sure we ended up with it on both, so Dad wouldn't have to share the PC. Eventually ended up with like 3 PCs all in a room, so everybody who wanted one had one, and that was pretty awesome. And really early on in the Diablo era, the easiest way to solve it is like just give them the PlayStation one. They'll go away. They'll go away. Here we are. Give it a little bit more time there. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to skip this next part and we'll do the one inside. It'll work. It'll work. Run for your life, Necro. You're too slow. There we are. Casino game. Back to the coin. I really loved pinball games. Those gave me great joy, and then I would have Pokemon Pinball on my Game Boy. And I would say to my cousin, that whatever you do, do not play Pokemon Pinball and override my like, really high score game. And what does she do? She boots our Pokemon Pinball and erases my ridiculously high score game. For most people now, that doesn't mean anything. It's just like, oh yeah, you do it again, it's fine. It's like, no, we're talking about this game has ran for hours, and I did not get a game over, and I need you to not touch it. That's all I ask of you. And can she do it? No, she doesn't manage to do that. She erases the game. It's like, aww. It was like, did I have other high scores? Yes. There was nothing ever, even after I tried many times after that, that ever competed with that one. And that's all it took back then. Somebody pressing continue and or even worse, not even pressing continue. I'm pretty sure she just started a new one right over it and it was all that. They feel okay with this game? Yes. Yes, I remember that game too. There is a grandfather there. We got a Lilith's wall. How's the Lilith looking? One thing that misses is Bone Storm duration. We got the mineral there, and I suppose it's playable. We'll sanctify it for fun. Why not? I got these amulets. All good. All good. All right. The grandfather, maximum life. Oh, get rid of that. I don't really need to signify those. I think I got them some pretty respectable ones already. I don't need this sort of there either. It's always weird that this one works the best with like Army the Dead. Like, lots of talking. Excuse me. That's neat. Or blessed be. All these things. Terror, Death's Embrace.
I'll be back.
Alright, Andy. Speed free. I do not remember. Let's masterwork the shield here. Some videos of racing their late siblings, Ghost America, you cry. Oh, never beat the ghost car, always let them win. Oh. I think it's like super sad. And then like answering machine messages. I mean the voice chat. So I have probably voice mail messages from like ages ago, and I realized because I never touched that, it's probably the same one. You know, they're still sitting there. It probably also still includes the weird creepy dude that said that my son is a a PDF, and I was in tears like this. I have a son. I still don't have a son. So they're definitely not that. There's like this creepy voice. They were accusing me of that. And it's like, my dude, you have the wrong number. You just went on a whole tirade about some wildness that I know nothing about. And I also had a text message where somebody was accusing one of my neighbors of getting it on with her husband. And I'm like, you got the wrong number about that too. And I don't usually like delete any voice messages and all that sort of stuff. I probably still have them. Like, I can't be bothered with any of that. No, thank you. I'd be a little scared to like check all that now. But usually, if anybody's contacting me, like trying to call me, trying to text me, for the most part, they got the wrong number. So I get all sorts of wildness still to this day. And I've had my number forever. So there's no reason it should be this way. But it still is. Let's see what the other Lilith's wall is doing. I'll throw the block right in there too. Nice of it to show up that way. I got one lidless in here, and I imagine it's not as cool as this one. It's actually not that far off, but this has got the color reduction, so I guess we take that. Don't have that bone, a storm duration though. I would think most things are gonna be dead when it happens. Cooldown reduction kinda cooler. Works on everything. Tough choice. What was the sanctification here? This one, it got another GA. I was gonna take the other one. It's not really that big a deal. I don't even know if I'm gonna be playing the Bone Storm anyway. Well, let's get rid of all of that. Right here. And so should we define the origins? Actually, that would be kind of funny. Like, I didn't really like research any of it. It's like I hear these things, I look at it, and I'm like, okay, well, just ignore that. Ignore that. And like they checked, I kept getting any text messages. She went on for a little bit. And I just like straight out like, you have the wrong number. After she kind of let it drag out for a while. I was like, I was just like, she'll go away. She'll figure out it's not me. It's fine. She did it. So eventually I was just like, you have the wrong number. And then she probably felt like so awful. So awful. And then I looked at who she was probably thinking I was. And it was like, wait, that's my neighbor. She probably was that number. Oh no. Yeah, it could definitely ruin someone's Easter Sunday. Goodness. Okay, then. I don't usually talk about other people, generally, all of our fellow Diablo partners and whatnot. But see, we are not allowed to currently talk about the class in detail. So it is what it is. That's just like flat out all of us currently. I can tell you we love it. It's awesome. You'll love it too. And like, about as far as it gets. Right. White Knight Argonian. Gobble wife? Gobble wife. Alright, we got some of those kind of characters out here at Amsterdam. So I don't have Drill capped out yet, but I can do Andy and I can do Belial before I go and kill any Belial. Probably. Here, I'll ask one here. No, we're fine. Now use it all the time. Fair enough. Hey, did you see the game stuff? Gobble wife slayed. Oh, they slay alright. Good deal. Right here. Under half. These days, I get a lot of somebody use my number to try and register for some advertisements for some reason. And I was just like, oh, stop that, that's fine. And they're always asking for the same dude. So either that dude really got the wrong number, or whoever registered for very consistent with the name that they signed up for. Definitely not me. It's like, oh, they want to open up a gym, do they? Look at that, you can't even get your phone number right, buddy. There were a few gyms contacting me about that. I was like, that's so strange. Very strange. I don't think it's any kind of like scam. Every time I looked it up, like there's legitimately companies that help you open up actual gyms. Very odd thing to get wrong multiple times. Watch the Dragon Prince on Netflix if you like Avatar, Last Airbender, and Korra. I've never been super into those, but I actually really like the live action on Netflix. That and One Piece, both. I actually like the live actions. The few people I know who actually are into those, so they're not bad. Not bad. I'm doing better, that sort of thing these days. Quad boots. It really likes boots today. You know how that goes. More freedom because they weren't bound by Nickelodeon. Yeah, right. The contracts on those. I think that's also why Lariat doesn't want to make more Baldur's Gate. They want to just make their own thing. Because Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast always like breathing down their necks, I'm sure, about all that. We got here Wisdom, we got Artillery Shrines, Vile Splendor, nothing. Give me more of these. Did you block me? I've never gotten one of those. I wish I got more of those. Those sound like would be fun to troll. Another set. We got Quick Mage Elves, Gold Reserve, Blast Wave, all the sidebar, forgot Wisdoms. Obel's Reserve, forgot Wisdom, Obel's Reserve, Artillery Reserve, Protection Shrines. That one goes. Little sigils. And I think I can still pick up more. Nope. Get rid of these. Dun, dun, dun. I want the sanctification system to stay in game, but I want it to come back in a way that be in the game in a different way. The mythic part I don't care for much. Like the aspects and like better gem values, things like this are pretty nice. It seems like a good way to make the crafting like a little bit more of a process. Be a little more power. It's just having to reconfigure things around getting one of every like major mythic role is not the best time. So if they do bring it back, I want it in parts, not in whole. Wisdom, Fire Strong Room. I should reach with favor. I guess that's interesting. Let's get rid of that blast wave here. Okay. Better than Avatar and Korra. Alright, I see you. Pretty high praise. Yeah, nice shrines. Cool. Anything else I need? Of course, more of this. Like Caldera doing. Reserve, they got that going again. Yeah, here. I have done the Purified Essence thing myself on my characters. at least twice. At least twice. And then with others, we've done it a few other times too. And if you're having a lot of trouble getting it to drop, make sure that you don't have cabs corrupted, just in case. Just in case, because there's a chance that it doesn't drop unless it can convert one of those drops into the purified. And if you have over 20, they don't drop. Let's go with Belial here. And amulets. Take this one. You gotta make sure, just in case you're not capped on those inventory spots. Do inventory now. I gotta sell it from all my troubles. Wonderful. We'll come back. Hopefully the next instance is still hopping like this one is. There you go. Okay, are we lagging out? We might be lagging out. I can feel it. What I get for going to town? How cursed. I can move again. Evan Piercer, not a great aspect. That's a wrap out here. You'd rather be in chat rooms? Fair enough. Movement speed. Okay, mouse and life on kill, movement speed, fire resistance. The right kind would be vague, but it would be a little weird no matter what. I don't need to sanctify that much. We're gonna leave it alone. Spirit intelligence here, armor, vehicle, single ranks I don't really need. Yeah, movement speed there. I don't want that either. Movement speed. Alright. Let's get rid of this. Oh, and let's go ahead and do box. Right down there. And helms, chaos, two-headed weapon. So we'll go ahead and do the chaos seal. There we are. Maces. Let's get rid of this. Cooldown reduction. So let's go salvaging here. That will work. Okay, she's got some favor dungeons. I'm going to wait for Ori. We'll go back and do more Azadan for a bit while she's doing the thing. Don't have the patience. Yeah, I mean, that's technically me a lot of the time too. I will. Let me just kill this. I will want to like the thing, but I will barely get through the pilot as much as I probably do like it is. I kind of forget that it existed. That was easy. I didn't even have to touch that ass when they killed it while I was porting it. I didn't even know. Even nice enough not to drop too many sigils on me this time. How convenient. So now we wait for the next one. Alright, why not? The eyes, everybody's dealing with their loot. You used to watch TV when YouTube is so much better, right? Right. My TV has actually, my actual TV has been burnt out for, I think like 2 years? Like, it's just like a sake of completion. It's there. It makes my room look more like lived in, even if it's not, pretty much. We really stream everything on either the phone or right on the PC. The tablet. We don't need a TV these days. Makeup and talks about murder. Makeup and murder. What a match made in heaven. Makeup and murder. I love that. I love that. People gotta find a way to be unique these days. That's pretty unique. I will say. I will say. My brother was saying he watched some Asian girl who, I don't know, she like started off with like weight loss and just like her journey of that, and then the next thing he knew, she became a like sharpshooting channel or something like that. It was like a channel about guns now for her. And I was like, okay, all right, that's quite a turn. You never know. You never know. Everybody's gotta have that second, third, fourth act. So much about shit posting on YouTube is pretty sensitive nowadays. It can be. It can be. Here's Ori. I'll kill Asphodel one more time before we go into favor things. You never know. Alright. This, somebody died out there, that's tragic. It's so Bailey on their murder. While she gets ready for her day. I love it. I love it. And most people are like, you're gonna significantly change the scope of your channel. You should just make another channel. And so the algorithm is better that way. And some people are like, F no, I do what I want. And they make up do things like that. They put them both together. Oh no. We lost Ori over there. Oh no. Was it a murder? Well, it was slain by Aswith, so it's not a murder mystery. We know who did it. This kind of beetle. Getting away with murder. It's more dramatic when you're not just killed, you're murdered. Assassinated. I remember kids always saying that, like, wanted to say that, and they'd be like, no, no, no. You're not important enough to be assassinated. Only important people get assassinated. Like, okay, you're a little snot, listen here. Murder Mystery Makeup Monday. Mystery Makeup Monday, I love that. Once a week. Same time, same channel. I think. Sometimes I like to watch people's like hair dye disasters. And I don't do like anything to do with any of that, truly. It's like I don't know how it got into my algorithm. I have no idea. And sometimes I just love watching those hairdressers go off on people doing it all wrong. And then I like looks maxer dudes like rating each other and just being totally toxic. Like that's a lot of my YouTube feed. Toxic looks maxers like grading each other and hairdressers going off on people for doing it wrong. It seems like I like toxic people that like to mask themselves as a help channel. I think that's where I'm at. You would think it'd be like, oh, you must watch lots of game stuff. It's like, nope, nope, not at all. Not at all. Like, anime trash will get me, of course, and then things like that. Yes, that I watch him. Yes, yes. You watch Brad Monta. Oh, usually we don't talk about other content creators, but if they're not game related, go for it. I think I'm fine with that. Sorry. This is positive. I love that. I love him. I love him. It's amazing. Like, I'm not even like into hair like at all, but he's amazing. I gotta do inventory again. Well, I want to do those sigils. Do I care about those sigils that much? I don't know. No. It's gonna be 2000 watching replays for Japanese TV where it's stuff like Charlie Unicorn or whatever. Yeah, YouTube goes through like phases where it's just got a different hierarchy of what's really popular, what people are into. I'm really watching a lot of like the different makeup dramas over the years, and I was never that into anything but the drama part, to be fair. You know, it is what it is. And a lot of those, it's not the same. Not like it used to be. Wait, what did I do the next one? I know. I'm sure he would. I'm sure he'd do an amazing job. But I just love to listen to him like, shit on people. It's amazing. Alright, let's go do the Blackest Side. Well, if it looks pretty decently healthy, I feel like it's not, but it probably, you know, it's alright, because I don't use a lot of chemicals on it. But I do these days use box dye. I mean, it's probably not a secret, you know, Ancient Vampire. It does alright. It does alright. I know, I watched a lot of videos, like, we probably find something that's like, no, we can do better, girl. We can do better. Chest over. It's like, I would love to, like, lighten it by a lot. That is, like, way too much work for me. And because I probably watch so many of those, like, hair dye videos, where everybody's like freaking out like how wrong it is, I'm like scared too much to touch it. It's like I don't want to be one of those cases. No, thank you. I'm good. I'm good. Like, any of that's gonna happen. I would have to touch grass, and that's asking for a lot from me too. Yeah. Here we are. Like technically, it's now. I think my camera actually does me some favors when it comes to that sort of thing. But I really can even tell more. It's not my natural color. Right, Phantoms, this is fine. Over here we go. You're just a YouTube hipster who liked it before it was cool. I remember a lot of the YouTube types who used to be pretty popular, and now all of them are like person non grata. Even like the things they had and got popular for on their videos, just like the society's like, no, we're not gonna let you get away with that anymore. It is what it is. All these kids up to no good and became adults that were still up to no good, and now people are not as cool with that. Grab Mac. She lost her because she, yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, you don't mess with like bleached and you don't know what you're doing. That is a recipe for disaster. And I've scared myself enough that through watching those videos that I know. There you go. I was like, I'm not doing that. But then even people who you think know what they should be doing don't know, which is even more terrifying. And it's like, how do I know? How do I know that this person is not gonna F it up? That would be awful. But to be fair, now if my hair got really wrecked, I would just use it as a talking point on stream anyway. I would be fine. I'm like that. Like, I don't sit here in makeup and all these sort of deal. Like, I don't even wear clothing that I would wear outside. But I'm just sitting here streaming, just like don't want a hoodie and whatever. It's whatever here, so it's alright. Like people would probably come through like and try to tell me like they have this like super secret information to throw in my face and be asked about, and we would just laugh it off. Are you mad? Hey, I got bald family members. It's alright. Big clips. Okay, too. Yeah. Yeah. You can't be doing that. Then there's the content creators will go crazy about, like, girl, you can't do this. You can't do this. You want to lift your hair. You gotta go through the steps. Gotta gain weight first before you do the bald. See, yeah, now the people I know who pull off bald, they are in the gym and all these things. Like, they know it's like when you make that choice, you have to be very deliberate. Oh, Ari's not here yet. Very deliberate and making sure your other boxes are checked. You're gonna pull it off. You can't just magically just go bald and then like, okay, that's fine. It's fine. It's a lot harder to be okay with that. Like, I get it. Pop this. Go these. Okay. Still true. I always feel like that. It's like the older you get, like older Asian ladies. The trick is the older you get, the more fabulous your hair needs to be. That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, if you don't know. I don't know if it's just Asian, but I know for Asian especially. Like the better the hair gets as you age, the more it is completely invisible. You can hold off the Yoda phase. You just keep the hair right. I've seen so many like business lady Asian types who for the longest time they probably didn't need to worry about all that, and the next thing you know they're dyeing their hair, they're getting it styled and all these things, and they're like, nothing different about you, but it's definitely not their aging. It's like, oh, you're so good. Okay, here, pop this. These pants, I'll take that. I don't have to worry about the little shrine of business we got here, because I already have those cosmetics unlocked. We even dragged Fawn through all of his yesterday. Yesterday at the end of stream, a treasure hype train was about to come through, so I'm like, oh no, I can't read out. That's gonna happen. So we came back and it's like, okay, well, I gotta do something. We're gonna make sure Fawn gets his cosmetics for the lunar event. So gotta make it legit. And Ori was cool enough to hit the necessary gift to make sure it went off for us. It's kind of funny. Usually that doesn't happen. It's just like for once. Like, oh no. I have to go back on my word and actually come back after a new scene screen. Well, cool. Dispose of the dead. I gotta go do the turn-in before we go next. Circular faces match well. We've shaved heights. Those girls say, "Can rock the ball?" Like, yeah, right. I can't remember her name, but there's a model. She has the most perfect face. She can do that, like drop a hat. She wants like a style haircut, or she wants to go full ball. She can do anything she wants. Those are the lucky ones. One-handed weapons. I don't think that would be for me. Although if I had to, about it. People hit retirement and go back to high school also, and that happens to people too, doesn't? Don't they? They can. Some definitely do. In all the wrong ways. Take some poisons. See, my dad, when he hit retirement, he's really consistent. Like, he just likes the game. And so now, you know, he's gaming. And then doing all the other things that he wanted to do other than show up at work. And so him reverting back is not bad. It's not bad. It was like nothing unexpected. But a lot of other people in their high school era, not like geeky let's play games at all. They're like, oh, I always wanted this nice car. Let's go burn all that money on this car. And the next time they realize, like, I didn't like it as much as I thought I did. Now we're gonna act out even more. Do who knows what. Everyone's different if they hit that. Who knows? Yeah, exactly. I'd add the gamers. So easy retirement and chill. Doesn't want to touch grass and do all that anyway. Listen to Taylor Swift and Gaga because all the cool balls like Taylor Swift and Lady Gaga. That's not so bad. Mother never was that. Although she did have a long stint where she would watch like all the Asian dramas. All the Asian dramas. I was never really super into those, but I always found it funny. All over that. And I realize now, looking back at a lot of those that she watched were also probably like mangas and manhwas and things before they were actually those series. And I'd be like, I come across and like, wait, I know this story. It's a combination of all the stories are the same, or they are literally like things she's watched. And then like my proxy would walk in and on her watching it and I kind of knew too. It was funny. Here. Yeah, we got that stone. The treasure room's over there on the left there, Mac. Yeah, that's right. We grow a nice beard to counteract the baldness. It kind of worked out too. Actually, Asian drawers have to like old-timey feudal attires or whatever look good. Yeah, I like those. I like those. So my favorite ones are the ones that are also high fantasy. High fantasy, like loosely based historical Asian dramas are always awesome. Always awesome. You just shame. Oh no, you're doing it in the wrong order, Mag. The wrong order. There we go. Not quite finished with that yet. Inventory getting a little bit heavy on random jump. More life on here. Physical resistance. Bone spender pants. I don't think I need bone spender pants. Bone spenders last season were pretty good though. I do not mind it. I'm gonna get rid of these. Be like, hi you guys, I heard the newest Taylor. So I'm like, what? I'm like, what? You never know. You never know. My mother's always been there. Like the Billy Joel and Elton John ties. I don't think she ever really deviated to try to be cool that I can recall. Like, she would tolerate a lot of like top 40 radio though. She was pretty okay with that after a while. But when I was a kid, no, none of that. None of that. And then at some point, like alt rock turned a corner, and she actually was into that. I do remember a time. So you never know. You never know what you get with people. I think she liked the clap, hey, or whatever era of alt rock, which I wasn't crazy about, but here we are. Nothing wrong with hats. Hats are alright. Do we have any more of these that we're actually looking to do? Chain link shrines I don't need anymore because we're not doing the deal. I got more treasure breaches. Gold reserve lethal shrine. Hidden armories. So I'll do the hidden armories. I'm gonna try and clear out this inventory so I can actually sigil. That'd be cool. While we're at it. And I need more gear for this character anyway. We will clap stop rock you. So that was more my kind of clap stop rock. Like the other like 2010s, I think. When everyone was doing that era, it was like, eh. I much preferred like the emo days when it came to those kind of radio stations. I'm pretty sure now that radio station doesn't exist anymore around here anyway. So I turned it on. It's like, oh, it's a Spanish station now. That's fine. That's fine. Although I guess top 40 quickly sounds like a Spanish kind of deal sometimes too. I remember the last time I was listening to local radio though, in the first place. They just tell what Apple was like, did you do the eggs? You were the eggs, yeah. Yeah. You know who likes good Charlotte more than you think he would? Vaughn. Vaughn likes good Charlotte more than I do, I think. It cracks me up. Mage. You know who also had more of an edgelord Tumblr phase than I ever did? Vaughn. He was one of those. He was one of those. Was bad there like 15 years, yeah. Good Charlotte. And now I'm pretty sure the twins that fronted that band, one is married to Cameron Diaz, and the other one, I don't know if he was or still is, married to, what's her name, Nicole Richie. Like that's a weird second act for a couple of dirt rockets. Okay, up we go. What song? Which one? The anthem, yes! Yes, and I can hear that song now that you mentioned it. Think of that sub of the Fame Nation and enjoy the Diablo match. Alright, where am I going next? I got a treasure breach here. Although I have a little concern for Ori's Omnisite when we do these. We drove the cafeteria the other day. We didn't start the fire. Now, you're a real nerd and you want to prove that you are a big Billy Joel fan. That is the one you memorize, word for word. And then the characters in The Boys one season, they bond over that song. It's so obnoxious. So obnoxious. Probably there. Okay, you said more yesterday, so we're good to do treasure reaches. Alright. Be just like you. Yeah, that's the anthem. It played at the beginning of a sports game we liked as kids. I think that's where I heard that one the most. And then there were some other games where you could insert the songs, and we would insert it into those too. They like such a sport game vibe. Such a lad there. Something that's candidate to do with it, but we do have Ori, so it's okay. Go, scythe there, amulet, we'll take it there and there. Cool. Okay, here we are on the right then. Those. And left. A lot of those kind of bands, they always kind of remind me of certain friends I had from back in school. And now I'm thinking of the Good Charlotte girl was definitely not me. I had like a My Chemical Romance friend. I had a Killers friend. Some other like really weird indie things. Some of my like really like bohemian hipster type friends. Good times, good times. Here. Everything's fine. Got that. Take the gloves on the side there. And a little bit of gold along her. I'll take it. Somebody's got to retry goblin active. So validated. Biscuit. Yeah, target starfish. Yeah, the names on those songs are ridiculous. And that one, what's my favorite Billy Joel song? Much as I always like force into liking Billy Joel. I think Piano Man is probably my favorite from Billy Joel, and then Elton John, I love Crocodile Rock. Because maybe not very, I don't know, maybe typical Elton John, but Crocodile Rock. And usually when I cite that, most people don't know it. Even if they think they like Elton, so it might not be what I still popular. And then, like, Candle in the Wind, any version is too sad. But, you know, what we think of it. Dungeon's clear. Let's see where we go next after I loot some of this. Got another hidden armory at the Ancient Reservoir. Here we go. Always. Here we go. Another set of that. Are we listening to a lot of Mudvayne? Around that era too. POD. Like, how do we know what POD stands for? Looking back on it. Ancient. It feels like ancient history now. Those. I got my chest armor. So the rest for Piano Man and the main melody. Nice. Let's see what I was learning piano. We never got to touch any of that stuff. There's probably another reason why I never really loved it. Like, anything that was related to music I like, my piano teacher never really touched that. Never. So, like, I was lucky I got to play the entertainer as a kid. The closest I ever got to something I'm into, almost. But, like, nothing could make me love piano. So props to you who actually enjoy that. It was never for me. Here, 13. Grab those. Grab the boots. Your neighbor dated Sunny for POD. No, you never. Oh, really? So somebody's got some stories. Yeah. The youth of the nation. Go. Let's grab that. Doing down below. Where is the pedestal? Looks like characters just like, I will stop walking now. And all these people in there getting their jump around, fly around, and I have to walk. Oh hell no, we're on strike. We're not gonna do that. Like, all right, buddy, stay there, get left behind and dice if you wanna. Yeah, here be. Oh, as a Christian band, but never thought about that at all. Back then, not at all. It's like they had that one song that popped off, so listen to it. Let's grab it. See how it's stuff, and we're down here. Barbie girl. I didn't even realize who the heck. Let's grab that. Who the heck made that song? Way later. Yeah, like no one thought they were lame. POD. No one thought that back then. Not at all. Yeah. It's kind of how I feel like I saw like Demon Slayer. I never think that they're Christians at all. It's just like, I just like them. Completely indifferent to all that. I like the music. I like the music. Take care. Here. And another hidden armor here. Get inventory afterwards. Story about a girl they lucky. So I listened to that song and saw that music video way too much because it was attached to I guess it was a VHS back then, something that had NSYNC on it that I liked a lot more. Here. I think that's the one I was on it. Chance. No problem. Ori. Got that. Let's grab a chest armor and see what else we're doing. So is there one who put you on to them? That's crazy. Oh, we're all. It's like one of our guild mates back in Guild Wars 2. Said his parents went to school with the Eagles, and knowing where he's from, that checks out. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Sometimes these things happen. Finalizing. Get the idol of the overseer or the seaborn goddess, whichever one it is. And here, go lightning enchanted. You're not gonna hit me this time. No, you will not. I'll take these bumps. That's gonna be a little explosive and things like this. I think I can tank all that here, and like face Torment for. How this does next season with the bloodied sigils, I'm a little concerned. If we're not getting any like significant amount of power for a lot of these non-meta builds, it's gonna feel rough, especially when I do bosses. Everyone the meta's just gonna be, let's just not do the bloodied sigil bosses, and that's like the meta. Pretty serious. What your gay awakening before you even knew anything about life? You're lucky she was you. Go this way. Sure. And now let's see how we're doing. There we go. Hooray. Grab our rings. Good. Needs to get killed. Broken. 2026 just doesn't hit the same mark. Make it like that's how they are all like every company's like hitting all the nostalgia. It's like, alright, so these late Gen Zs and millennials are aching for the old days. So let's bring it all back. Bring it all back. Bring back the fashion, bring back the music, bring back everything. Randomly just Ricky Martin in the Super Bowl performance. Like the amount of us who couldn't recognize him because he looked way too young, but otherwise recognize him like, oh, alright. Alright, we know you. We know you. No problem, Ori. Let's go ahead. It's the proper direction now. Alright. You're lost in this map, yeah. Also, the Dam is one of the worst maps of the whole Nightmare dungeon lineup, for sure. I'm kind of surprised they didn't make him sing one of his songs that everyone like kind of knew. But they didn't get that hokey about it. It's fair enough. Got the rain here. It's beautiful on it. Like at some point, it seems like he kind of just went through like a time warp. I swore he looked older once upon a time than he does now, and that's the Hollywood times for you. He said she was tired of being compared to Britney Spears. Like, they are so different. Looking back at it now, I would have never thought that. And then I also remember somebody met Pink IRL in just like a work situation. She was just like shopping for stuff. She didn't have makeup on, and then they were like, we couldn't recognize her. She was so normal. She's all right. She's all right. We didn't expect any of this. I just thought that was really cute. And salvage. Getting more aspect upgrades. This one is also an upgrade. I think I don't need the chest armor, so we'll go ahead and take the upgrade there. And then we'll go. We got treasure breaches. I really want the armories more. Just rolling gear. Raised in the early 90s before it was popular in the 2020s. I mean, I hear that's their name, right? Their gamer name. And people ask about that all the time. So quite a tale to tell and tell them like before all that. Right here. These. Anytime someone comes through and they start using that terminology in our chat, we generally look at them like, you don't be too young to be here. No offense if you are a natural user of these terms, but like sometimes it just like it kind of tells us. You didn't play Diablo 1, did you? Not in back in the day. You just know. That Soldier, oh man, they played the hell out of that in the stadiums. That was the university. So much of that Soldier Boy song, and I don't even think it was new back then, but it was way too much. Take kryptonite enemies, scrubs, the theme, right. This every middle school dance. Goodness, poison. We would call our quarterbackers Superman and things like this, so they play way too much of that song because there's a reference to it. Man, it was obnoxious. Could not escape. Kryptonite, 3 goes down. Lead singer for 3 goes down recently passed, I do believe. Rest in peace. A lot of us have memories of that song. left. We can ride your bike with no handlebars. Okay, then we got Mac on the other side. Go ahead and hit that teleport. Got it, good. Grab the boots, and then we're up here again. So, where does that put me now? I've got another hit armory. I should check my storage for the ones I missed. It's alright. So, Riz in the early 90s. Did it mean the same thing, though? Like, I'm pretty sure didn't mean the same thing. Not exactly. Grab some. Will I do anything here? You grab the pants. I'm gonna leave my heart while I'm here. What else is going on? Yeah, there's no way it was the same thing. There's no way. There's no way. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to remember. It's one of those like, yeah, it was like putting on the Ritz or something else. Don't know. Shaggy used it the same way on one of his first albums. I never really listened to his albums, only like the ones I made mainstream. Over there. Do this. Miser. Yeah, that kind of swagger. Let's see how to side. I'll take it. And northwest. Go this way. Grab a two-handed mace. How's that? Floggy Molly. I had some friends that were super into Floggy Molly. Like, a little, probably too much. Like, they made it like a lot of their identity for a while. The real band nerds that also were super into that. It's always kind of funny. Here we go. Who just vomited? Who did it? Like, I totally missed it. No. The blah. Maybe, yeah, maybe that just doesn't sound like vomit. Not so much about that sound. It does sound like it. It does sound like grab that and we'll see over here. This game is not as strong as the American Foundation right now. Oh well, that's unfortunate all around, isn't it? Okay. Zero ancient totem. There we go. There we are. Do this. This one. I always think of my cousin married in, who's older than me, but I think he's older than me a little bit, who can speak all of the Gen Z lingo, and how absolutely mortified his wife looks when he starts doing it, like the Thanksgiving table. Like clockwork, you know, like, well, we're bored. Like, let's do this. That's like his party trick now. That's always so funny. And then you go like my like older Asian relatives when he starts doing that, like it's like, what's wrong with him? What is wrong? Is he that drunk? Like maybe. I'm fine gonna do whatever it is those kids do, yeah. I think at one point, like, not British kids started picking up all the weird British slang and just throwing it around. That was also very strange. Hello? Yeah, well, that's the Bay Area type on your side. Yeah, they would do that. They would do that for sure. Gone hit, maximum life. Like, fun kill. No cap. No cap. On God. No cap on God. Essence on kill, life on kill, damage over time. Yeah, those are the kind of things are like 40-something-year-old cousin would say. So fine, life on other she's in the 40s. Alright, that's fine. What's next? Treasure breaches. I don't need treasure breaches too much. I guess I can do Undercity. Let's see. Okay, we need to salvage some of these for aspects. I'll do it, and then I'm gonna redo these, and then I can go do this. It's also favor, so why not? Why not? No cap is the stupidest shit. Like, I don't even know how to translate no cap. I know how it's used, but what does it actually mean? I have no idea. It's slabs, so we get like type beat. Like, I like to look at like sometimes like really old like music channels and like see the moment when they started using type beat as opposed to whatever else they were using before. I literally was doing that. I was waiting to see if YouTube would kind of like smooth out the fact that its homepage and it was having all sorts of weird errors before I went live. I was looking at old music channels and I realized at some point these definitely older dudes started using type beat on their clickbait titles. And I was like, that was not like this 4 years ago. Definitely not. Bodacious. Oh no. Using it for food and for song. Yeah. Yeah, I should say it for songs. Now everything slaps. It's like, is it that violent? What's going on here? What are you doing? Spirit beacon. Good enough. And to the east, damn whippersnappers and their damn no caps and on gods. And then I'll see ONG. I'm supposed to know what that means. At some point I learned. That's probably because I spend too much time on Twitch. Or something. I don't know. No, I spend too much time on Reddit, I think is my problem. Like, I realize at a certain point, like, in some of these anime subreddits, you do end up with the younger gen and all their lingo, and I was like, I can't stand not being able to read something. So that's probably where I learned a lot of that trash. So I know quite a bit, and then like people will come through even on Twitch and they'll use that. And it's like I don't know what they're saying. So they look at a lot of them look at me, and they assume I'll know. It's like clearly, you know, you're one of me. Like no. Fuck that. Here, it's like you realize you're an action RPG, the offload channel where most of us, you know, we probably just skew older. You hang out with most of the content creators that are playing this game. Yeah, we skew older. We skew older. And I think some people who do make content over this didn't realize how common it is that a lot of us are a little bit older than most of Twitch, probably. Here, like I would imagine a lot of you don't watch like the really like super whale popular Twitch stuff and keep up with all that drama. So that's a huge chunk of these platforms now, and they're always doing all that. Here, but the funny thing is, I think a lot of the ones involved with those drama and creating it are more like who would play action RPGs. So it's very strange. Very strange. Alright. Here's a good song. This is a bomb. You can go hide the bomb, yeah. I never even got used to lids, and now we're on to whatever the next thing is. I need like a website, like their whole thing is to always be on top of all that, so I too can try to be on the cutting edge. Even when I have no business to be. It's nice to at least know what people are saying when they come through and not have to be like, okay, what the hell is that? That happens way too often. Leave these areas first. So we want this one and this one before I go next. Good riddance. And they'll be like, oh no, you can't use good riddance unless you're from this era of whatnot. And then LMAO, what you just did there, that's very millennial. You do LOL faces after what you're saying, and the LMAO, that the younger gen doesn't do that. They don't do that. So you added yourself there. But I'll be damned. It's just swell. So now when I go on like Reddit, I don't really comment a lot or anywhere, even like on Discord. You know, on Discord now, I try to cut the LOL out and then like the smiley faces and whatnot. But the smiley faces I'll keep doing because I'm not gonna drop proper punctuation. So without the smiley face, a lot of like younger people, they see proper punctuation, they think you're mad at them. And I'm like, no, I just, that's naturally how I type. Because, you know, sometimes people type other things that is so casual where I need that, and I'd rather mess it up to you here who thinks I'm being mad at you than mess it up over there and not, you know, remember to flip the switch back to be more formal. Like, deal with it. Deal with it. Smiley face. Lamau. Yep. Some people don't know. Some people don't know. No. There's no stopping all of it. No stopping all of it. And nowadays, you would also get, like, AI chatbots. And then people will get up in arms about if the character is from a certain age, they're supposed to type a certain way. And, like, when they're simulating text messages, if it's not right. They're like, no, this character is a millennial. He's supposed to be typing this way to me. It's like, okay, honey, you can go set your bot up all properly so it does that, but I don't care. I don't care. Like, people are that sensitive to all of it now. It's just hilarious. Here we go. To the next one. Yeah, all languages. It's nice to get it right. It's nice to get it right. That was also one of my biggest difficulties in Spanish. Like, me getting accents right. We had that discussion, like, the other day. Like, we tried to remember, like, accents and everything for that. Oh, no, that is long gone. It is long gone. If it was ever there at all. That's the stuff of nightmares for me. The one thing I got going for me with English is I don't usually have to worry about that much. Although I remember one time in poetry class, I used like a French word. I can't remember what word it was. And then the instructor was like all over me for, oh, you need an accent there. You need an accent there. If I read it out loud, I did it wrong. And she's like, oh, hell no. And she was like the biggest stickler about all this thing. Everyone hated her, but I did not. I did not, despite that. She was actually kind of awesome. But it must be strange being like a published poet. Proper published poet, and that's her whole deal. In the sea of, we go to this university for STEM, and like that. No, we had actual proper poetry types there too. All you know is hola, ¿cómo estás, hermosa? And the wild thing is, I saw a Spanish instructor on YouTube just the other day saying how the way we learn to say like "cómo estás" and things like that is not even right. For whatever reason, like I didn't go far enough to like research and figure out why. But you know, a lot of what we know probably also a lie, especially depending on where you're at. There's so many different like dialects of Spanish and like anything else. I could not understand much of anything what Bad Bunny was saying, so I had to like scour the internet. But then a lot of Spanish speakers like, it's okay. A lot of us don't know what he's saying either. Like, oh, okay, all right. And then they're also like, if you learned like school Spanish and didn't look up a lot of other things, you know, that people do, you also won't know what he's saying. Like, oh, I get it now. I get it now. Like, so there were multiple reasons why that I didn't understand. But you know, it's still fine. Still fine. The biggest crush on Bad Bunny now. I think a lot of people who maybe didn't know him so well all of a sudden do. Good job, Super Bowl. You did something. You did something for sure. Before we go. Even Mac's like, yeah. You know what? You know what? That Bad Bunny? Not so bad. Not so bad. Silly. Here. Not my type, but I don't blame anybody. I don't blame anybody. Let's go over here. Got it. It's cool. Not so bad. Not so bad. There we go. I think we're good with that one. Let's go ahead and hit this one next. Golem's got that done for me. Nope, just gonna let that one sit. Why can't you be more responsible, Golems? Down the team. Alright, 4 to 4. I could take the portal over to Mag, but no, we're gonna run my slow Necro ass right over here. Dun, dun, dun. Apparently I have my phone alarm stuck in my head. That's how you know you don't listen to music a lot. Like, what? It's just stuck in your head. It's like, wait, what is that? Oh, that's my alarm. And it's like, how many times you hear your alarm a day? You don't want to know. We don't talk about that here. This is pretty bad. Here, you have to Google who Bad Bunny is. Yeah. Most of us, I'm gonna say most, but a lot of us probably learned who he was because of the Super Bowl thing. Actually, I knew before though. Somehow. Those attractive Bad Bunny and fucking liars. You calling me a fucking liar, Mac? I swear to you, I'm not a liar. It's just my tastes are really screwed up and most of them are fictional, so it's alright. Okay, now what are we doing? We'll go ahead and grab the wine and gloves and see at least I admit these things. It's like, I don't have fictional crushes, dude. Unhealthy, but actually really healthy considering it solves a lot of problems. I can tell you that. Get out of here. I don't have any more ambulance on the ground, do I? Nope. We'll go next. Time for your Duolingo Spanish session. How many people actually have ever used Duolingo, those kind of things, and actually learn to speak the language and not just recite some like words and phrases? Because I'm always like worried about that. It's like, would I actually learn anything? And I know the way I learn, I don't think I would learn shit. The way I did it. I switched to the Jack for that shit. And I would never be able to learn that way. If you threw me into the country that you can't use English, then I would have a shot. But I could not textbook learn languages at all. Which is probably also my problem because I also would be like the last person who ever actually speak any of these languages knowing that languages that would be bad. And so that's why probably the top reason why language learning in school was an absolute abysmal failure for me. Abysmally bad. I can't. You're like, let's read this from a textbook. Let's write this a bunch of times. So let's go repeat it after the app tells you to repeat it and tells you if you did well or not. That does nothing for me. Nothing. I'm gonna go ahead and go through here because I'm a little slow. It's just me. 7 years of French under your belt and only a little bit stay with you. Yeah. How many years did I... Oh, there's back. How many years did I take Spanish? Probably something similar to the amount you took French. But it's probably a lot easier to be exposed to like Spanish around here than a lot of places. But it didn't do anything for me. It didn't do anything. I retained very little. I can read it kind of all right. Like some people will come through here and they will ask a question in Spanish. I might be able to fake my way through enough to be like, okay, so try my best kind of deal. Most we don't allow it here, but you know, something happens. But if they are trying to speak it to me at like normal speed, which is usually very fast, like there's very little chance I'm gonna retain anything. No, you can read it, but you can't understand what you're saying. Yeah. I want to say that if I read Viet, I could maybe pronounce most of it right if like you give me a refresher on like the accents and lots of things like this, but I would never know what any of that shit says. Zero. But I heard it so much throughout my life that I probably kind of almost sound like I know what I'm doing. Almost. At least it's pretty straightforward that way. But yeah, even less do I know of Viet, so I never tried to learn that at all. Despite how much time I do have spent with that inside of my family. You don't speak surrender. Wow. Ready, you. So it's all number 1, and then here's number 2. Yeah, it's like so fast. It's hard. Okay, talking to us, weren't you so confused? Yeah, that's why I learned like Spanish from Spain, like the more formal kind of Spanish that they taught in schools. So when Bad Bunny says anything, I have no idea. No clue. It was so bad. I was like super worried. Like, did I lose all of my Spanish? Is it all gone? And they're like, no. Puerto Rican Spanish, all that, and the amount of slang in those songs. To be expected. It's to be expected. You don't know. But it feels bad. Go again. Your English, so it's fair game. You would feel that way about French. Fair. It's very our language that doesn't derive. It's very much its own language right now. They don't have like any of the special characters. It's very heavily influenced by now like the French. It was a French colony for a long time. And so you can recognize the letters that are, but this is like Roman numeric letters. So it's not at all like you get like Korean and Japanese and Chinese, and like a lot of people, they look at those languages and they easily get confused. They don't know. So, like you see Vietnamese and it's like, oh, okay, at least I can recognize the letters. And then if you learn like the accents and the umlauts and things like that appear on the different things, you could actually read it, and it like comes across as you would probably almost be understandable by a Viet person. Here. So when they do like karaoke and things, you can kind of follow what they're saying, and that you can see on the screen where they are easily, no problem, but I don't know what they're saying other than without inflection. Yeah, that is Thai. Like a whole different ball game. You learn stuff on Twitch, and like you can't really take my word for it like super strongly because obviously I don't speak Viet, but I exposed to it a lot. So a lot of times those family members at least saying stuff, it's like I could not translate for you word for word, but the inflection's enough. I could usually get the vibe pretty decently. Take at least a ballpark guess. Like if they're talking about people and gossiping, I can tell. Just talking about food, sometimes I'll recognize a thing or two. Can I repeat it back to you and like describe it? Often not. Unless it's like obvious like fall and things like this. But I'll know that, and then like, they'll say it's like time to go to work, things like this. I recognize it. But that's as far as my Viet goes. Yeah, I'm always pissed. We know. So my dad's white, right? So we didn't use Viet in the household at all. But I guess I think that's a lot of time. We're family anyway. So just that. And now, like, Dad, I think has been learning at least a little bit of Viet, so he knows more than I do. But his accent is awful. So if I mean, we had to like, well, like head to head. Let's pretend that we know Vietnamese. If someone just like told me the words to say versus him, I would sound so much better. I'm sure. I know 100% fact. Because my dad, bless him, he's just so white. He's just so white. He's not his thing. Amplify damage, depths, and brace. It's not a bad amulet, but I don't like the non-GA and only 3. It's not that sweaty, and it's not the combination that we want for this one anyway. Amulets. And we'll grab the focus. Cool. But he can probably tell you more words and apply them to what they mean than I can. Mayonnaise. Maybe that gifted sub and enjoy the badge. Alright, we good? Let's go. We'll hit this again. I'm gonna cap out on ovals during this run, but we'll spend them next time. Yeah, dude, if I will try to cover with you, you don't even know what's going on half of the time. We really like each other, I think. Oh, a lot of Viet's super friendly. Super friendly, so that doesn't surprise me at all. Especially if I work in a restaurant, like, hospitality type, like, they hospitable people, and they want to be, for sure. Here we go, we'll hit this. Like, the yappers, the Viet yappers, they're different. They're different. And then you think about it, like, oh, so that's where you get it from. No, actually, I think my dad is more than this style of yaps like this, but maybe I get it from both sides, so you end up with this. You know, at least this is like, I've had so many Vietnamese people where their English is not great, but generally they're pretty cheerful, and like easy to get along with. No problems. Let's go. So many times I have been at like restaurants, like dinner tables, where you get people who don't have great English. I'm just like, fine, it's cool. No problems. Here. The Frozen, enchant, that's nice. And they always, when other Vietnamese people from Vietnam meet each other, they always seem to have like this agreement to pretend like everybody knows where everything is and everybody knows everybody. It's impossible that they actually do know each other and these people, but every single time we would go to any restaurant across the country and talk to these Viet people that there's no way my grandmother and my uncles and aunts know these people, but they act like they do, and it's always just so strange. They'd be like, oh yeah, it's like, really? No way. They will play it off like they do, and everyone just kind of goes along with it and think it's so funny. Door dashing. Yeah, those rice noodles are amazing. Door dashing to the lady you adore her at a restaurant. Sometimes waiting for the food takes forever, so you have a lot of time to talk with her. They could arrange that for you one day. Yes, they would do stuff like that. They will always do stuff like that. Okay. You can sell your card and show their business was okay. Sorry. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's like a lot of that. A lot of that. So we would go on long road trips with that Vietnamese side of the family and like stop at all sorts of pho places, all sorts of Vietnamese places and things. And I don't even know how they found it all, to be honest. But you know, they just find a way. They always find these things. Everyone's always just acting like they're their best friends ever. And they'll just be like, "Do you know that?" You're like, "No, no. This is how it is." Like, okay, you say so. I don't know how much of a believe it, but you know, you see it so often. Like, yeah, I guess we do. I believe it. Let's go inventory that. Now, we'll get rid of... We're gonna sanctify that one at some point. Let's get rid of this one. Do I need the Gospel of the Devotee? 32 out of 40. We can do better. Those right now. Let's salvage these because I need aspects. Supposed to be dragons. Intelligence. Lucky hit chance. Go ahead and get rid of it. Terry Volshin. Play more bone builds. I mean, I could, but I'm not. There's one aspect upgrade. Rathma's chosen. We don't use that in this, but I suppose maybe if I want to play blood stuff, I could. Let's go and pop these and some more amulets. Hello, cutie. What are we up to? Maximum resource. Toss it. Alright, excuse me. Let's see. Tides of blood, only one. Anything else we want out here? Alright. The beast and then the world boss. I'm gonna sell these right back if I don't have any aspects, and I don't. How many ovals to get rid of? And now I have the hiccups. Oh no. Okay, I don't want that one. Nothing here. We're gonna sell. It's fine. And kill one beast in the ice since he mentioned it. That'll work. Let's take the portal here. He hasn't left yet. And then world boss coming up in a moment. I assume in that timing. Okay. Go ahead and hit one of these. Borrow mag before he teleports away. Oh, no problem at this point. Thank you. World boss after. World boss is in less than 3 minutes. More of those Undercity tributes after all. Why not? Alright then, this is an easy one to get to. Just go over to Korbach. Oh, another one, huh? Alright. Break that down. Gold. Another one of these. I really want there. Okay, we can take that one. And then we're good to go up here. It didn't crash. Good news. World boss is spawning in Scotland. And me and my lovely warlock wings will go over here. What a warlock horse would look like. Of course, they're gonna have this magenta color. It's a Shava, so no extra box interface this time around. Hammered Din. Emphasis on the Din. You know what's so different than a Necro? Use me. And the light show you mercy and death. Captain Crunch. Captain Crunch. What produce services? Okay, so Bull Moose is in the Discord. We're gonna promote them one. I saw them in there earlier. That'll work. Now, I'll just hang out here for a bit. That looks good. Less than a minute. Anybody else just like sneak in and not announce themselves? I don't think so. Dirar hasn't popped into Discord that I can remember, so that won't be fun yet. Yeah, 15 people on apps and only 4 spies. I mean, there's also time again to find the missing swords and kick them, but we'll do it later. Or no. The higher that number is, the more apps rolling. It is what it is. What is it telling me in collections? Yeah, they do that, but still the Discord does not tag them. Unless they're regulars in the chat here, there are probably a few that haven't gone like for months and months and months that are allowed on our roster. But come back whenever it's done, but a lot of those are still on roster. Here. That's when they don't say their account name or it becomes an issue. And if there are things like PoE2, we always just do check-ins every like new season. And everybody goes to recruit and then we all go back up to members and somehow that system is not really a big deal. Resilient. What is with that extra tankiness? The only thing that she really has going for her these days. The Shavo is like the shiniest shiny back in beta. They have that trophy. Every time they release a DLC, there's always people in the comments that say, always remember the first thing you do if you have it, you know, put it on your Shavo trophy and flex that you do have that, or the little wolf pack. And I'm like, I think that most people can't even look at your trophies, even if they tried. Who are you kidding? But you know, you do you. You do you. You're so proud of it. Dude. Here we go. All the way up onto northwest. And then we'll see if she drops me decisions this time. The last boss that I dropped wouldn't even go through them. It's like, oh, too much inventory. Can't. And there lies is lost. My mythic trickster. Still haven't gotten Zier's head for the trophy. I always wonder, do those drop still to this day, or do they only drop like during a certain season? Well, there's like the introduction of them. I don't know. This person can't kill a doctor? Nah, it's just the club one. File Splendor, Gem Reserve, Obel's Reserve, Guiding Wisdom, Ruby Reserve, whoops. Vile Splendors, Artillery Reserve, Lethal Shrines, Vile Splendors, Obel Reserve, Channeling Shrines, Lethal Shrines, Gold Reserve. Okay, we'll toss that out, grab a little Malignant Hearts. Like that. And then this was the dead to do after. This stuff is sorted. Sunder, Forgotten Wisdom, Protection Shrines, Reduction Shrines, Obel's Reserve, Forgotten Shrines, Obel Reserve, Equipment Elf, Emerald Reserves. What else is here? Dine Reserve, Material Reserves, Protection Shrines, Equipment Elf. And therein lies the last of them. These are Family Shrines, Gold Reserve, Gem Reserve, Emerald Reserve, Gem Reserve. No winners. Now I need a box. You have this.
It is done.
Now, chest plates, amulets, and rings. I'm gonna go ahead and get the amulets. And we'll open these. So we got Shava spoils, I got 300 weapons, I got 100 weapons. Check them all. That. There we go. There's in a moment. We're gonna clean this up first. Blow the screen. Maybe. Have the DLC, and they have more cold in the Necro. Free. Your darkness skills chill enemies will feel a little bit more in line with what Necro's actually doing. Who knows? I'll give you some Grave Blooms. No greater affix ones, but we've tried. to do the thing. Hopefully something did. Let's salvage if we got any upgrades. I don't, but I'll salvage it anyway. See what else is down here. I wonder if I'm missing any of those boss head trophies at this point. Checking out the amulets. There you go. Alright. The lifeline kill overpower, maximum life. Yeah, the chasing the distilled fear is like really off the beaten track this season. It feels a little bad. If that's what you need, which is of course the grave blooms. Well, they that follow, welcome in. Let's get rid of that one. So I can socket that and sanctify it, why not? Let's do this. Now socket, it's a lucky hit chance GA. Not the shiniest, but still worth a shot here. Picking up extra coiling wards, yay. Movement speed, we don't want. 4 skills. I don't need that one. Increase our chances I'm gonna take. I'll sanctify. Adjudicator mask, Undercity. Undercity, because it is the Nahantu one when in doubt. Align, so Undercity. Technically, you get the Adjudicator mask from the Andariel box this season as well. For whatever reason, because she appears over there in the other city. So you can get a lot of masks from doing that as well. Of course, just this season. All stats on that one, not good enough. I'll get rid of it. Well, now we got more Undercity shenanigans, I suppose. Why not? Why not? So let's go back to the bazaar. So I wanted to double check and see if our trophies are missing any of those boss heads. I think there was one. Is there a Bartok head, for instance? Am I missing it? Yeah, we can try the secret level to see for science if it's if it's bugged or not, because we weren't getting the rewards from it unless we opened it last time. And then there was another time like sometimes people couldn't get in at all, and now let's see what happens if we do another one for science. I don't know where Ori is, but it's already just for the two of us. It's fine just to get it out of inventory. Going. In the meantime, I'm trying to check my trophies. It'll let me. Alright, there you go. So, here. Which ones am I missing? Right now, Putrid Scream. Hate of the Charred Duke. I don't have that. That's the Astaroth. Right. Banners, Lamplighters, Lantern stuff. Hollow Infected Skull. That's pretty cool looking. From Hollow Oculus and the Gruesome Banner. Or what I'm missing. Gruesome Banner. It seems like this is just like a drop one. I don't know. But no. Yeah, I don't have this. We don't do a lot of escalation, so it's not that surprising. I kind of wonder. Other game reward. Putrid Scream. What is this one? Oh no. I like this one. Don't have it. Definitely fit the vibe for this character right now. I did. I don't have the golden sextants. These like achievement type stuff. I'm not surprised. There's one for killing all like the elites in the open. Knocked that out of the way. That one I can just go by at some point. I just never do. Like strong marks. A lot of trophies out here I don't have. Practically. I'm never a big chaser of those things. I just only go buy that one for the PvP, for instance. Sounds pretty neat, actually. This is store stuff, naturally. Naturally. Okay, so you want to reset this dungeon, do we? Yep.
Come in, I don't bite.
Alright. Yeah, I'm missing some of those heads too, and I'm not missing the mainline ones. It's Astaroth, that's kind of like off the beaten path, generally. But I'm always worried about that sort of deal. Is like, can we only get those during seasonal stuff? Which I would assume if it shows up on there, the answer is no. You still get them. Have the Purify Belial. If I have it on my advanced Paladin 2 doing all those pits, and then I sit waiting for the other ones forever and ever. Oh, wait. I think that's why they're not stacking. What's going on here? Oh, 2 stacks whether I want to or not, though. Alter tables. Let's see what I've got here. The obols, I suppose. They're gonna buy it from there. I don't think I'm gonna Kargar. If it's not Kargar, I practically don't know where anything is. I was in Kedbar Do the other day, and I was like, where is any of this? I have no idea. You have confused me all sorts of ways. Yeah, you would just think you just killed the one that the head of what you want. I'd be killing a lot, doing a lot of escalations if I was a completionist for that kind of trophy. Fortunately, I am not. So until they release the new escalations again, it is what it is. In Perfectly Balanced, Death and Grace, Hellbent Commander. But in Perfectly Balanced and Hellbent Commander each have one only. And Perfectly Balanced doesn't even work for this build. Right? It's not worth it. Is it? That's such a tough spot to be in. Like, no matter what, I can never be happy with that one, is the problem. Never. Okay, we're gonna tally to him in a moment. See how he's doing. Okay, he's in this. The portal part, it seems to work fine. Let's see, will the box give us rewards? Question now, because last time I went here, they would not. Let's go. Precious. Do that. Get the lies out of here. Oh, maybe average. 1 and 2. Looks done. Now we got Duriel acting up his bikey business. And the bigger beetle Asmodan. So yeah, definitely a big brother type to these, I suppose. Still not sure what a Dariel is. Does she got mantis? Is she a spider? Is she just a weirdly designed beetle herself? So many questions. Yeah, I can't open it. Does not allow that. I wonder now if it's just a one-time reward and like people constantly farming it off of others. Weird. I still think it makes sense, and I wouldn't be opposed if some other parts of the game that are a bit like that stay that way. That'll happen. That'll happen. Pretty built. We're pretty built. Like, I like when the party can share things. I like when like everybody in the party like equal contribution and like go in together and like, okay, fine, you can open that box, cool. I don't like it when if you have a lot of access, which obviously I do. You know, a lot of the time I say no to stuff, but when it's clan stuff, even that alone, it's more access than most people have, let's be honest. And then they can feed me. But I don't necessarily want the game to be in a state where those of us who can get a lot just are constantly fed everything. It doesn't feel good for the overall state of the game when it's like that. Not at all. So it's alright. That's what we're seeing there. Totally alright. I do not need this, so we're gonna switch that out. There we go. I got more ovals to burn. We're gonna burn them on. At this point, reasonably, amulets. That's what we're chasing. And our next box, our next bag. Do it again. Amulets, round 2. Come back for round 3, inventory's full. Intelligence, movement speed, tides of blood, attack speed here. 3 of those. Maximum life. Life for 5. Lucky hit chance, color reduction and terrors. Fire resistance, poison resistance, color reduction here, big blue. Reduction amplify. No reductions. Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. And clear these right out. Have to do more Undercity runs for more amulets. That one is like kind of okay, but it's not quite right. 2 of those coming back as only +1s, always a little sad. Like, it's better than not, but every time I look at those, it's always like, oh, it could have been. It could have been. Say Dina. Somebody named Sayadina. Sayadina. And again, we're good for this. We built all up a lot of gold just doing pits today. Can't complain. We can afford this little excursion to the Undercity. And I'm not gonna be broke after. Pretty alright. Let's go. Here for us. You and you. This moving. Let's see what you got going on here. Here's this. And then we can find all those cool bearers. Got it. With you. Okay, so I'll do that. I've left it for me to do. Another elite. Powered. Empowered. And we're to the other city. You wish you could watch the Diablo cinematics like a movie in this setting. That really would make a lot of sense. Like, okay, you unlock this in your like archives. And you can go ahead and watch it as much as you like. That'd be pretty awesome. Actually, that's not a bad idea. It's obviously in the game files. You obviously witnessed it, so why the hell not? Okay, that beacon. Northeast time. Hit that spirit beacon there. Spirits empower you. Touch more to do before we're good to go, but easily done. You watch like a mini movie or something? Yeah. I could see some people, they looking at it like, oh, it won't have the full context, the full story without what's going on outside the cinematics. Like, the cinematics are good enough, it would be fine. It would be fine. Sure, would like that. I would imagine a lot of the game file types would be like, oh, you can just find it in like XYZ folder, this, like, nah, it's way better just like, okay, just let it happen. I agree, it wouldn't be bad. I wouldn't be the sort to really engage with that, but I'm sure a lot of people would. Go, Andy. Looking at her. Spider. 1, 2, 3. It would be 8, right? And all that. Follow up to be a spider. Sure they will be. Always are. Amulet. We'll take it. Oh, the Purified Claw and Nargle's here. I should probably pick that up, huh? A little bit. So yeah, it's 2 of the 4 on this character. Another respectable handful of those on this character, despite often forgetting about the world boss the last 2 days. We're still doing alright. Come on, Kerbeck. Got work to do. Right side. As first beacon. It's gonna activate. Wow, little golems. Suppressor types. East again. Here. We'll do this. Forge stingers. Nicely done. Oh yeah. Portal blinking at me. Not time yet. We're still working on this. What is wrong with you? There. Get the shock lance poison done. Okay, now let's do a little bit of this. Over to the left. Oh, that portal. I could have killed some of this for some time, but like, I just need to say the big skull map marker. We don't know those. We need those. We are where we gotta find some time here. I guess we kill this. Portal blinking at me. It's too early for all of that. Here for next objective. There's a mat coming in. Get this one. There. Timer. Nicely done. Now what else do we have? Here we are. Got it. Maybe. Okay. What you got for me? Too many elbows. Too many elbows everywhere. Break that on their way. That one's done. And then that one's done too. Pick up whatever that was. We are good to go. Portal to portal. Now that we're here, go over to the portal deal. Left. To the right. 3 achieve. You're a little bit behind. We already had 4. We already got all that. Okay. So long, little Necro. No attacks necessary. Just turn that corner. I believe in you. There you go. Into the boss. You want when we got. And Dario. I can already tell if we don't have long tube in the middle. Oh, he is here. He doesn't have a map marker. I realize that now we can Dario has it. Oh, a lie. The snake has map markers where the like barricades are. For a long tube isn't cool enough for that, I guess. Not the problem. I imagine Leah doesn't either. No, I'm not sure. Third 24 hours of yeah, we kind of do 24 hours at the beginning of new seasons. Like actual 24s, not like let's hit pause and like take a nap and then come back. Like actual 24s, real ones, real ones. I'm here basically the whole time, other than maybe like a 10-minute break here or there if you could to eat something. Yeah, real 24-hour ones. There are a lot of people like, oh yeah, stream-a-thon is sort of deal. I hit pause, I'm only sleeping, and this kind of like, no. Real 24-hour plus streams. Real ones. We have done that here, yes. Fire. Get that out of the way. Enchanted. 40 seconds out there. We tend to do them regularly at the beginning of the season. I don't know if I'm going to be doing it like the upcoming season because it's kind of short one, but let's be real. The odds are I will. It's Shine. How you doing? Do. Let's speed left. That beacon. There's more owls. Kerbeck will hopefully pick up most of that, or not all of it. Here, yeah, the real ones. It's pretty common for action RPGers to do it. I don't know if common's the right word, but a lot of us that have way too much time on our hands who are usually here in the category are the sort that will let those streams run and run and run. We know what time it is. It's time to shine. How you doing, Shine? I appreciate Shine's food pictures in the Fame Nation Discord. Like to jokingly say he's always keeping us honest while the rest of us are posting like complete trash. And he's like, oh yeah, look, I made this homemade thing. He's like, oh, alright. So some of us do eat real food. I eat real food all the time, but mine is prepared for me so I can put it in an air fryer and it comes out and I can eat it. That's it. I don't do more than that these days. At least it's like healthy stuff. You know, I like the sweetest, most chemical tasting thing. You can leave me to my own devices. I try to do better than that, even if I don't want to. Yeah. Cool. I'm glad some of us do. When I first moved in here, I already cooked quite a lot of stuff. Do all the salmon, do all of this stuff, and it's like, I realized, like, you know, I don't care enough to spend this much time on myself, like they say, so I quickly stopped. The first reasonable option to stop. I was happy for it. I get it. Some people, very therapeutic, very nice that they do it. Good for them. Like Shine here. Buffalo chicken tacos. Nice. Tacos in a while, but I think I eat like the makings of tacos without the shells a lot, which I realized literally before I hit stream, like the equivalent would be taco without the shell. I was like, so it's close enough. You think more? What do you think about? Yeah, see, exactly. It's just me. Like I don't need all that. Do anything for me. Maybe for others, like yeah, okay, maybe, depending. Well, alright. Just feels like that's a waste of time. I don't really do anything else. That'll happen a lot in this channel. Everybody out here always talking about all the food, and then like somebody else will come through and they'll talk about their food. It's like heats it right up again, you know, minus the actual food part. Back when someone comes cook for him. Like, it sounds like a lot of effort. See, my Necro died for this statement. Fine then. And Dario's coming and chasing me on. Deal with your nonsense. My golems put her down. It's fine. Go out there. Next to your fame, bother the buffalo chicken dip. Now you're in chocolate, you know? So now like, oh no, we're getting chocolate. That's serious business. Get right. Yeah, I think they love how this tastes, the energy. It's a chocolate. If you have a Hispanic mother, or know some friends who have a Hispanic mother, you know about the chocolate. Funny in that situation, oh, they know. Yeah, it's a mom sandal. I'll start throwing that at you, you are in all the trouble. Take that. Let's be ready, beacon. That'll do, that'll do. Now I don't have to actually finish this. I'm gonna go next one, but for now... Yeah. Chicken drumstick? So what did you think that blue was on a chicken drumstick? I mean, I can see it if it didn't have that blue part. But because that blue part is automatically no, that's not food. That's not food. The icing? Oh no. Icing and a drumstick. Even I'm not that toxic. Come on now. Oh no. You're just like wrapping our drumsticks in blue stuff. Ranch. Blue ranch. Blue cheese. Oh, that was actually blue. How is it blue cheese ranch? Yeah, blue cheese ranch. That's... They're two different flavors, aren't there? They put those together. I mean, I wouldn't say no. I was like, I like ranch, I like blue cheese. Independently. Together, I feel like one would maybe like the blue cheese would completely overpower the ranch, but I don't know. Oh, when he put syrup on spaghetti. Uh-oh. Don't do this. Don't do this. This is how you know you're not from around here, are you? I feel like sweet dessert pizzas in general. My thing, but some people there, they do that. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they were. Like, they kind of seem like natural choices, the same level of palette. The same kind of palette types, like both ranch and blue cheese. I would know. I do like both. I did admit to already. I can say it again. You know, some people are like they're super disgusted by probably both. It's not one or the other. And then I like mayonnaise on hot dogs. And then a lot of people think that's crazy too. Here we are. Through the portal. I'm generally, I put ranch on everything. Unfortunately, a lot of the things I would like to put ranch on, I can't eat anymore. Because I just use the ranch. Which is actually okay too. We got pickles on hot dogs in Appalachia. You can't judge. I really put pickles on hot dogs. That's alright. That's alright. Now, generally, when I eat hot dogs, I just eat them with a knife and fork. Because why not eat that bun anyway? It's so easy to put pickles with that. Why not? If I was eating like a hot dog with a bun and all of a sudden, I don't know if I really would go out of my way for it. I wouldn't be like, absolutely no. Sure, I've had it before. You like mayo on buns also? See, I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I like mayo a lot. Too much. Right. Actually, ate sandwiches. It would be mostly for the mayo, not for the rest. I remember when I used to eat those Publix, and like the ladies in the back ask you want mayo, I'd be like, hell yeah, they'd give me so much. So much. They're like, oh god, like you know that, hell yeah. Those made me so ill. We know that now. Goodness, like you're so good though. Hamburgers. Okay, yeah, I put mayonnaise on burgers. My dad and I do that. That's another thing that they look at you like you're crazy, but no. Mayonnaise on all of that. And I think maybe often it's associated with people in the South. Quite a few of us around here do it. Sriracha. I don't mind sriracha, but I don't really put it on anything. Like going out of the way for it. I've known some people to be for it on everything. It's just like fair enough. It's not bad. It's just not crazy about it. Flail, chest armor, another Judicator's Mask. Let's take the amulet. And I need that Neath Iron, because why not? Sriracha or ketchup? Oh. No, ketchup. I don't put ketchup on anything. I don't put ketchup on fries. I don't put ketchup on anything at all. It's like, I can put it on fries, it's okay, but I just don't care. I just don't care. Like, I'll just put the mayonnaise with the burger and like skip the ketchup, skip the mustard. Mustard's not bad either, though. If it's like the yellow type. I don't care for like sweet mustard. It's just like honey Dijon type stuff. Like, no, I don't want any of that. None of that. You can drink ketchup with your food. You gotta get your tomatoes in somewhere, right? Right? Do that. Okay, like, this is fine. But like, I sit down at a fast food place, I eat fries, and which I can usually, but you know, I was, and then somebody'd be like, "Oh, you forgot the ketchup." Like, no, I didn't. Like, I don't care. I'll hit this one before we go. Yeah. Ketchup for the veggies, Mom. And then like people will be like, "But it's a fruit." Okay, thanks. Great. What's the difference? It's not all that much. Let's see. You add it into your enchiladas. Sriracha, usually we'd be throwing it into pho or soup. I think a lot of people do. That's alright. Put it all out stuff. That's fine. Go this way here. Yeah, that is the fruit. That's why us uncultured swine out here saying like, yeah, we're gonna ketchup for the veggies. Like, extra bad. Go, Opal's capped again already. Never ends. We're gonna kill this thing. There we are. Gonna move on back to the portal. You're getting Taco Bell. Enjoy. I was down to, I always choose Chipotle over Taco Bell when I want that kind of stuff, but technically there are still things from Taco Bell I can eat. 4. We are good to go again. Let's see how we're gonna do this. This way. What day is it? The 18th? I got such a long time to go before we can hear about warlock things. Let's go portal. Mexican street corn. I love Mexican street corn. I actually recently learned that. I had no idea, but we had it in the air fryer section of the things that are already made. It was like, here, stick it in your air fryer, you love it. And I absolutely loved it. I was like, I don't know everything that's in it, but it was amazing. Do recommend. Rings, yeah, sword adjudicators, helms, focus, amulets. Okay, let's go do the oval thing. Sriracha on eggs, yes, sriracha on eggs. So after I had COVID years ago, I was crazy about spicy food for like a winter time. Where usually, you know, like right now, I'm like pretty different. Like I don't mind it, but I'm crazy about it. I was crazy about it after COVID. So I was putting like hot sauce on all the eggs and all the things all the time. That I kind of miss it. kind of miss it because I never appreciated food more. We were talking about earlier, like my sense of smell and like memories or like food and things like that. So, like a lot of the people in chat like had all that. I realized I don't really do. Other than like after I had like the COVID experience for like a small window of time. So maybe most of the time I'm not right. I think for a window I was like maybe I knew what it's like for other people. I don't know. Hello Commander Gloom. Gloom is not really what I want here. It's got a helmet commander. That one has definitely facing gloom, but it's not right. Balanced. For the mage version of this, it's pretty good. I wasn't still in the season I could sell it or something, but yeah, no, it's not gonna work for this one. Play that like profits. The cafe server, West Virginia, you. Let's go selling that. Get rid of you and you. Amplify damage. I learned very recently. I was reminded that I can't do food trucks typically. Especially a lot of like the taco, like the dream burritos and things like that. If they have like wheat type stuff, I'm doomed. There's no way there's not gonna be contamination on those deals. It's always like really sad. We did have that at the Blizzard event, and I had to skip a whole meal, and then everyone else was like way more sad for me than I was, and I'm like, I'm used to this. I'm like the queen of protein bars. I will skip multiple meals because I can't eat them when I go and do anything. And we just eat protein bars. Like, it's fine. That's fine. It lets me eat my chemical trash in peace in my corner. Don't worry about it. But like, some of the people, they were like really concerned. It's like, oh no. I'm prepared for this. It's fine. Sometimes it is what it is. It is what it is. You get used to it. Right. Then we're over here. Okay, this is the future. Almost every quarter. Stuff I'd love to be able to. I can't. I can't. Different reasons. They make great food. A lot of them do, I'm sure. Let's see. 4 out of 4. We'll go this way. And then I'm like the queen of when I go to events. If they serve breakfast, like eggs, just eggs, and like bacon, that's usually gonna be like perfectly safe for me. So I will front load for a whole day and like eat a ton. And then they think I'm crazy for that too. And it's so silly. It's like if you would like me to explain why I'm doing this, I will. Otherwise, you can stare at me like I am just like some sort of like crazy overeater. Then you look at me, of course, no one would think. I do all that. It's like lots of eggs and bacon. Lots of eggs and bacon when I have that opportunity at any trip, because there's a good chance I will go every other meal for the day. I won't be able to touch it. Unless I already know ahead of time that I plan for it. And 3 of the meals when I went to Blizzard, I had to skip 2. So but I knew it was coming, so the breakfast was great. Everything else is like, can't do it. But it is what it is. It's what it is. And then, yeah, did you say then Italian? And then a lot of the times people want to go out to an Italian restaurant. I can't eat wheat. But often, unless I already know the restaurant, like safe, I can't. So I have to skip those 2. So everyone feels like I'm always dodging them and don't want to hang out. But I'm just like trying not to get sick the whole time because that's much worse. I know all that stuff. It's so good. So good. Get here. So I've had it before. I just know how it goes. Pop that. Felt like it was sad. But most people get more sad for me than I am. Like, this is what it is. Here. Weird. We went to Seattle to play Spiritborn. I was absolutely shocked how much of this stuff is gluten-free when they gave us food. They even had like gluten-free macaroni. But when I went to that one, somebody along the line asked about the allergy thing. So I'm pretty sure they actually accounted for it, which was awesome. And sometimes you don't get that. Most of the time you don't. I'm still floored that they did that for those of us who had that issue. It was awesome. It's difficult for me to have like good macaroni. It was actually 6. Let's go ahead and go that way. All good? All good. Move over here. Okay, this. Corpse axe type stuff. Whoops, bow. During the PTR, when I went up to Torment 5 equivalent sigils, I actually got one-shot by a corpse bow. We have not seen a one-shot from a corpse bow in forever. I'm a little concerned for our experience next season. It's like, oh no, we're gonna die up there until our gear gets right. We might. Biggest food changes based on your appetite. Can I do? Yes, I can do corn tortillas. So if they have like the corn tortillas and stuff, it's perfectly all good. But a lot of the time, the food trucks, depending on which one, they're only gonna have like one option. And then even if they do have like the corn ones, it's risky because you don't know what kind of contamination situation. Which as soon as I know they have the wheat tortilla, even they have the corn ones, my safe is bad. You just don't do it. Have I played WoW recently? No, I have not played WoW since Dragonflight early on. Like, I enjoy it enough, but generally the crew or the people I would like to play with like over the years, even now, they're not WoW types, so I don't know. It's done, there and there. It's just at home. Once upon a time, I really like to take all the risks. And it's like, okay, if I'm sick for a few days, let's sleep it off. Nowadays, I don't do that because they tell you, like, you're gonna increase your chances of getting real sick if you do that. Like, oh, like, don't do this. Not worth it. But I miss, like, cookie dough ice cream. I want cookie dough ice cream. Like, no. I like real macaroni. Like, no. I want the real Oreos. As good as the gluten-free ones are, I have them here at home, but they're still different. Especially when you put them in milk, it still hits different. Shame. Damn shame. And then I always love cake. I love cake. Good luck getting cake and it's like random, at random, if you can't eat wheat. Gluten-free cake, not common. Not common at all. And then you want it, you're gonna have to pay through the nose. Here we go to this. A lot of the time, a lot of like substitutes are made. Are you talking about like the tortillas or the cake type stuff? Oh, the food changes based on your appetite. What do you want? What are we talking about here? So like taquitos hit hard. I love those too. I love those too. And even if it's the ones that with like the cord around it, they usually put them right next to the ones that are or things that are wrapped in wheat. So I can't just like go there and buy it. It won't work. The difference in taste, usually it's texture. Like the taste, they get really close to each other, but the textures are significantly different. You can tell. Like the density of things, a lot of the time when I have like the wheat-free, gluten-free type stuff, is actually denser. And so it's harder to eat like a lot of them because they're like, okay, this is potato, this is like tapioca, and you know, this is this kind of stuff instead of just like bread. Yeah. So we would have like substitutes for pasta. And my mom would make that so it was like just gluten free for everybody. Like eat it, and like my dad would not like it at all. It's just like, you know, it is what it is. You know, it's like we can make one meal and everyone can eat it, or she could starve and have to pay double, more than double. It's like, you know, just deal with it. Just deal with it. And then I don't even really like substitute stuff most of the time anyway. Unless we're talking about the junk foods that are, I sometimes I just want to eat trash. Like the Oreos right now, sometimes I just want to eat trash. But I don't eat pasta, even like the substitute stuff anymore. Just like I said, how you eat or enjoy food, so that, yeah. That's why I don't care about like usually having like gluten-free bread and things like this that they would do because the texture is off anyway, so I don't enjoy it. It's not even worth it. Not even worth it. I'd just rather eat the stuff that you put in a sandwich separately. It's just fine. If not, maybe better. Tasty funny too. Yeah, I mean, my diet's good. My diet's good. I usually like a lot of salmon, steak, and this kind of thing. And occasionally chicken. It's cheap, effective, but I don't really care for it. But you know, there's a lot of like seafood type stuff when I'm doing that. What I want to do. I was good for a while about not eating a lot of sugar. Like most of my meals, you know, there's nothing like high sugar. It's the injection of like juices and like Mountain Dew here and there that kills it. You skip that, you're fine. Like the other, it's the actual like full meals. Like yeah, you're not I have a lot of sugar and all that now. Yeah, I practically a keto diet. It's actually how I started when I changed my diet out and like stopped eating products of any sort. It was just a keto diet. Your lactose, the other thing don't really is ice cream because your body will literally panic and probably shut down. Interesting. I love ice cream. At least that I did. At least for a long time, everyone thought I was just lactose intolerant. But I don't think I don't even know if that's something I was a really little kid when they like change out like milk and things like that if I was truly lactose intolerant, because I'm not. I drink the hell out of any of that stuff. Yellow ice cream doesn't matter. Doesn't do anything to me. The wheat stuff though wears down my intestines, so I can't digest anything. So the first thing that will start looking like it's acting up is milk products. So it makes me seem like I'm lactose. But I would drink like all these coffees and things and like be fine all this other time. And I would drink like specific kinds of coffees. Like, why does this one make me feel bad and all the other ones don't? I don't understand. And then we would now like look up the ingredients like, oh, they put wheat into like the syrups and stuff they use at Starbucks, so we can't drink that trash, which is for the best. It's for the best. And that's why those make me sing a lot of flavors I like. I can't do like gingerbread latte, surprise bread, when I go to those places because they actually do have things in it that I can't drink, but I love those. And like, otherwise it's like, okay, maybe there's too much milk in it. And obviously you were lactose intolerant when you were a kid, right? That's how that goes. Like, no. Oh, it was not that. Notice P plus U. So she last had ice cream. Bummer. I was like, ice cream, like actually the ice cream. I guess you could have like popsicles and whatnot, like maybe a yogurt. It's just not the same. That's another thing. Like the textures of those, not the same. Not the same. Like shaved ice type stuff. Like yeah, you can have something cold, but yeah. Doesn't hit the same. Here. Another 15. I went through stages where I put Greek yogurt on everything. Or cottage cheese with anything. We probably actually have that Greek yogurt in the fridge right now. So, like, my brother kind of goes through phases of food, like cycles out. We might be in a Greek yogurt phase. I don't know. I can probably steal some of it. He wouldn't mind. There's so much. He buys in bulk. Always. I love Greek yogurt on salmon. That is awesome. I used to get food from like all these Greek places. I would always include Greek yogurts where they're saying that this is how it was served. It was like, well, we're gonna do this at home all the time. For a long period of time we do that. Okay, teas for the caramel vanilla and your joints start to hurt, you get sneezing. You had all the reactions from that. Right here. He's done. I went so long thinking like, oh yeah, I don't have any of those. I had like one that's everywhere that's shaped a great part of my life. Like always tired and like, oh, you have a bad constitution. You need to do this, you do this, you need to eat more. Always the answer is like, oh, you feel tired all the time. It's probably because you're so little and you need to eat more. And they would always suggest things like eat more pasta, eat more Italian food. That'll fatten you up. You can imagine how that went. And so a lot of my childhood and even into adulthood was like that. And so I was always just like the sickly kid and like just like assumed like, okay, that's just how she is. Poor dear. Like no one ever thought like, you know, maybe we should actually look into it more. Like no. It was only until I was completely unfunctional, can't get out of bed, can't sit through raids, and like this is so bad. This is so bad. We gotta do something. Like it's gotta be something. I have an allergy we didn't do anything about forever.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, it's rough when you like really love the stuff too. It's like no more, done. But like too bad. And we would go on road trips. Those road trips with my Vietnamese family, and like the convenient thing to do, fast food places. So they knew me as like, okay, she's gonna be sick the whole time. She can come, but we know how it's gonna be. Poor baby, and your baby her the whole time, and make it seem like if you just exercise more, and you just did X, Y, Z, or ate more, you'd be fine. It's that, and we know. I've been poisoning myself the whole time. And then the worst was, gas station pizza. Gas station pizza. You can imagine how that went. You can imagine how that went. And like driving through the entire Midwest, nothing but cornfields for miles and miles, feeling ill because I decided let's go eat a whole fucking pizza. You can still eat chocolate. Hey, they didn't take everything for you. Yeah, that's probably a lot of us. No more alcohol for a lot of us here. Ancient vampires. So we're hanging in there for lots of things, but alcohol often not one of them. Gas station. I mean, it practically was gas station sushi. I may as well have gone for that. Would have been safer. But the gas station sushi is also often substitute crab. You know what they make that with? What involved that? Wheat's involved in substitute crab. So I can't have cali rolls unless it's like real fish. Like most cali rolls from most places that are cheap, that's a no-go. That is going to kill me. Let's see our favorite Northwest. Which, to be fair, I never liked California rolls anyway. No offense, so that's like your favorite roll. I don't like it. I don't like it. I just want like salmon rolls, like tuna rolls, and like almost nothing else in it. That doesn't make me happy. That makes me happy. I don't need those cali rolls anyway. There. Hey, look, it's crab. Like that's not crab. Don't lie to me. I pretty much just like, if it wasn't for, of course, I'm allergic to stuff, I'd like, I'll eat small. The sad thing is, I love spicy tuna rolls and the spicy ones, but most places you go to, that's also something I can't have. It took me a long time to accept that because the biggest, I would say, like cheating on the diet, but like making myself ill was bad for a long time. Like only probably the last few years, like I made like, okay, you can't have spicy tuna for most places. Just admit it. Don't do it anymore. It hurts. It burns. Both quitting it and actually eating it, but no, it is. Those are my favorite. Here we are. Yeah, Cali roll is the intro roll. Most people are like, okay, they'll probably like that. Probably like that. The first time I ever had sushi was actually from Target. Not the best idea, especially because it's one of the ones I wasn't supposed to be eating, but I still loved it anyway, and it didn't turn me off from it. Stupid roll. That's a bad idea. No matter how desperate we get for the sushi, we gotta be able to say no to some of them. It's a bad time. Yeah, Target is solid sushi. They have like a sushi bar. Like it's one of those super Targets, you know, they got the supermarket type deal, so it's not just like 80 Target. So it's not quite as bad as South. It's still pretty bad. Still pretty bad. I do not like supermarket sushi. That's not something I do. But the first time ever having sushi, you're just like, hey, let's grab that. Why not? And it's actually good enough that I kept ordering sushi throughout, and it's my favorite now. The Unagi sushi. Sawgrass Mall in Fort Lauderdale. I love that mall. And that's like the one place I always wanted to go every time we were down there. I'm like, yes, go, let's go. It's huge. A lot of huge malls down there. They're bigger than ours. Yeah, I love Sawgrass. Those Sawgrass Mills, like the full name of it. Maximum life, like your resistance, collisions, damage, like didn't it have a Target right next to it? I remember this, yeah. I love that place. Every time I visited, I was like, yes, we gotta go. They know, my family members know. They drag me all the way there. Like she wants to go to all the malls. We're gonna take her there and all the other ones. Oh yes. Okay, let's get rid of this. Do I move my legs throughout this often? I don't. That's true. Marcus is brake checking me. Yeah. But I sit different ways throughout. Like, I change how I'm seated. So I do technically move my legs, but I don't like full stretch all the time. On 8s, I don't. On 12s, I usually do. Right. So this one, we're gonna go ahead and hit the Sanctification. I need to hit a socket on it, too. This way. Armor, we gotta hit the cooldown reduction, of course. Yeah, we can watch a movie, Panics, or just window shop, yeah. I've done so much. We would do a lot of window shopping there too, because we had to like take anything we buy like home back to Central Florida. So a lot of the time, like, don't buy a lot, don't buy a lot. You can look at the stuff, but I'll be like, but they got different things here that I don't have back there. I need it. Nowadays, it's like, oh yeah, you can just window shop, just order it online. You want it so bad, like that's a lot nicer. Back in the day, as a kid, I want to buy everything. Like, nah, we are not taking all that home with us. Stop it. It's like, look at all the knickknacks that they have that we know that, like, I'm sure if you want it badly enough, you can find it. Stop it, girl. Stop it. I always had so much fun with it. I need the portal, so we can actually open up the portal with the heavenly sigil, but I never do it, so we're gonna take the forge here. A little pedal thing under the desk. Now, that would actually be pretty epic. How to think of it. We had a shot caller for Guild Wars 2, where we were always playing on like push to talk, and he hit it so much, and eventually he had his trigger for his push to talk on a foot pedal. It's a foot pedal. This is pretty funny. He was like, yeah, extra exercise, sure, that's what it was. Yeah, I don't call it 23 on this one, but I have better ones with all sorts of other combinations, including a double Shaco helmet, so we're not gonna keep that one. Don't need it. So now, what am I up to? Do a quick compass here while I'm looking for resto scrolls and stacking those up next time we hit stuff. The Saints and the Timbers. TV eyes, people at the desk with that pedal thing. I've never actually seen it. Salmon and mashed potatoes. See, that's what I kind of meal right there. I like my Ori's having. I don't want that. So that was often like go to when I went to restaurants. So, like, I want your salmon, your mashed potatoes, and your baked potato. Like both? 2 potatoes? Yes, I want 2 potatoes. You want broccoli or something like that? Your broccoli has lots of cheese. I'll take that too. All right, okay, you can have it all. The underdesk elliptical. I wouldn't. We were talking about like Ori. She has like the walking pad now, like the sort that will use it often forever. That's like you're gonna be like really into it for like a week and be done. That would be me in any elliptical. Let's be honest. It's like an underdesk one. I would not be doing that while I'm streaming. There's no way. There's no way. I don't know how people do like the walk on the treadmill kind of deal. Although I'm sure I can talk and walk at the same time. That I've got the means. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. You only watch animators, so you don't watch TV anymore. You watch me run through hordes for TV. Save Nation TV. It's pretty alright. It's slaying demons endlessly. It's a vibe. It's nice background for a lot of you, apparently. Okay, so this is 2.5. I heard even my mother watches like full streams these days and leaves them running. And so it happens. It happens. Now anytime I like mention anything about my parents, I'm like, they're gonna hear about this. Not live, but in a few days, they're gonna know. It's like, am I okay with that? It's like, I don't have a choice. It is what it is. I was like, I'm not gonna keep my own stream from anybody. Go nuts. Go nuts. One of these days, it's like gonna be like other family members like checking in and be like, you said what? Who are you talking about? Because I was really big about those. Like, which one do you mean? Which one? Was it me? And I'll be like, nah, it wasn't you. It was other uncle. For the season, it was him. It's always you. It's like whatever uncle it is, it's always you. Probably was you. It is what it is. Where's my golems at? Go down here. South Ether Mass. I feel like we're also most like off the wall, all sorts of topics when I play any minion necro. Any class that kind of plays itself. Like right now, I just spam 3. The golem's got a handle. It's fine. Like who knows what we're gonna talk about? You just kind of know how it's gonna go depending on what class it is. like Rogue, or like early, of course, when we were going to 300 on Rogue, like super logged in, not much, but the actual game. Late in the season, playing some minions. Here we are. We've been all over the place. Into the desk, elliptical, so much JJK talk. You get me on that. I have to be careful on spoilers for animes only. That kind of thing. From there, we've been like talking about makeup today. Drugula actually rated in while we were talking about makeup. I don't even know how we got there, but we did. Always food. Back in the day, band and other school stuff. We're funny. We're funny. It is what it is. Yapper tag is there. That's all I can say. Do this as many hours as I have. If you think it's always just gonna be D4, I don't know what to tell you. But that would be quite something. Although we do go plenty 12 pluses, but we don't really talk about anything else about the game. I think like the whole 8,000 plus hours at this point would just be D4. You'd be wrong. Just like a non-spoiler, you never talk about anything. I know, right? I know. Keep the lords here. That one's done. I feel like when it comes to Jujutsu Kaisen, the biggest things have already been spoiled across the entire internet. Even like remotely into that, I don't know how you miss the big ones. The big ones. Is what it is. Is what it is. So I started off as anime only, and as soon as I checked those subreddits, you know, it was all done. It was all done. There was no keeping some of those cats in the bag. They're all over the place, like whatever. I know the manga and everything, it's fine. I try not to spoil anybody else, but a lot of those mainstream anime, they're too mainstream. It's almost impossible without getting spoiled. I try not to be the person that does it. Ori, no! No, not like this! The big ones. Oh. Even the emoji's guilty. Even the emoji's guilty. I've never watched all of Naruto. I think at some point I probably should. I think at this point, like, I'm so ingrained into shonen anime, I may as well. I may as well try them and sit through them all. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. But I always say, I wish some of my favorite characters across the other anime just rolled over and died too. It would have been better for them. It would have been better for them. It's fine. Fine. If anybody dies, I'm for it. Leave my headcanons alone and never ruin them with others. There we are. South. Diablo 4 gameplay just be background noise to all the random talk is being discussed as quickly. Okay, what listen to? I'm like, sometimes I'm just like, okay, this is what I'm doing exactly with the game, and we are really, really on topic. It's like I'm saying, like, end of the season, I know I'm a Warlock main. I can't play Warlock. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I can't even talk about Warlock right now because, you know, I'm a well-behaved citizen of Blizzard and Diablo partner, like, society. I gotta be good. And they say no, so I can't do that. What else am I gonna do but talk about everything else? Everything else and try and like distract myself from where's my lock? Where is he? Where is he? Is he okay? Are we good yet? And then no, not good yet. So here we are. The chance. We can talk about anything else. Anything else. +1 masses. Like I don't even think I can talk about exactly what the skills look like. Right? So like, we got this, we got what D2 Resurrected is doing, and that's all I'm supposed to be telling. Else I'm gonna do would be really distracted. Like, oh look, a squirrel. See, I died for it. Go up here. Now, I know a lot of people, especially early in the season, they show up here when people who don't know me so well start trying to say things that we know in this channel we don't say. If you know what those things, you know. And then my reaction and how I and the mods will shut that down really fast. And they love it when it's somebody who like pushes their luck and what happens. So a lot of people do show up here for not D4. So I get it. I get it. But let us not forget how much D4 I have streamed. I hammer this point down a lot, especially with the new people here. Over 8,000 hours live in D4. I don't think anyone else has been in this category more. So when people come through and they say certain things, they treat me certain ways, we're not going to be having that. We're not going to be having that. So we do a lot of shenanigans all in fun. It's all in fun. It's okay. But yeah, this has been plenty of D4. Serious D4. I don't think I'm always just in troll. I'm glad you love this game. I do too. Apparently, if I didn't, I don't know how I'd still be here. But you know, it is what it is. A lot of people come through and like, why don't you play anything else? It's like, because I don't need to. I just love this. It's fine. Like I can stay in the Hordes the whole like stream, and people think that's absolutely insane. Including people here who have similar hours to me. They're, you know, fine. But I can do whatever. Doesn't matter to me. And then people always ask like, okay, what do you think of the changes? And all the things that happen. Like if there is grind, you know, I will be here all the time. That's basically how it goes. It doesn't matter. Like, as long as there is grind in this game, I am happy. It doesn't have to be like in its best. I loved vanilla D4, and there's probably almost nobody here who's gonna say that. Oh yeah, I would go back to that. I would play that. Like I would still play it. Still grind the vanilla 1 to 100 over and over again like we did. I never had a problem with it. Fame is insane confirmed. Oh, we know that. We all know that. Here, event spawn faster, massive chance refill. I guess I'll do the masses thing. I don't like it, but we'll go with it. Alright, yeah. Less than a month now before they do the deep dive for the Warlock, so I'm sure by then we will all be fine. We will all be free. We will all be free, but for now we are not free. I am not free. Here we go. I'm like, I can't even say the follow-up to what I was going to say to that. Because it's what it is. It is what it is, so you cannot be free. Cannot be free. Ether masses. There we are. You know, you know. Is always the answer. If you know, you know. If you don't, well, it's pretty bad. 7 hours crazy. I do 8+. These days, I do 12 plus early season. Usually, the first few streams, you expect me to go 24, at least that first day, and then well over 12 every day after that. Usually one of the first, not the first of the content creators, is like sit around 300, at 300. And I am also team, if I don't have that 300 Paragon, I can't even feel like I can play the game. We gotta get things done. So we grind hard here. It doesn't matter. Finding whatever is the right way to do it. This season, people can AFK and that rubs me the wrong way. So that we are for like speed demoning things. That's where our joy is. Which also means that I'm not the biggest into like tower push, pit push though, because that stuff is such a slog. Even if you do it fast, like hitting those hit point walls for me is not fun. But speed stuff, you know, I'm all about this, like the speed grind. 283. Yeah, this season, it's much better than it's been in other seasons. If there was ever a season for those who have never hit 300. Right now, it's this one. So, you know, you're approaching halfway. We still got like a month before the next season. You can go at it, you can kill in the bosses. You can get 300. But it's usually less than even 250 before you have the important stuff. Everything else is just like additive and like bragging rights and just doing it because you can kind of vibes. So there's nothing wrong with not hitting it, really. And then if you just like the achievements right now, you just let it push to Eternal and then gradually you get there. I'm pretty sure it still works that way. Alright, you got a Chaos Wave out on the left. Cool. Let's go. Which one you giving me? Ether Fiends. I died twice in here. Squishy Necro. Gotta be like that. No, 24, 25 is halfway. Yep. Yep, that is a halfway by the numbers. Usually when you're up higher, you're more efficient. So it's actually not as bad as just by the numbers. You know, technically. Alright, Ether Fiends. Yeah, they're Dixie Hitters. This is fine. That's why we're doing like hit speed runs in other seasons. Technically, the numbers say we'd be like halfway, but really we'd be a lot closer to home than that because we're going to be all sorted. We got like mythics and everything, whatever we're going to do as fast as we're going to do it. The lair boss kind of thing. It doesn't quite feel that way entirely, but at least you probably have more like account access. You really want to buy your way there. That kind of thing. It's really cool. Do I want fun bosses? Yeah, we could do bosses after I do this right here. I don't mind doing the full line variety of things. So when you say fun bosses, which bosses are you talking about? Okay, like, which one? Or what do you mean? The definition of fun bosses for her writing very different than the rest of us. But now, granted, I don't. This character has a lot he can build up if he wants to. You're drowning Greg and Yurivar. I can get the boots off of Greg. You can get something else too. Dagger there, Heavenly Sigil. Let's go get restos. Don't forget. I'm not gonna open this in the back. Look at that. Squid. Chest armor, gloves, 200 swords, gloves, and rings. Another resto. Best, I'm gonna put these into gold. Best place for gold right now. It's actually definitely feeling like the pit. I gotta kind of miss that next season if the other things don't pay out well. Sub-Zero. We'll go kill Greg. We'll get Duriel mats in the process. The middle bosses are a little bit nicer for us though. The Mordecrux. I do like that. I just wish it was actually a little more viable. Play. Reduction. Yeah, justice for Simulacrum builds. Simulacrum explosion away, and I want to throw skeletons at people and watch them blow up. Oh, who knows? Maybe you're coming in a talisman set near you. Floating minions. Wait, what is this doing? Maximum moonlight, fire resistance, hellbent commander, shadow resistance fueled by death. Not what I'm looking for. Sell all of it. Let's go kill the living steel boss. Hopefully, still have this character. Not a ton, but if Ori's drowning in it, she says, I'm sure we'll be fine. She's already on her way, so I can take the portal in there. So wow, didn't they just have their more recent expansion? I see YouTube, of course, was talking about earlier. That people are having fun. Sounds like they changed transmogs to be a lot more accessible to. Good for them. We got something more close to what we have in D4 now for that stuff. All those years that game's been around, a lot more options. As many options as I have. I'm sure their wardrobes put all of us in D4 to shame. Steel on the ground. Okay, thank you. You gotta tell me because I have my. Oh, I don't have enough space for those two. I have my stuff turned off because all the coiling wards. Thank you, thank you. Alright. So she gave me all of that. How much do I have now? I am sitting at 454 steel, and there's more where that came from. She dropped it on the ground and I couldn't pick it up. Store some of the stuff I have on me, but my storage, of course, not in great shape. Not its best. We have... Oh, this one draws Mordecruxes. I'd love to be able to play Simulacrums and make it work. Faith, Evan Piercer. That's what I like on this one. More stuff for me? Oh. Yeah. Good luck finding space for all the paladin stuff. I think right now my top paladin, the honored one, is half a mule. You go on to a lot of stuff in storage or inventory. That's how bad it is. I think no, Fama is alright. She's playable, and maybe now, yeah, the third paladin is playable. Right now it's the meta paladin that's the struggle bus. Enjoy after this. Maybe no Milan. Okay, chest armor for us, shards of agony. Let's go sort it. Is it Warlock time yet? No, no. Oh, somebody named Zir. Speaking of Zir, go ahead and accept them. Way more people on that roster in the absent. Actually, I have space for her. Deal with that soon too. LGA, good stuff allowed. Right, the Mordecrux used to be part of the Horde boxes, and they shifted all those into the other ones. That was the first time playing Necro and even like worried about all this. We were chasing Chaos Armor last season, once they changed it. The Mordecrux is here now. That's why I didn't know. Played Blood Surge last season, and then like the Warrior Reef. Nice. Do the ones that are with him. They that gifted sub and enjoy the Diablo badge. Don't want any of this, do I? Nope. Hello, hey, boo. Very nice. Take this. Boots. Check what that's doing. I'm gonna keep a really outstanding one though, if it does drop, otherwise. Not that crazy about it. Greetings! Belial, hello. Oh, P300, not the ones I wanted. We want the there's a ring. What's that ring doing? It is a 1.6. Bummer. Gotta have the higher rate of casting the stuff passively to be entertaining the lazy Necro ring. Sink down. Doing, we got an axe here. Can play with that. Let's go inventory. That is the Butcher's Cleaver. I'm gonna sink that. I'll hold it for a sec. Why not? Okay, these don't have upgrades, so we don't need to hold on to it. Doing that one for the memes. I'll live this off the table drop. Oh, interesting. We have some pretty. I had a decent bonus, I should say. Had another one and kept the one that had the better sanctification. In combination, I think it's a triple GA. Storm would probably do alright. Didn't hit the duration on the GA though. No problem. No. Depends on how much we want to roll around Necro or go back to Pally. I would be still playing Paladin much more if not for I know Warlock exists. So now it's just like my love of Paladin. Like, it's still there, but it's not the same. It's not the same. So, like, you just Levi'd your Paladin. I did. I have. And those who have been around, you know what I mean. You Levi'd your Paladin for the Warlock. Yep. Which, interestingly enough, they kind of play like that. They do kind of play like that. It's very accurate. Oh, I know. The nostalgia part of Paladin is still huge. It's still huge for like the entire game and those who are like very, very into Paladin. But I mean, I kept saying the whole time, there's a few things people could throw at me that I'd be like, all right, well, sorry, Pally. And Blizzard does what Blizzard does, is all I think I can say now. Blizzard does what Blizzard does, and we accept this. These things happen. These things happen. Who am I to judge? Who am I to judge? And say, it just is what it is. It is what it is. Go ahead and hit that altar. No, Evan Piercer. We can go better. We can do better. Like, we got a 40 on the mortar cards, we can also do better than that. And Galvanic saves. Aren't I a good little soldier out here hyping all of you up about Warlock? But it's not wrong. It's not wrong. You don't believe me. Go look at everybody who's having so much fun in Diablo 2 Resurrected. You don't have to take my word for it. You just look at the progression and the way they're marketing Warlock. That is the early Warlock. You know, when Warlocks are kind of just getting on with learning how to Warlock. And it looks like it is indeed to Resurrected. And you got the Chig, who's in Diablo Immortal. Can't play her until after, actually, we get our Diablo 4, but in chronological order, you know, she's in the middle. She's in the middle. She's pretty cool, too. But by the time we get to the Warlock I want to play in D4, you know, you can look at it. It is what it is. It is what it is. Whoops, I hit that. I didn't need to. You need to buy it. You need to buy what, Ori? You have Paladin. If you have Paladin, you have Warlock. It is part of the DLC. So what are you talking about? Oh, D2. Yeah, D2. D2, yeah. Proper fun. It is proper fun. Everybody out there doing that and having a class after so long of not having one of that game and thinking like they're just gonna leave it like it is. Resurrected is resurrected and that's it. Like, nope, apparently it's not. So they might very well be even making more for that game because clearly it's a success. I think it's pretty obvious by now that people love it. Let's sell. Here we are. We're struggling with Butcher. Once upon a time, you remember Butcher in D2. I don't remember the D2 Butcher nearly as well as I think I remember one. The first encounter with the Butcher and as a little kid, that was shocking. That was shocking. It's like, what's going on here? What's this? What's this? Oh no, what's going on? Like, oh no, he is coming for me. I have got to go. Yeah. A lot of people are there for one. I have been so young. And my dad let me play Diablo 1. And then my brother, even younger than me, got to play it too. And he was like stupid young. So it would be my brother when he comes into Diablo 4 in beta. He goes into that first basement. You know, it's a door there. Okay, let's check it out. And guess who's in there in that basement? The very first encounter he has at basically at all in this game is the damn Butcher. My brother, who was little the first time, who probably literally had nightmares of the Butcher growing up, and he comes into this game and gets wrecked by the Butcher in beta. I did not see the Butcher in beta. I was not so blessed, like, immediately seen it. I heard, like, everybody else's encounters, like, oh, that's so cool, that's so cool. And my brother, like, the first encounter he had, like, I go downstairs and you can see the Butcher, and they put it right in the basement. Like, no, they didn't. Like, this is fine. Like, no, he was in my basement. It's like he was a little kid again. It was great. That fresh meat. Oh, goodness. That's Blizzard for you. So now, of course, the other part of our childhood that so many of us are sitting here, that one level in that one way that we don't know how to get to in this one. That doesn't exist, you know the one. You're like, where's that? We're still asking. We're still asking. All right, Mac. Good night. Good day, I suppose. Whatever time it is. Sweet dreams. And always, thanks for hanging out. Let's go sell. I say that, of course, for the bats that are the emojis that also got Levi'd, I guess, but they're still here. Dream of the Butcher. That's a healthy dream. I never really had those kind of nightmares. Those things did not get me worked up. And I know, like, my brother had like spider dreams and all these kind of deals. Like, I never really had that. And we were talking about it like recently. I was also like, that's also a lot of my dreams have always been like third person. Like, they're not even me. Like, there's stuff going on. Like, I'm just like there. Like, I don't know how normal, abnormal that was. But he had an explanation for it, and I was like, oh no, well, that checks out, though. That checks out. Like, I had an explanation for, like, all the other dreams that he had, and, like, mine was processed, and he had an explanation for why I'm like that, and it's like, that's not great. Then, oh well, it is what it is, I guess. Trader's house is collected, and this basically comes down to, you might not be the nicest person. Alright. Well, I feel like I'm alright, but... Okay. That's true. The following ones and you wake up. I guess I have that feeling. Sometimes. I don't even think like a dream. So like I'm falling asleep is what I feel that, and I don't make it the whole way, and like something will drop my phone. I'm good at that these days. Like, oh, I'm waking up. Like shit. Your head bobbing down. I don't know if I usually have like the actual in-dream falling experience and then waking up. Which is probably fortunate because that does sound pretty terrifying. I'm not the craziest about heights, but I don't think I'm like really scared of them. Like now, my dad doesn't like heights. As a kid, but we went to Disney World and he decided I got too tired, I guess, for like climbing the treehouse that they have. So he like decided he was gonna carry me. And he's really afraid of heights, so he still like was up high and he was like super terrified. So he tells that tale. I should have left here, but it's okay. He tells that tale like how absolutely terrified he was, and how like I as a kid I could not have cared less. It was fine. I didn't even like recognize that there was a problem there. Not at all. I guess I don't have a lot of that either. Grab the gold. Go ahead and open it because I can look for this. I was just saying earlier, my only nightmares that I can ever remember: Latin class, Spanish class, 2 configurations. That's it. That's it. And so my kind of nightmares are attached to ew, gross reality. Nasty. Let's not. Let's not. We're here. Like always a relief of okay, I don't have to do that anymore. Those are pretty common. They're pretty common. For people in general. Gloves, daggers, we'll take these things. I couldn't pick that before. I'll wait for Ori a bit. How's this doing? I got 2 spaces open again. And not gonna cap on the stack of Duriel anytime soon. Anything other than butcher types in one I would show up. I wouldn't really be there. I mean, like, you know, like, could spectate. But I don't remember ever, like, the butcher specifically. But, like, things like that, like, usually, I'm not, it's like, I can witness it, but I'm not there. This is interesting. But I'd like to think that was because you, of course, went to school for writing. And when I can remember those things, it was when I was in the height of, like, writing things. So it would always be, like almost, I would say lucid dreaming, like I had like tight control over what it was. I just working through like how the storyline gonna go. So that's a pretty nice point to hit. But these days it's not like that because I don't write nearly as much in like that kind of way. I was just like constantly critical thinking, solving problems of my own creation and work through. I suppose a lot of people are very creative. Have like similar kind of experiences, I would think. Nowadays, I think a lot of my problem is I don't sleep in one shot long enough to always like hit the point where you can dream like that. This is the sad reality of it. It is what it is. Gotta grind. Should have inventoried again. I keep doing this. I keep not calling it. And kill this again. Too old to sleep in one go. I don't think I really ever slept in one go much anyway. Oh, but it's always like too caffeinated or too much thinking, and then it's like, well, no time for sleep. Gotta get up and go again. Let's go ahead and style this. Right now, I got like a really like weird sleeping schedule compared to most people, so I don't know what the usual hour it is. But like when I'm like a normal person schedule, no matter what hour it is, if I went to sleep at night, I'm waking up at 4 a.m. That's just how it's gonna be. That is how it's gonna be. So this here. And then we were talking to some other people, they were saying like the 5 a.m. is like they're always their wake up hour. I had like an hour on them and was already awake at that time. And I was just like, alright. Like, at least I'm not alone. Some of us unwilling early birds, apparently. But now, like, some nocturnal, which is usually what I like to be. Do that gifted sub and enjoy the badge. And so nocturnal, where I like to be so fired. Here we go, 4 or 5 years, not about yeah. Like that. Like, we just gotta know, like, alright, time to get up. My brother's like that too. I'll hear him at like 4 a.m. all the time while I'm here streaming, like yapping. But I don't know how deliberate it is for him. He wants his schedule to be like that so he can do everything he needs to do in a day where he gets up and does like the normal people stuff in the later hours. So, fair enough. Leaving for Sanctification. We're gonna sank next round. If I can remember to actually inventory before the moment. I got one more before we inventory. Nice. Neathire doesn't happen as much from these bosses, but I love what he does. How's the Evan Piercer? First pursuit, that's lame. Like it. Which of these rules was it? Intelligence. You know what? I already won't think that one. Let's see the other things though. Steel. Throwing up there, looking steel for you. Alright. It's inventory. These status effects. I never feel like I get enough days in my life. And unless it's rogue. Rogue days is a lot. Let's see. Sell, not salvage. Let's go sanctify these cleavers because we can. I'll go upgrade them in the actual little spot here. I'm still not over. There's a follow-up coming. I'm still not over when Fame Monsters was in here and saying who is the baddie in the loading screen on the right. And I couldn't recognize that he was talking about my character the whole damn time. Don't hit that yet. I gotta upgrade first. It was my character he was talking about. I kept thinking like, oh, is it Lilith and Dario? Like, no. My Necro. I should have known. I should have known. But I didn't. And he's like, that one. And it's like, I just got our normal loading screen of our characters again. What do you mean? What's going on about? And I didn't realize he didn't realize that. This character. That's me. Kinda. Ish. Got sockets already. Alright, legendary power added. 30% increased crowd control duration, extra damage. We only keep these for the mythic sakes because they're funny. So that's not it. Right now I have an Andariel's one and I have a Doombringer one. Still looking for the Starless Skies Witcher Cleaver and the Grandfather. How much steel do you have, Ori? He just lives for Asmodan, I guess. It's so weird that we've this opening Duriel boxes and then Urivar similarly opening Andariel's. Never misses Asmodan Day. That's what it is. Ori is stacked. You're on these. Wild. Put my Ahus away. Sorry. Doesn't drop really so many runes as other ones do. Might be fine. Ahu crafts Doombringer. Not exactly super desirable. I suppose barbarians run around with it. There's 0 DPS. Probably not so much. Belial's coming. As soon as I mentioned, like, all the rune things probably okay. Yeah, stuff with that. Never ends. Corrupted eyes here. We'll do that. Another one of this. Our Path of Tragul, 20 out of 30. We gotta do better than that. We can do better. Mark that one I didn't mean to. That's a favorite anyway. Gold. Gold still over 14 billion. It's amazing how much gold you save when you don't have somebody taking $1 billion at a time. Every single time they're playing. All from below. Don't want those. We done a lot of bits too with the divine distance and it pays. It pays. All my lives on this character capped. I think about one maybe it's a little short, but close enough. Turn out as much. We'll see what happens with the gold then. Stones. I know, I didn't even take any gold yesterday. We were too busy keeping him hunting for his Lunar New Year skins. So we got all those done last stream, so the plot is fine. He doesn't need my money, he's got a new horsey. Whatever's new and exciting, that'll keep people happy. There we go. Saying that about getting the new, like, Warlock cosmetics. Even if I'm not playing D2R, just having the new fit, or I guess the new wings and the pets. From that gives me more reason to play. Like, we're not a Warlock, but we're faking it much better than we would be without it. That's what I'm trying to say. You. You want this on Gloom Roll? Nope. I'll throw this over here. Yeah, pretty cool. I can see somebody else with them over there on the left too. Yes. Richter also has the Warlock wings. Speaking of Castlevania type things. Okay, I'll take that. There's Ori. Good to go. No wings enough, but the description from Fame Monsters, who of course doesn't play this game, I don't know if he's still around, he wants to say anything about that, but wings, but not wings. So I was like, oh, and Dariel. And Dariel has a back, like things on her back that aren't wings that couldn't mistake as wings, so it must be a Dariel, right? I was like, not Lilith, she has actual wings. And it never occurred to me, like, oh, the Warlock wings, which definitely do not look like traditional wings. We got some demon appendages out here. Fair enough. So yeah, here for us. And usually when I hear baddie, I think he means a female character, right? But no. This one, I guess it's a little hard to tell. I don't know. Okay. Which I suppose out of Necro is extra hard to tell. Mine is a male character though. Mordecai, androgynous, these Necros. I just think the dudes feel, the armor look I like a little bit better, which is why most of the time I go with the male characters first, and I like the full armor. Tiny bit of leg. Oh, he shows a lot of chest. There you go. Tiny bit of leg. Look at that prime sub on the Formation. Scandalous Necro. Scandalous. One more for inventory. I'm telling myself we end up we going too far in. This is really stingy on GH right now. It's a little mortar cracks and not much else going on. Too low overall. And mortar cracks is always like, it sounds like a good idea on paper. Like, oh yeah, you need a cool one. If I get a really good one, I'll just use that. And then it always goes so not great. Not great at all. I don't even think I would have entertained it in Chaos Armor season, and then you had the Reaper type minions, and both of them obviously popped off this side. That does remind me though, the Chaos Armor and some of the things that it allowed us, which parts of that are making it back one day, I don't know. It would be pretty awesome. It'd be after like seasonal powers in there too, some of them are really good. Like right now, Raven Druid, not ever going to hit the same unless I would imagine it's going to come into the skill tree when they give it to us in the DLC. Yeah, some sort of Chaos Armor type thing to keep me pretty legit. That would be pretty legit. They probably have to lock us down, like limited to some way. Did that follow? Welcome, welcome. Some sort of aspect of what the Chaos Armor was doing for builds would be awesome. My best, my top example of that. Flurry Rogue. Running that helmet in a non-helmet spot so I could run Perdition with it was so great for that build. Hello, how you doing, alien? That was living the life. Now having to put the helmet back on in the helmet spot where the mythics exist is just so sad. Tragic even for Flurry Rogue. Or it might still be playable, doing Torment 4 stuff. It seems like the current situation, the times are changing. Let's see what that skill tree leads up into all that happening. If we don't get any like major changes into next season, we get those bloody sigils, feeling people are gonna feel like really trapped. Really trapped into playing the meta just to be able to play up there. Because you introduce something like that, and you know everyone basically it's be able to play their boss there, exist there on boss. I just don't know. I just don't know. The PTR did not look promising for non-meta when I was playing it straight through. Like, you know, I put on like rudimentary, like very basic mythics from Marak. The things I was playing were not gonna be killing those bosses anytime reasonably. And, like, we're gonna be morphine up there. It would feel terrible not to be able to do it. A handful of things really pop off. Okay, let's anything cool. We'll come back to that in a moment. Steel keeps going and going and going. Alright. I'll do next sale here. No GAs on these. Not at all. Gloves, boots, axes, gloves. That's skate rat. They knew they are new. Skate rat. I have caps lock on. I don't know how that happened, but I do. There's Ori. 2 spots left. Our buddy Zir in here. Pressing to choose a candidate account name. Like that's so. Welcome to Fame Nation and enjoy the Diablo match. Ori just did the customary welcome or vibe check on the person. We had somebody once after she did that immediately leave. So we're still pretty sure to this day it's because she said that to them. They were like, oh hell no, I'm not going back to the early 2000s of Discord. Oh no, we gotta go. We gotta go. This place is too immature for me. How dare they say that? Remember in Discord, like those years, it was everywhere. You could not escape it. If you joined a server and somebody didn't say it, something was wrong. You would think, okay, automatically, not active enough. Not active enough in this server. I gotta go. Quite the opposite. Like people are like they're expecting the whale come. See, this person laughs, so we like them. Great. You are, I guess, our people. There you go. You gotta give him the colon D. Of course, of course. Another thing, we had somebody who I don't know, it was like who didn't speak English, or like someone who's maybe a little slower. They were trolling all the way. They spoke in emojis. That's all they did. Colon D, colon parentheses. That was about it. They would come into World vs. World in Guild Wars 2, and they would burn like supplies that you would need to hold an asset and like repair when it was under siege. But they would just take supplies, throw into a wall that was being perpetually trapped. No matter how much he repaired that wall, it was coming back down, and those resources were gonna be wasted. And then he got experience for it. And then like he would be wearing our clan tag. Inventory here, that's okay. He would be wearing our clan tag. So of course, they'd be like screeching at him in the chat like, stop doing it! Stop doing it! Jalal was his character name. Like, stop doing this! Named after an anime character, I'm sure. And they're like, why do you do it? You're wasting supply, don't you see it's being trapped? Stop it, stop it. And they're like, what, whose clan are they in? And like, they look at our clan tag, oh, that's Fame's clan. Okay, let's go talk to all of them, like, make them stop. What was this person doing? There was no telling this guy, like, straight up to do it, because he wasn't going to stop. He was there for the vibe because he was like a pet project for one of my officers. The officers thought him talking in emojis was funny. So he would do that almost day in, day out for hours, wasting supplies. And in that case, there's nothing you can really do to stop a person that wants to do that. I could kick him from the guild, but it wouldn't stop anything. He'd still be able to do it. So it's just like, it's just our trolling mascot. It's like, run more Doliacs. I don't know what to tell you. You can't be one kid who is using your supply on a damaged wall. Clearly, you're not good enough at walking the yaks. You should get on that. That's all we could say. That's all we could say, because he was gonna keep doing it until he got tired of it. It's like we were like super sweaty, like PvP fight crew. And then everybody would ask us to do all sorts of things, like help them out. It would be like all for it, but we just had this one person in our clan who was just different. Not like that. That would be very, very confusing for the whole server. And then we were good friends with one of the guys who's the commanders, who was another guild, who's like very respected, like older kind of gamer to do it. And he'd just be like, oh, those silly trolls, just leave it alone. There's nothing we can do about it anyway. It's like, just run more yaks. And he would tell them that too. And then everybody like, what do you mean? What do you mean? How can you say that? They're like, there's nothing we can do. It's a game. Get over it. You're not gonna die IRL because they might get through the keep. But let's be honest, all of you are losing the keep anyway every night because you're not doing we're not here. We're like, why are you getting attached? Get over yourselves. About Diablo 4 1 initially released but only played a few hours. It was out a while now, and I was wondering how D4 is now. It is significantly better now than it was there. The leveling is not nearly that much of a slog. It's been rebalanced multiple times. Item drops are better. And there are, of course, more things to do. And if you, of course, have pre-ordered, you're interested in playing the Paladin right now this season and probably for the future, awesome. Absolutely love the class, and of course the Warlock is also coming for the DLC, and with the DLC they're going to change out and do a lot of things for the game that will make it even better. So it's a great time to get into it. Got about a month left in this season, so there's still a lot of time to jump in and play. I highly do recommend. I played over 400 hours, like close to 500 hours in Paladin just this season since it's been out. I love the class. High mobility, lots of builds, all popping off. You can probably see whatever style of action RPG kind of build you want with it. I always feel like the Paladin, every single build and every single class I've played in this game, the Paladin has a build that plays like them, but better. Minus, of course, you really like minions. You really like minions, still Necro's your boy. Otherwise, you know, Paladin's got it all. Paladin's got it all, and then so. It plays amazingly. Got the Lyle here. There you go. And then you've been gone a long time. You also have Spiritborn in VOH, the first DLC that they released, which is also pretty damn fun too. Their beards, like both Spiritborn and Paladin have a lot of like high mobility type choices they can make. They just make the game feel so smooth. So smooth. If you buy Standard Edition for the coding edition, you'll get both Fastlight Hatred and access to the palette immediately. Yes, if you buy the full set that has the Lord of Hatred, it should include VOH in that as well. In these games, for whatever reason, when they release a new DLC, everything else comes in with it. Like, don't continuously like sell them individually when you have to like buy a piecemeal. That's whatever the newest one is, and the full set will have VOH. I'll go ahead and sanctify that one later. 52, we'll get rid of that one unless it's got a chance to deal double damage GA, so it's not that enticing to me. We're gonna sell all that. No problem, no problem. Go ahead and dump these. Whoops, I just unequipped something I wanted. Dump those. There we go. That's better. We'll hold on to that one item. We'll come back to the box. Every class is better than it was at the beginning. Everything around the game is definitely better. One more time when the DLC releases in April. So it's plenty fun now, but every sign points to it's gonna be even better. Maybe play add mercs too, since the DLC is added to everybody. Yeah, I was saying that too. I will be a little disappointed if we don't get an Amazon mercenary to go with going to Scovos, but they haven't talked anything about that, so it might not happen. It really should. It's strange if it doesn't, then maybe I guess they could add it later. It just seems like an obvious choice. If we can't actually give people the Amazon to play, various reasons, I'm not going to go that route. It'd be nice to at least play next to one. Next thing closest. We got huge flesh, didn't get the chance to corpse exploration deal double, so I don't need it that badly. Grab those. I don't have space for you. Let's focus. One more before inventory. Tired at the end of the sentence. Added to everybody. I can know. We know what you meant. It would be nice to have some proper Amazon around. I would imagine at the very least we'll get characters in the story that are Amazons. Surely they're not gone. Yeah, that's what you meant. I know what you meant. Let's go again. Yeah, remember, I grew up in a family, a lot of my extended family members came straight from Vietnam. They didn't always have the greatest English. So you learn to fill in the blanks just naturally all the time. You kind of know people's intent, even if you don't know what they're saying. It happens. It happens. So it's all good. It's all good. And then, I do a lot of the chat thing all the time. You don't never know what you're gonna get. You kind of figure it out. Sometimes I get it like wrong, and I'm like the queen of being confidently wrong. And like, no, I meant this. Like, okay, then we'll go with that instead. Have something to say for that too. It's fine. It's fine. Very rarely do we end up speechless around here, and if it's something that makes us speechless, it's probably because either I'm not supposed to say what I'm going to say, or it doesn't actually deserve response. Let's go up here. Classically, if I don't know the answer to a question, somebody else might know it. We got a prompt there, we can look it up. It's okay. It's alright. There's MC2 movement speed GA. I don't want it. Current Faith also don't want that. No, thank you. You do the Swedish, yeah. Element legs. Swords and axes, Stygian stones, gloves here, cool. It's not even like a knowledge of language or anything like that. That's what I mean. Like, no. It's just sometimes the idea isn't completely there, no matter the language. I can fill in the blanks. I can use the context clues. It's alright. Figure it out. Fake it till I do. Amulet, Stygian stone, axes here. Alright, we need another? Yes, we do. Go ahead and clear it. Evan Piercer here. Got it. He goes again. These words enough. The main reason I look forward to the next season is getting rid of all this, so it's always on the ground. That'd be awesome. We gotta look at the bright side. Like, oh, you're gonna reset me? Oh, good. Great. Then I don't have to worry about dealing with this. Okay, we got inventory. I caught myself that time. I went right to that altar, about to hit it. It's like, wait. We're not ready yet. I love how he has this focus and has like the little flower. And it's like, oh, that's so nice. And it's like on a heart, like, oh, that's not so nice. And you're like, people's face, oh no. What's going on with you? There's nothing good here. Prosper, necro things. I guess so. Pension pennies, but you do what you gotta do. Let's see the gold go up for once, is all I ask. No problem. You didn't even finish the campaign for new player. One of the first few important things to do after completing the campaign. After you complete the campaign, make sure you hit your character to 60. You will hit to that 300. And then you play seasonal pretty much all the time. So you want to go follow the seasonal journey, the seasonal rankings, and then you will unlock more of your skill points through those means. Did I spend all these? I'm out of steel. I'm actually out right now. But you can pull this and the seasonal stuff and then like follow it through, and it will guide you how to progress all the way up into the torments, and then like finish the season and unlock all these things. Especially with like only a month left after you've done that campaign and you're kind of like working on these. You also want to make sure you have all the reliquaries that you're interested in. If you're interested in the battle pass, of course, you want to work on those things. And usually, in the process of that, you'll gain Paragon because more of it's steel band you. You gain levels and you'll gain strength, and then you'll be able to go from there for sure. That basically serves as a pretty solid guide to start any season, whether you're a new player or you're an older player. This one, yeah, no problem. And I've streamed this game over 8,000 hours. I am coming almost every day. If I'm not here to answer questions and help people in this game, what am I even doing? So I don't mind questions at all. Go nuts. And like I say, if I don't know and I don't get to it for whatever reason, the chat usually pretty solid to help you out. No problem with that. We got the gloves, the boots, and oh, we're still going. The actual stuff I get out of the resplendent caches, and it just sparks how many pieces of loot you're looking for your shaker. Okay, so the resplendent caches, usually it does give you like a few handful of things. You're talking about like the ones from the board. The main thing from it will just give you a spark. So you need 2 of those sparks so you can craft a legendary. If you want like a specific one, you also need the runes that go with it, and you go to the jeweler and you can go and craft that. So, some seasons, if RNG has not been particularly kind, what people do is they level 2 characters, they do that board, they get their 2 sparks from that. You can also get it from killing Lilith the first part of the season, and then like, a few other means. Like, also doing the event right now with Ying Yu over in Kedbardu. I do believe she has a resplendent spark from completing her event and, like, killing stuff while under the effects of the proper shrines. So, you got means to craft a Shaco through doing those things. Let's open that out. VOH does DLC. Yeah, yeah. Right after the original campaign, you can do the VOH DLC. And then if you've done those once each, you can also skip them from then on out. If you do them before the next season, you don't have to do it again if you don't want to. You can just skip. Here. Yeah, the EO runes. That's what you need for this. The vote C, boots, 52 greaves. And then this season, there's a lot of mythics to go around. If you level up or have leveled up your divine gifts and you put it into the world boss one, it does give you a lot of sigil, and the under the city stuff will drop if you have the Asmogan leveled. And there's lots of different avenues to get those mythics done. And then the Duriel box at the Asmodan fight southeast of Zarbinzet. You have Duriel corrupted horns. You put that into his box and it guarantees dropping the legendary runes. A lot of times the EMs will be included in that. You farm the hell out of that. If the other means of getting your Shaco don't work out, that should eventually force it for you with your response sparks. Default campaign, VOH storyline, seasonal. Yes, that's how I would do it. Grab that, but it'll eventually go to storage. Go again. Yeah, unlock the runes. Yeah, VOH is required for runes. So while you're in VOH, and I think it is somewhere in Kuros, the big city, there is a quest to unlock runes, and you should get that done as well. So, like Grand here, you can craft the mythics you want and get the in-game builds from rune words that are required to be like full meta. You have this. Yeah, doing that VOH campaign is good for that. Yeah, there's a little bit. Let's go. 2 more cleavers. We have Sanctification after this round. We got a handful of those. Open that up. Those daggers and boots. Go again. So that's gonna be junk. They sure do like you today. Butcher's cleavers all the time. And of course, every time I sit here and sanctify those cleavers, people are always like, what do you need cleavers for? What build uses cleavers? Like, no real build is a meta, for sure, but I hit it for the sanctification because it's funny. And we spend so much time converting this living steel anyway. And then see if I get mythic sanctifications on the Butcher's Cleaver to see if I can get a whole set. So far, I don't have a full set. I only have 2 mythical ones. You can bring her in Andariel, so we still need the Starless, the Shaco, and the Grandfather. You know, the good ones. I haven't popped on it yet. That's in my inventory after this one goes down. I get in the box and do the Bilal check. Oh yeah, I don't have Selig yet. On the Butcher's Cleaver, we can get that too. I have a Selig Starless, and I thought it was going to serve my Barbarian really well. I never put a build that utilized it on the Barbarian of all things. It ended up on the Rogue. My Rogue uses it in one of the builds. Just sell. We're gonna throw a rune into storage, so we're gonna pick up the EO and we're gonna sanctify too. There you are. Now I needed this one to go in there. Zol, and now we masterwork and stock it the cleavers. If I got a grandfather one, I could probably run around with a lot of builds and be fine. This one wouldn't work though, you would lose the golem value. Can't do it. Some of the paladin ones probably because they're so overpowered. They'd be like, yeah, let's go run around with Cleaver. What the hell? But I haven't picked up one that's got the right stuff to even really fake it. My grandfather would actually be a waste on the... Actually, what would be a good roll on that? Actually playable. It doesn't kind of like conflict with other things I have on Paladin. I have Starless on Flickers. I have Starless on Opus. It kind of depends on what build. Let's go ahead and do the Sanctify here. I guess a Shaco one, since I don't usually wear the ring that has Shaco right now. I guess it's just something. Howdy, Dorn! How you doing? Alright. New affix added. Intelligence. Nope. New legendary power. 50% increased damage to stun or knockdown enemies. Not a mythic roll. New affix. That's maximum life. We'll toss it. Legendary power casting ultimate skill increases your damage by 26%. That's not a bad one, but it's not one of the mythic ones. Not one we're keeping for collectors purposes. The sad thing is, I don't think it's even gonna keep that it's... Oh, we got a favor, do we? It's not even gonna keep that it had a mythic on it when it goes into the Eternal Realm. I'm just gonna say it's lost all its power. It's like, what was its power? Oh, it'll tell us. I hope it says it. Because then I'd be inclined to keep those for souvenirs. I guess we'll have to find out when that happens. Alright, mercenaries on standby will return when you leave party. Thanks, I guess. So these guys on the side. You're alright? Yeah, I got that kind of weird schedule for a lot of you across the pond. Sorry. When the new season rolls around, we of course usually start those right as they come out and then back on the kind of schedule for everybody. Enough much tonight to stretch out a lot more hours instead of just the amount we do right now. But it is what it is. I get it. Left here. I barely even see Bond these days. They're so inverted. Still fear. Grab that one too. Terror. What else is there to be doing? Saving the people. Get this one, if it lets me. It's asking for a lot apparently. It's a little crowded yet. Go play with the golems, not me. I don't want anything to do with you. Found prisoner. And I need one more over here. Or are you letting me do all the work here, huh? There we go. She got that. That's fine. He was so determined to make sure somebody read his dumb note, he wrote it twice. There are two of those down there. Let's go pop the door. Alright. Another night in rant type, so we're gonna go down here. Bit to that southeast. Deserter's Den. Or he just flying across the wall. That's where the Necro gets all the jealous. I can't do this without the actual rune. I think that follow. Welcome, welcome. That's nice. Cool. Let's go right here. Whoops. Well, it's fine. The golems will try and catch up. They are not particularly good at catching goblins. There we are. They're on like a full sprint. I gotta like know where they're gonna be, not where they are. Intuition. Woe to those who would bring home. Because they ain't doing any of that right now. No goblins on us, that was tragic. Head up here. Inquisitors, good. I'll take this. Here's a little ton rune, and we'll go grab the box. Got any more of those favor sigils? Box is... I'll take the material. Oh, it has neath iron. I'll take the amulets instead. I'll go with these. They're pretty... some decent amulets today that would have at least 3 passes. But the problem is the ones that roll like that, the entire wave just like ones. Alright, actually got another one. Speaking of ones. I don't want that. Alright. All of this must go. I don't get an aspect bonuses on anything or upgrades. in pretty decent shape on those aspects, and I think I still have some more to level up, including at least one that I use. Like the Fell Gluttony wasn't doing so great earlier. Where did this one go? There it is. Two of the Saints out there on the west side. Here we are back at it. We have matching maces. I just realized, like, this whole time we had matching maces. And then the Necro, that follow-up command, the Necro holds it in the, I think the left hand, right? Most people are right-handed. I don't know, that's because the focus, because their magic is more important than the swinging of the weapon, or if it's because they really are left-handed. I'm not sure. Yeah. That's the new thing. It's good. It's very symmetrical. I like it. Dagger here. And we're talking about like which characters are tall. Necro is super tall. And I'm like, how tall is the Warlock in this game? Like, I have not had a good side-by-side comparison. Like, the Paladin, as much as I like it, like kind of in the middle. In the middle. Like, I want to be tall. Can I be tall? I don't know how tall the Warlock is compared to everybody else. He looks pretty imposing in the trailer, but it doesn't show the other characters, so it doesn't really work. I suppose in the artwork, he's near the Paladin, but they got like different like levels of floor, probably. Kind of hard to tell. Got a curse greed, okay. This season, that's pretty nice. I'll go ahead and see if I can get over there real quick. So many things attacking me, and the golems are not good at covering me against things like that. Good. Alright, here we are. We get the knee tired and whatnot. They're still rolling. Now I do get the goblin. Nice. We hit this. The goblin, what does it do? It runs around the corner and makes it difficult immediately. Take a ring. Got it. Skeleton types. Go. Skeleton for me. Crime. Which used to be more exciting, but now they only drop harmonies. I could have sworn they used to drop other things. No, I was like, I don't need that. Here. That's all good. Yeah, that's pretty nice. It's like we actually unintentionally perfectly timed that out. Like as soon as hers was gone, and like then it was mine, and then we trigger everything there. It's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. Rune, I have space for that one. I do. Two-handed axe. Damage over time. Justice for damage over time builds. In the earlier seasons, I felt like we had some instances where, especially Barbarian when they were bugged, where that damage did pop off, and we could even play like damage over time Necros, and you know, it was alright. Nowadays, I don't think there's any damage over time, unless we're talking Spiritborn, where they just kind of pop the damage, where it's feeling really good. And even then, not the best. I would like to see damage over time make a comeback. At least the DLC. I'm not holding my breath on much anything next season. We're gonna make the kill streak the best we can of it. The month and a half of it, we got it. But so there's not DLC. I hope the damage over time is viable. And Blizzard, not the company, the actual skill on Sorcerer, is viable and feels okay. Because right now, it's maybe the only skill in the game where it's like both damage over time and like a crit flat damage because of the ice spikes. And I love that skill in like actual theory and practice, you know, not feeling always the best. Alright, so that's gonna do it for stream for me for now. Way back sometime tonight, probably pretty late on the EST. So we'll keep playing the Necro, keep working on him. He's doing pretty alright, and I like the Golemancer stuff as much as I do enough to maybe we'll chase some Sanctifications and see if we can make him pop off. So thank you all for hanging out. We'll hang out with somebody else in the D4 thing in a moment on the Twitch side, and I will see you all when I see you. Have fun.